Luna couldn't help but cheer. She had been trying harder and harder for a long time, not doing anything more than tickling that piece of metal. It had made her pretty frustrated, but now she finally got some results. Nice. Now you just gotta get proficient at that. Start pushing the limits of your mana control. Experiment with different ways of throwing your lances. Maybe start using different weapons. You can take a break from this and practice forming your ice. Dream. Okay. Have you finished your forging? Luna. Not yet. It just has to cook a bit. You know what? Maybe we should all practice together. I have elemental magic too that I haven't used. Let's sit. Dream summoned chairs for the three to sit in. What should I practice? Iris. I want you to make shapes with your fire. Shapes? Why shapes? Why not just practice making my fire hotter or something? Because you need to learn to control your fire. The way to level up your skill is through practicing manipulation. So here's your goal. I want you to make a ring of fire. Just a simple ring. That I'll try. Iris began messing with her flames. Luna also began creating various weapons with her ice. Dream let them be and pondered. All right, so I have the four elements. Let's try water. Dream concentrated and began manipulating his mana. Since he hasn't had any skills like this before, he was rather unaccustomed to it. But he quickly learned how he needed to go about it. Since he didn't have a high-level skill like Luna that was borderline creation, he had to draw water from a source. For this, he decided to go the hard route and pull it from the atmosphere. He actually began incorporating air magic for this. He began to create a light breeze, circulating the air around his hand and capturing the moisture. After a short bit, he had a ball of pure H2O above his palm. Dream watched as notifications popped up in his eyes. His air magic leveled up 8 times while his water magic leveled up 3 times. This isn't so bad. It just involves guiding this mana around. Since I'm trying to capture the water, it's almost like the magic does it for me. That's the intent we talked about. Your water magic allowed you to take control of liquids, and wanting to do that, along with understanding it, made it easy to grab water. Indeed, moving the air wasn't as difficult as I imagined either. Now, how about some earth? Dream summoned out some fertilizer and dumped it on the floor. The girls looked at him weirdly, but realized as soon as he began controlling it. The pile of fertilizer rose up and became a wall. It then gradually began to harden and compress until it could stand on its own. That wasn't too difficult either. A bit easier than water. Probably because it's not formless like water, it requires less thinking. But it does take more mana to control since it doesn't want to break structure. Dream kept playing with the dirt. He made a cube, a ball, a diamond, a hand. He used the hand to wave to the girls, which garnered giggles. The result of playing around earned him 8 levels. Dream nodded in approval. He then moved on to his last element. Fire will be difficult. I don't think I have control over heat like Scarlet. You sort of do. You're right about it not being anywhere close to Iris, but your ability to produce heat is there. It's like we found out before. There are 3 ingredients: fuel, oxygen, and heat. The mana is the fuel, while the heat comes from your ability. Dream went into thought and began tampering with his mana. He put mana around his hand, then began to heat it. Or so he tried, but nothing happened. He felt no heat on his hand, and nothing happened visibly. Irritated, he tried a million things for about 15 minutes before huffing in frustration. Iris saw his weird face and spoke. What happened? Well, I can't seem to make fire magic. No matter what I do, the mana won't heat up. I'm starting to question whether I have the skill. You suck at fire magic. Shut up. Maybe I'll try something else. Dream huffed at Iris and paid attention to his mana. He tried to visualize everything in his head. Heat is the movement of energy. But unless I can transfer energy from another source, I won't be able to heat my mana. That breaks the laws of thermodynamics since energy cannot be created or destroyed. But we're talking about mana and souls here. Your energy is now intent, like telling the mana to do something. I understand that. So even if I know that I can now create energy, I still have the problem of the fact that mana has no substance which would let me transfer its energy to another substance. That's what heat is. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. But mana can affect substances even if it has no substance. Sywell, how does Scarlet use mana as a fuel for fire if it has no substance? By all logic, it shouldn't be possible. Even I haven't figured that out. Right now all we can do is attribute it to her innate talents or whatever. Either way, you still have the problem of not being able to create fire or burn mana. So how do you plan on fixing that? That I'll have to do something more elementary. You said that I can basically create energy by affecting matter with mana. So let's do that then. Let's create some jowls. Dream stood up and grabbed a chunk of iron from the box. He then began soaking it with his mana. When he began filling the chunk with his mana, he was able to attain more awareness over the chunk. He kept filling it more and more, not stopping until 95% of his mana was inside. Dream disregarded his tiredness from lack of mana and concentrated on the chunk. He needed to produce jowls. He needed to produce energy. The first thing he thought of was vibration. But it wasn't as simple as shaking the chunk around. No, he needed to produce movement on an atomic level. But something that precise wasn't something he could do by himself. I won't be able to do this without you, Sophia. Sorry. Don't say sorry and let me help. I don't like it when you don't ask for help. I feel left out. Thanks. You know what I'm trying to do. Of course. I've already been working on it. Producing energy on an atomic scale will require a large amount of awareness. Luckily, you've already filled that chunk with your mana, giving us a good look at the molecular structure. This lets us target those atoms with our mana and vibrate them, producing energy. This will use a bit of earth magic, but primarily your souls will to create the energy. Then let's do that. Dream gave her the green light. Immediately after, he felt energy being drained from him. Although it was only a bit, he could already feel a bit of fatigue coming on. This was the result of his soul being directly used instead of through magic. At the same time, he could feel the chunk getting warmer. Sophia began tracking the temperature of it. 90 degrees, 170 degrees, 250 degrees. After a minute or so, the chunk's temperature rose to nearly 300 degrees. The interesting thing was that Dream never had to put down the hot metal. This was because Sophia was keeping the thermal vibration, aka temperature, of the molecules isolated within the chunk. It couldn't transfer the heat to another source unless she wanted it to. After a bit longer, the chunk began to glow red. The temperature it reached was nearly 1,700 degrees at this point. Dream's fatigue hadn't risen by much though, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Iris could even melt metal without getting that tired, not to mention getting it to this temperature. It was when the chunk reached 2,400 degrees that Dream started to form it. He didn't use a hammer, but instead used earth magic in an attempt to shape it. When he tried it though, he found it was much tougher to shape than dirt or stone, which was obvious, though nothing he couldn't handle. The chunk gradually took shape. Since it was saturated with his mana, he could see every surface of it all at once, making it easy to design whatever he wanted. He decided to shape it into a cube. Its edges were so precise and perfect that he could probably slice his finger on them. With Sophia's help, he could form it down to the molecule. He was almost sure that there was no more perfect cube on Earth. It's the Allspa dash. Dream watched the sudden stream of text in his vision. When it ended, he tilted his head. Why the hell did regeneration level up? That's what you're curious about? It was a result of thermal fluctuation. Regenerate is about returning the body to its optimal state, which includes any excess heat. Huh, nice. Though I'm also wondering about that title. And what does it mean, 11 energy control skills? It must mean that there are skills that allow you to control/create the 11 primary types of energy. They are mechanical energy, thermal energy, radiant energy, electric, magnetic, nuclear, chemical, ionic, chromodynamic, acoustic, and gravitational. There are other subcategories, but those are the main 11. So it looks like you have quite a ways to go before getting all 11. I guess so. Being able to create nuclear energy? I'd have to become a god to do something like that. Not to mention gravitational or mechanical energy. Dream rubbed his head while slowly moving the yellow hot metal through his fingers like putty. The girls, who had been watching him this entire time, got curious. Dream? How are you doing that? Iris. The metal? Well, I just got a couple of skills. One lets me control solids, while the other lets me control temperature. It's rather cool if I do say so myself. Rather cool? That's ridiculous. I mean, it's not fire magic, but controlling temperature? That's not normal. And what do you mean, control solids? Iris. It means exactly that. This metal? I'm controlling it with that magic. Duh. Both Iris and Luna looked at him with dumbfounded faces. Why aren't you more excited about that? Iris. Because earth magic was already a control solid skill. It's just a different name for earth magic, honestly. I really only got one skill, which was the passive skill that lets me control temperature. And I am excited, but I'm not going to jump for joy about it. Sigh whatever. How about you guys? I was too concentrated, Earl Dash. I can't make a ring. It's too hard. I can make a ball. I can make a line even. But a ring? Nua. Not doing it. My head hurts. Dream recoiled at Iris' sudden outburst. When she finished, he tried to console her. Now, this stuff takes time. Try making multiple lines, then connecting them in a square. That should be easier. Then you can try curving them later. What about you, Luna? Dream turned to Luna, who decided to show him the fruits of her effort. She held up a sword and spear. The sword looked like a gladius sword, and the spear looked like the sword just with a long handle. Nice work. Thanks. Sophia told me about all the different kinds of weapons. She told me I should be able to fight long and short-ranged enemies. I can fight ranged with my lances, but I just don't know which one, spear or sword, I should use in close combat. Why not both? Use the spear to keep distance from the enemy, and if they get close, pull out the sword. If you add a shield, you'll be a gladiatrix. Yes, a gladiatrix. That'd be badass. I guess I could try both. And if you don't like one, then don't use it. Though being proficient in multiple weapons is best. People who refuse to learn other masteries because they think only one is best are idiots. If you can learn both, then your survivability will be higher. Luna thought about it and nodded. For someone such as her who could create any weapon she wanted. If she could use 100 different weapons and her opponent could only use one, she would have many more ways to take down her enemy and be the most likely to win. Unlike the enemy, who only had one style of fighting and therefore much fewer options to use. Ting. Already. Dream stood up and walked to the toaster oven, which had just finished cooking his knife. He took it out with his bare hands, since he could. Can we cool this off? We can. Dream began using his new passive skill. The knife gradually cooled. When it got to room temperature, he heated it right back up. As he did, Sophia began reshaping the knife, refining it even further as well as strengthening the molecular structure. After squatting by the toaster oven for 20 minutes, Dream stood back up and took a look at the knife. One hell of a weapon for my first forge. Though we kinda cheated at the end, but whatever. I wonder how well it cuts. Dream brought the tip of the blade to his palm, nicking it. He didn't even put force into it. Just placing the blade on the skin could cut it open. Though the cut was quickly healed under the effects of regenerate. I like it. Can I see? Iris walked over, curious about it. Dream handed her the knife. It's nice. It's all right. You can keep it. I'll probably make another. Okay. Iris happily put the knife in her inventory. At about this time, the two dads walked in from the other room. You guys destroying my forging room? Graph. Of course. Are you ready for another round of knowledge? Pretty much. Things are starting to come together more and more with every batch. Okay. Let's do that. And I think I'll head back up afterward. I'm tired. I'll go with you. Iris. I think I will too. Luna. Everyone walked out to the main room, and Dream imparted more knowledge to the dads like the USB stick he was. He then headed up back to his room for a nice power nap. Over the next few days, Dream and the girls focused on practicing their magics. Luna and Iris made pretty big gains. Luna was able to leave bigger dents and cuts in the scrap. She even began using other weapons like swords and axes to cut at it. Overall, her ice was getting harder, and she was also gaining more maximum mana. Iris was able to make her ring as well. Though she could only hold it for several seconds, it remains that she succeeded. Her feelings of victory only lasted a short bit. However, as Dream gave her the harder task of making multiple rings at once, her response wasn't happy, to say the least. Dream also wasn't idle. He could be said to be the busiest one. After he attained those new abilities, he had been designing and making weapons all day, every day. Everything was made from titanium, which proved quite a bit more difficult to work with than iron. Nevertheless, he was able to make melee weapons as well as ammunition for his gun. He also modified his armor suit. He took off the armor plates that he could and replaced them with titanium plates. All he needed to do was create an exact replica of the pieces and swap them out. Though there were some portions he couldn't swap, but the important areas were covered, so he considered it successful. As a result, his solid-state magic leveled to level 29 and thermal fluctuation leveled to 18. The best part, though, was that his magic attribute rose to D+. He wasn't far from C attributes, which made him excited. He couldn't stay in a bunker experimenting all day, though. So on the fourth day, he decided he should go to the dungeon and level. The girls were more than happy to follow him. It was after the twins had left on that day following breakfast that Dream and the girls went to the rat dungeon they were at previously. "Won't we run into that group, though?" Iris spoke as they walked down the streets. She clearly didn't want to see Lori again. "I doubt they go to the same place every day. We'll probably be good. Look, there's the check-in." The trio went through the gates like last time and made their way straight to the dungeon, walking through the fog. "See? Nothing to worry about. Now, as long as we don't run into any hunter groups, we can pop off as much as we want. I don't plan to go at a turtle's pace for several hours again." "Yes. How about we go deeper in? Rats aren't enough to level much more." Iris: "Okay. Though I have no idea where that is, so we'll need to explore. Just stay together. Let's party." Dream grabbed their hands and made a party, letting them share some experience. After that, Dream kicked off the ground and began running. The girls followed close behind. Dream decided not to take the same route as last time, instead finding paths leading deeper. They didn't have to worry about getting lost since Sophia remembered everything. And just as a safety measure, Dream activated Mystify for the three of them. Just like last time, it didn't take long to find a group, but unlike last time, the group of 5 rats was massacred in seconds. Nobody even cared to use projectiles, just slashing their way through. The same thing occurred for every other group. Iris in her fox form used claws, teeth, and fire. Luna used her sword of ice, and Dream used his armor's arm blades. It was when they encountered the larger groups of 10+ that they began slowing down. They didn't mind, though. It just took a few extra seconds before they kept moving. Much blood was drawn, and since it was close combat, each of them were soon stained red. Iris looked fine, but Dream and Luna stood out. Especially Luna. The red, white, and blue combined with her ruthless throat cutting was rather sexy. He might have a patriotic boner if not for the guts flying everywhere. After a little less than an hour of ripping and tearing, they finally came across an enemy they hadn't seen before. "What is that?" Iris: "Not sure." Dream: the three observed the creature while in stealth. It seemed to be some sort of small tiger except made of stone. Neither Dream nor the girls had ever seen anything like it. Dream took out his rifle to test the durability of the stone creature. DSH. Crack. GRRRR. A low growl came from the creature after the bullet punched a hole through its body, embedding itself in the wall across the way. Right after that happened, Dream could sense the creature activating its mana. All the rocks around its body began shifting until they aligned perfectly with each other, looking like armor. He figured it was some sort of reinforcement ability. He took aim and fired again. DSH. Crack. The bullet tore another hole through its body, not hindered at all by the reinforcement. "Can I try?" Luna. Luna spoke while in hiding. Dream nodded, and she walked over while still in stealth. As she approached, she formed a big ice hammer in her hands. She then reinforced the whole thing with mana before slamming down on the head of the creature. Boom. The head was totally shattered under the hammerhead. Rocks flew everywhere, and underneath the rocks, Dream could see flesh and blood. So it wasn't totally stone. Dream: I guess not. Though only the head seems to have flesh. Luna: Interesting. Go ahead and eat, Scarlet. Okay. Iris went over and put the creature in her stomach. The three moved on. They soon found another stone creature, except there were 2 this time. Luna smashed one while Dream shot the other. The same happened for the next group of 2. Though when they began encountering 3 or more, Iris had to join in. It was safe to say, though, that she didn't have an easy time. The only way she was able to defeat the creatures was to attack their heads, since that's where the flesh was. Using her teeth and breathing fire was the best combination. Either she clawed the rocks off or boiled its head, whichever worked first. The group got their rhythm down as they moved from group to group. Nice. Dream: leveled up again. Iris: Yup. Oh, so did I. Luna. Luna smiled, as did Dream. For Luna, she had gotten to level 62. And Dream was level 68. Iris was lagging a bit at level 60. She just wasn't able to kill as fast as them. They had been moving around the caves for the past couple of hours. They had killed a couple hundred stone beasts in the process as well. At first, they could kill the beasts before they could retaliate, But as they came across groups of 6 or 7, the numbers got to them. Luckily, the beasts only had intermediate earth magic and the reinforcement skill, so they only had to deal with walls or spikes of stone. Dream had also tried to get the reinforcement skill, but since he wasn't a stone beast, he couldn't. Dream decided to take a break after leveling up. Everyone sat down and munched on snacks. If I'm not mistaken, the king of this dungeon should be level 100. The levels of these stone beasts are going above level 90. So if we go deeper, we'll probably come across the king. Are we going to fight it? Well, it'll be dangerous and difficult considering we've never encountered a second class. Graf said that it takes 6 average class 2s to take down a class 2 king. We're only 3 people and not class 2 yet, so we shouldn't even be close to being able to kill it. But I can't say that we're normal either. I also have a couple of failsafes in case we would ever get in deep shit. Either way, I'm not opposed to it. It depends on you guys though. Luna and Iris went into thought over what he said. They had a hard time believing that a king was that difficult, but when they thought about what their dad would say, they decided against it. I don't think we should, at least right now. Luna, I agree. We can always try later. I think we should get a higher level first, if not reach second class. Iris, I'm all right. We can fight it later, but I think we should fight it before second class at least. Dream, okay, then we should get back to leveling up. Iris, the 3 stood up and got back to searching for groups. With a goal to pursue, all 3 were motivated to level up and become more proficient in their skills. And although fighting stone beasts was repetitive, they did it anyway. After killing a couple thousand of those stone beasts over the course of a week, Dream reached level 85. The girls, though, had only reached level 75. So Dream began letting them get the kills during their hunts like they did with bear hunting. This went on for another 2 weeks before all of them reached level 90 at the same time. And although they hunted whenever they could, Dream made sure to allocate time for practicing magic. Whether it was building weapons, honing control over skills, or experimenting, they spent a few hours every other day practicing. The time practicing produced good results as well. Everybody's skills leveled up multiple times, which was essential if they were going to fight a hard boss monster. Dream made weapons for himself and Iris to combat the stone beasts like hammers and axes. Dream also made several explosives with the metals of this world as a fallback plan. Iris was able to create multiple rings of fire, which she was thrilled about. Her magic also went up to D+. At this point, after eating so many beasts, her other attributes were also D level. Another unexpected gain was her claws and teeth getting sharper and harder, allowing her to fight better. Luna had basically completed her task as well. She was able to punch a hole in the titanium plate with an ice lance, as well as slash it an inch deep. The reason why it almost didn't count was that the plate was very worn down already. But nevertheless, she had completed it. And she wasn't about to do it again, so Dream could only yield. While they were doing their tasks, Dream was focusing on leveling his skills. His Mystify skill had reached level 20 from all the use in the caves. His solid-state magic had gone up to 36 from all the weapons building. Thermal fluctuation leveled to 24 from heating tons of metal, as well as cooling it down. Another thing he tried to do was get the solid-state equivalent for air and water magic, but damn was that difficult. Let's just say he got neither. Gas was neither easy to control or easy to heat. Gas particles are also extremely erratic, and trying to target a tiny high-speed object proved impossible for now. Though since air magic was his only basic skill and he practiced a lot, he leveled it to level 71. It was progress. For liquids, he thought he could get the skill, but nothing he did ever gave results. Since it was liquid and not solid, he had a hard time getting it to act the way he wanted. He froze, boiled, shaped, everything. But he never got the notification. He was able to level water magic to level 41 though, so it was some comfort. The last thing he focused on was verticular accumulation. He had neglected it since he didn't know what to do to improve it. But after experimenting / losing lots of mana, he and Sophia were able to optimize it a bit more. Because apparently an omnidirectional accretion disk wasn't enough. What Sophia told him was that she needed to optimize the vortex for the 4th dimension more. But since neither she nor the people of Earth knew much about the 4th dimension, it was difficult. However, Sophia's efforts weren't for nothing, and she was able to get the level from 47 to 67. A solid 20 levels that increased recovery rate by 20%. All in all, On the third week, they had prepared as much as they could. Skill levels, weapons, their own levels, and everything in between. So they finally decided to tackle the king of the dungeon. Dream, Luna, and Iris were walking through the cave systems. One thing that Dream made sure to do in preparation was to find the actual Dungeon King. And it took almost 2 weeks, but they eventually found it. This is what they were moving towards. The dwelling of the Dungeon King was an open area. It looked similar to an arena, being a huge chunk of earth cut out of the ground, with ceilings 30 meters high and walls 100 meters apart. You could easily fit a football field inside it. The Dungeon King itself was a monster whose size was rather befitting such a big area. Standing on 4 legs was a 14-foot-tall stone beast. This stone beast was much more streamlined than the others, though, with smooth segmented stones that glowed red in between, showing its signature element of fire. It had razor-sharp claws that looked to be made of metal and almost as sharp teeth. So basically, it's a lava tiger. Dream and the girls stood at the entrance of the dwelling. The whole place was empty with nobody around. The only reason for this was because of the time. When they had first found the dwelling, they saw that there were many people attempting the raid. Several groups of second-class hunters gathered every day to kill the king multiple times. Its body was supposed to be valuable loot, which is why they did it. There was even a schedule that everyone was supposed to be on. Dream and the girls didn't feel like waiting on a schedule, though. So they decided to go to the dungeon past midnight when everyone was gone. It looks like we're clear. Dream checked a couple of tunnels to make sure nobody was there before turning to the girls. You guys ready? Yup. Iris. Yup. Luna. Both girls answered at the same time. They were both nervous, but so was Dream. That lava tiger was really intimidating. Either way, though, they were going to try. If we get in trouble, I'll blow that thing to the high heavens. So if we need to, we'll be able to escape. Either way, let's stick to the plan and we'll be good. The girls nodded in silence. Together, the three walked into the arena. While stealthed, of course. Grr. A low growl was heard as the tiger was alerted. It turned to the direction of the entrance, but got confused when it didn't see anything. The tiger looked around. It knew someone was inside its dwelling. It was its instinct, but it couldn't see them, which pissed it off. It wasn't confused for long, though. It was soon subject to the attack of its enemy. DSH. DSH. Boom. A combo attack came from the front. One shot to the forehead, and the seismic slam of an ice hammer right on top. The first to weaken the stone armor, and the second to shatter it. Both were achieved as the armor on the tiger's forehead became cracked all over. The tiger was forced to bow down into the floor under the impact, though it quickly recovered and flared up its body in pure rage. RRRR. Flames came from the cracks between the tiger's armor as it took a large swipe at the girl in front of it. Luna, the girl in question, quickly made distance and avoided the claws. Another shot came from over her shoulder. DSH. Roar. The bullet went straight for the eye, blinding its right side. At the same time, Iris jumped on top its back from behind and went straight for the cracked head, biting and clawing up chunks of stone from its flesh. Since Iris could control flames herself, this meant that she had a good deal of resistance to other fire. And when she was in her fox form, this was only amplified. So she had no worries about the flames of the tiger. The tiger didn't plan on letting the fox do what she wanted, though. It tried to shake and claw at the fox near its head, but the fox kept evading it. All the while, it was having its armor torn to bits. It wasn't a pleasant thing, even if it were happening slowly. Luna wasn't idle while this was happening. She disappeared as the tiger was distracted and moved to its side, jumping up and slamming down on another plate of armor near its neck. Boom. Roar. The effects were greater as its armor was already partially damaged. Anything that was together wasn't anymore. This also served to disorient the tiger. Impact weapons were the obvious choice for enemies with tough exteriors and weak interiors. Just because you couldn't break the outside doesn't mean you couldn't liquefy the insides. The tiger began to feel threatened for its life. It had one person hammering and the other tearing its armor off. It did the only thing it could think of in that chaotic situation. Burn them. Roar. Flames began spewing out from every crack and crevice on the tiger. Not shallow flames either, but ones that quickly filled the entire room. It decided that if it couldn't see the enemy, it just needed to attack everywhere. Little did it know that the people in the room couldn't be worse opponents for it. One ice gladiator, one fire fox, and one marksman who couldn't be burned. Luna put up her shield to block the flames coming at her face. The other two did nothing as they took it without consequences. This went on for several seconds. The entire arena was blazing with fire. And although it seemed as if nothing bad was happening, Dream was preparing for the actual threat that fire posed. 3 ingredients are needed for fire: fuel, heat, and most important of all, oxygen. So what happens when fire fills a confined space? It burns up all the oxygen. You ready, Scarlet? Yes. When the fire went out due to lack of oxygen, Iris and Dream both began channeling their air magic. Wind began blowing everywhere as all the carbon gas was swept out of the arena, and fresh air from the outside took its place. When that was finished, the tiger looked around fiercely. The 3 had disappeared once again, and it was about to begin filling the place with fire once more, but it was stopped before it could do so. The armor around its head and neck was totally shattered, with a lot having been torn off, leaving only flesh exposed. And since it had been positively blistering with rage, the tiger didn't realize that it had been primed for execution. Shing! Thud! Luna came down with an oversized axe of ice and cleanly decapitated the tiger. The fleshy insides couldn't put up any fight against the sheer weight and sharpness behind that blade. When she landed on the floor, 2 more people appeared near the corpse of the tiger. I think that went rather well. Dream. It was easier than I expected. Iris. That's what happens when we properly plan things. Luna. All 3 nodded to each other. You guys level up? Yup. X2. Noise. I got 2 levels. Same. Luna. Same too. But you only shot it like 4 times. Why do you get the same amount? Iris. Well, for 1, 6x experience. 2. I provided stealth, which was key in this battle. Oh, right. Iris. Anyway, good job to both of you. We defeated the king. Dream. Indeed. A voice came from the entrance of the arena. The 3 spun around. It was one everyone here recognized. You like the show, old man? Dad. Iris. Luna and Iris looked on in surprise. Riddick smirked seeing that. Yeah. Did you think I wouldn't notice you 3 leaving the building? Don't worry though, I'm not mad. Riddick walked into the arena and up to the tiger's body. This'll sell nicely. Riddick, I'll leave it with you then. Dream. Riddick stored the corpse in his inventory and turned to the 3. Like the boy said earlier, congratulations on defeating the king. Or better yet, your first second-class monster. This barrier is one of the most difficult to pass for every hunter, believe it or not. Most people will never defeat a second class in their lives, let alone become a second class themselves. Even rarer for a first class to defeat a second class king. I'm proud of your efforts up until now. Hee, thanks, Dad. Both girls smiled at their father's praise. Did you know? Dream. I had my guesses. Seeing you guys work so hard and develop weapons designed specifically for the stone beasts doesn't leave many things to guess about. But I didn't want to stop you. This is a part of every hunter's life, and the fact that you guys took the initiative to challenge yourselves is a good thing. Your planning, preparation, cooperation, and execution were all great. Though the only reason I allowed this is because you guys are you. Your levels of power have already reached second class. I sense high levels of magic from all of you, as well as that regeneration technique of yours, boy. Oh, that reminds me, do you want that too? I might try it if it's better than mine. We have things to talk about as well, but for now, let's head back and sleep for the rest of the night. We can talk tomorrow. Everyone nodded and made their way out of the dungeon. They knocked out once they got to their bedrooms. The next day after breakfast, Dream, the girls, and Riddick met in Dream's room. What did you want to talk about, old man? The 4 sat down on the big couch in the living area. Since you guys are at the doorway to Class 2, as well as moving a lot faster than I expected, I wanted you to think about the idea of holding off your advancement until we get to the spire. This implies that we wouldn't spend much more time here and instead head off. The reason is that learning as much as you can and possibly getting more skills would be extremely beneficial to your advancements. Riddick, all right. You said something about an academy too, didn't you? There is a school, yes. But I'm starting to rethink you 3 entering it. You see, I can't guarantee that things are still safe. And so, we'll be entering and staying at the spire while keeping things quiet. I'm friends with one of the higher-ups there, and he'll be able to help us out. That's something else I was wondering about. If it's not too intrusive, I'd like to know what the hell happened with you and your soulmate. Why a third class such as yourself has to hide. Duh. When Dream asked that question, Riddick went quiet. He looked over to his daughters and saw the longing in their eyes. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. So I guess it's fine. You know that there are two main continents, one ruled by humans and one by animals. Well, I had gone to explore the other continent many years ago, looking for anything that might help me further my magical studies. And one of the best places to do that was the biggest empire on the continent, the United Empire of Humanoids. So I went there and stayed for a while, studying, learning from the humanoids there, all sorts of things. It was during this time that I met your mother. Riddick looked at the girls as he said that. Long story short, we met each other by chance, and our relationship quickly grew. She was a conniving, mischievous girl, but it was part of her charm. Playing pranks, getting in trouble, she did it all. Anyway, I eventually came to know who she was. Her name is Celine, and she is the daughter of the council member known as Raoul. What's a council member? The United Empire is run by council members. I believe there are around 12, and every single one of them are fourth class. Raoul is one of them. He is a fourth-class fox. Not only is he a fourth class, but he's one of the leaders of the entire United Empire. He holds a huge amount of power which consists of basically his entire fox species, of which there are millions, as well as parts of the Empire's combat power. So when his daughter decided to have a child with a third-class mage from the human empires, he was not happy. Wait a second. So Luna and Iris are the grandchildren of a fourth-class fox? That is correct. Hot damn. Old man, I have more respect for you now. Stealing a princess from the most powerful empire in the world and having children, it takes some massive balls to that. Humph. Dream saw Riddick smile ever so slightly at the compliment. He was probably feeling smug since he did indeed do just that. He continued. Anyway, when he found out that Celine was pregnant, he basically locked her up. He then sent people out to come and find me, wanting an explanation as well as my head. Luckily, we had sort of prepared for such an event. Celine escaped, and we found each other, quickly escaping towards the human continent, which we were able to do, but not without spilling much blood of the warriors he sent after us. The next thing we tried to do was take refuge in the human empires. Unfortunately, after knowing the situation, none of the empires were willing to take on the consequences of angering Raoul, though they weren't about to bend to his will either and at least didn't turn us over, which helped immensely. We kept running between the empires and small kingdoms for about a year before Celine finally gave birth to these two. And although it was a wonderful thing, it also meant we had more to protect. Our next engagements quickly gave away the fact that the children had been born, which was quickly relayed over to Raoul. After that, the people chasing us got reinforcements with the orders to take the children as well. Things went downhill fast, and one day, they had finally driven us into a corner. 7 Class 3s specializing in assassination. We knew we couldn't get away that time, at least not without consequences. So Celine decided to give herself up, leaving me with the kids. She didn't want them to be raised at the United Empire where they would learn to hate their father, and nothing would happen to her if she went back. Things would calm down with her there, and I could disappear with the kids. It was the best option we had, even if I didn't want to. So, Celine was taken back to the Empire, and I disappeared to that forest. Riddick stopped there, though Dream was confused about something. Why couldn't you disappear to the forest with Celine? Because foxes have certain innate abilities that allow them to track other foxes using their souls, especially the powerful ones. Celine could never hide herself since she was third class and the aura she gave off was too strong. What about them? Since the girls were babies, they weren't powerful enough to give away anything to track. Dream nodded. He had more questions like what other innate abilities they had and how they worked, but now wasn't the time. The girls sat there and took everything in. They weren't that shocked though since they had already gotten a gist. But so what do we do then? Iris. Iris looked up towards Riddick. You guys won't be doing anything except not catching lots of attention. I'm the one who's got to stay careful. While we were running, everybody came to know the situation and my name. So if word gets out that I'm back, it may cause trouble, especially if people back at the United Empire find out. But don't worry, we aren't going to hide forever. It's only been a month since we've left the forest, but I'm beginning to see the way forward. If I can get to 4th class, then nobody will be able to stand in my way. And one place that will help is the spire. There, I'll be able to practice my magic and develop myself. There are also places that might help me raise my level. You guys will also be able to develop there. So that's the place we need to go. Riddick laid out his plan for the future, which consisted of him trying to get stronger. And while Dream had no complaints, he wasn't sure if he wanted to leave just yet. Keeping things on the down low won't be an issue, and I think it would be good to go to the Spire as well. But I'm hoping you'll be okay with staying here a bit longer. I wasn't planning on leaving right away, but why? I have some things I want to do. One of them is learning enchanting. I was going to talk to Graf about bringing me to an enchanter so I could watch and learn. Another reason is that this place holds many valuable materials. I was planning on going to both of you for that, so we could stock on some. They would help us in case we needed something made. Last but not least, I have a project that's been put off, but I think now is the time to complete it since it'll need the help of you, Graf, and probably everyone else. So you want to know how to enchant weapons. It's very difficult, but nothing you couldn't handle. So how much longer did you want to stay? As long as it takes to do those 3 things. It shouldn't be more than a couple of weeks, though. All right, that's fine. I guess we aren't exactly in a rush. Thanks. Dream nodded while planning out the future. Since it was still morning when they talked, Dream decided to talk to Graf and go to that enchanter. He entered the study and found Graf at a table, scribbling on some pages and reading the tablet. Graf also sensed him and turned to him. Dream, more forging. Graf, not really. I actually came here for a favor. What might that be? Graf sat up and faced Dream. I was wondering if you knew anybody proficient at enchanting items. I was hoping to learn enchanting, and even if they couldn't directly teach me, I could at least watch or maybe get some pointers. I do know some enchanters. I worked with plenty while developing my communication wires. I'll introduce you to one. He might be willing to teach you. If not, I'll grab a book or 2 for you. When did you want to? Anytime. I was hoping maybe today if you weren't busy. Sure. I needed to get outside anyway. Let me get ready, and I'll meet you in the living room. The two left the study, and Dream left Graf to get ready. 10 minutes later, they were walking out the door. They hit the streets, and Graf led Dream towards the busier areas. They passed by many shops and businesses. Many people walked the streets every which way. The morning seemed to be a busy time, like rush hour in the cities on Earth. Graf never stopped at any of the buildings, even though it seemed to be a heavily commercial area. They kept walking until they reached a much more desolate area. Dream saw hardly anyone walking in the streets, and any carriages he saw were completely covered up as if hiding something. It seemed to be a sketchier place. What is this place? This place is where a lot of the underground operates. Things that aren't illegal, but aren't something regular people want to see in the commercial areas. It is by no means less popular, though. Gambling, black market trading, auctions, slave trade, drug production, all kinds of things that have plenty of customers. And the enchanter lives here. He does, as do many craftsmen. In this place, much larger amounts of money are moved, which means the people who come here are far from poor or low class. So the higher-level craftsmen do business here because the buyers are almost always wealthier. Low-level craftsmen stick to the commercial areas doing basic business with common people. I see. You said there's slave trading here? That's legal. Of course, though the slaves are most commonly non-human. There's also monster taming, which lets people buy monsters as pets or hunting companions after they've been made obedient. How do they keep the slaves and monsters under control? Magic. There are contract bindings that you can engrave on people and monsters, which makes it so that they can't do anything you don't want them to, like turn on their masters. Though the process is very complicated. All I know is that contracts are made using magical script, similar to enchantments. Magical script? The enchanter will tell you about it. Okay. Dream left it at that while also expanding his senses to take a look around. He reached into the buildings with his mana, looking at what was inside. He found that a lot of buildings were isolated, not letting anyone peek. But others weren't, and he quickly found out why. He actually saw some slave houses. When he looked, he could see many different species sitting in rooms, tied up, or sitting out on display. He wondered why the buildings weren't isolated, but figured that powerful people would do the same as him and be looking. So it was like an advertisement. Why would you hide your merchandise from people who wanted to see? Dream wasn't sure how to feel. Did he believe it was a good thing? No, but this wasn't Earth. He wasn't about to go and abolish slavery. Not only that, but this world ran on the laws of the jungle. The strong won, and the weak bent to their will. That's how it was. The one thing he was interested in was the pets. He had been wondering if there was monster domestication, and now he knew. Depending on the pet, he wouldn't mind getting one. whether it was for fighting or just to have one. The girls would enjoy it as well. We're here. Dream snapped out of it and looked at the building in front of him. It was a two-story shop. Not that big, but not small. Rather basic. Dream followed Graf and walked inside the place. The first floor looked like a small lobby. Some chairs were set out, and there was a desk with a doorway to a room in the back. Graf walked over to the desk, ringing a bell put there for service. Ding. Coming. A girl looking around 20 soon came walking out. Hello? How can I help you? Hi. My name is Graf. I'm here to see Eddie. The enchanter is busy right now. Do you have an order? No. I'm here to see him. I happen to be a friend of his. Go down there and tell him that Graf is here. If you don't want to, I'll go myself. And no, that's okay. I'll go tell him. The girl quickly left, seeing how Graf really would go back there, and disappeared into the back room. A minute later, they heard a voice. What? Well, don't make him wait up there. Graf, get down here. Graf smiled and walked into the back room. They saw a staircase leading underground and followed it, arriving in another room. Graf, how's my favorite engineer been? A fat man who Dream assumed to be the enchanter greeted Graf. I've been doing fine. How's my favorite enchanter been doing? Haha, living life as always. Come sit. The enchanter led them to a table and sat down. The girl let herself out and headed upstairs. It's been a while. What brings you to my humble sanctuary? Another project, perhaps? Not today. I actually have this here kid with me. Dream, this is Eddie. Eddie, this is Dream. Nice to meet you. Dream. Dream put out his hand, which Eddie promptly shook. Nice to meet you as well, Dream. I've never seen any young people other than his kids hanging with Graf. So, I'm guessing you coming by has to do with this one. Looking for an enchantment. Eddie. Well, not exactly. You see, this kid is looking to learn how to enchant. Duh. Eddie went quiet after he heard that. Graf explained. I know it's rude, but hear me out. I'm not asking you to take him as an apprentice or anything. He's learned blacksmithing and got curious about enchanting. What I was looking to ask is if you could let him watch you or maybe even give him a basic lesson, just so he could get a glimpse as to what enchanting is. Well, I know you wouldn't bring him here and ask this if he were some random kid off the streets. So alright, I guess I can teach him a thing or two. Consider it a favor. Thanks, Eddie. And don't worry, I got some big projects coming up that I'll want you there for. How big? Bigger than the wires. Really? What the hell have you been doing? It actually has to do with this him. But that's something for another time. For now, just know that this is a very smart kid who's adding one more thing to his list of skills. Well, enchanting isn't so easy. Come, I was actually beginning an order. We'll start by showing you how it goes. Eddie waved them over and walked to another table. On it was a long sword and some paper. So, the first step in enchanting an object is writing out the script. Do you know what script is? I do not. Dream. Script is basically a set of instructions. Depending on the enchantment, there can be a lot of script or only a little. Either way, you need to write out the entire script before you begin. This is the most important part, since if there are any imperfections or the language is messed up, the whole thing can go to shit. There's a language for scripts? There is. If you were to go to a school, that would be the first thing they teach you. Now, after you've gotten the script written, then comes the enchantment. But know this, everybody can write a script, but not everybody can enchant. The reason why is due to the process. To enchant, you need to first isolate the object. This means that you need to seal the existing mana that it's filled with inside of itself. Second, you need to break a hole in the seal, sending your own mana inside. Next, you need to engrave the script. Engraving the script takes precise mana control. This is why not everyone can enchant. To engrave, you need to form your mana into the actual script you wrote. This must be entirely done in one sitting, since if you stop, the mana will lose control and dissipate. But if you've successfully engraved it, you then move on to the hardening. The hardening involves freezing the mana inside the object. From that point on, the enchantment is permanent. Lastly, you remove the seal on the object. Any questions? Duh. Dream took everything in for a second. First, he needed the script, then isolate the object, then engrave it, then harden it. It sounded simple enough. Do you have the language? I do. Hang on. Eddie turned to a bookshelf on one of the walls. He looked through the books before grabbing a thick one. This book holds the language. It is not for you to keep. These books are not only expensive, but uncommon. I've had this since my days at the school. Duh. As Eddie spoke, Sophia had already scanned the book cover to cover. Dream flipped through the pages as information popped up in his head. It's like somebody took a runic language and made it cursive. Seriously, what the hell is this crap? This is so much more complicated than it needs to be. It literally is an entire language. It's got letters, how to connect letters, which words do what, all that stuff. Well, here's what I'm confused about. Since when does mana follow a certain language? It doesn't. What I believe this to be is an organization method, a way for people to precisely guide their will and have it do certain things. Without it, they would get confused and mixed up. In fact, this is almost exactly like a programming language. Think about it. Computers think in ones and zeros. But we can't read that, so we give it a language to follow. It's like that, but with souls, will, and mana. Interesting. But since I have you, I won't need to follow any language. It'll just be my will. Yup, but we definitely need to see how the engraving is done. We can also try it ourselves, but seeing someone do it will be good. Agreed. Dream turned his attention outside. This language is rather complicated. Dream. It is, but if you want to learn enchanting, it's the first step. Don't be intimidated, though. It mainly involves memorization. Once you've seen it all, then you just have to put pieces together. All right. The engraving process seems interesting as well. Do you mind if I see it? Well, it's not something you can exactly see. Remember how you need to isolate it? Well, you need good mana senses to see through that. Are your senses good? They aren't bad. Go ahead and enchant. I'll see if I get anything. Very well. Pay close attention. Eddie grabbed the paper full of script and went over to the sword. He set the paper down and put his hands on the sword, channeling his mana into it. He has a level mana, likely a class 3. Are you able to see inside? I am. Here's a visual. Dream saw his mana vision come on. After he did, he could see Eddie's mana flowing into the sword. Though the isolation barrier stopped any external mana from naturally flowing into the sword, it didn't have much effect against mana trying to get in. Eddie's mana pooled into the sword. Dream was surprised by how much he put into it. It was a pretty massive amount, being a couple times his own total mana. After that, it then began to form the letters of the script one by one inside the pool of mana. Dream could see each letter almost solidify in the mana. It seemed to be a pretty slow process. It took almost 15 minutes for Eddie to engrave the whole script, which took up 70% of the space inside the sword. When it was all engraved, Dream then saw the mana flow inside the sword stop. Everything within the sword became stagnant. Usually, the mana was like a liquid, but now it seemed solid like the sword it was inside of. After that, Eddie undid the isolation, completing the enchantment. Sigh, all right. You see any of that? Eddie, I saw some of it. I think I understand now. That's good. So all you would need to do is learn the language and practice engraving. Graf will probably be able to find you a book on the market somewhere. Okay, so what does that sword do now? This sword will be able to channel fire mana as well as cast spells. The person who ordered this is a high-level second class. He's going to come later today to pick this up. Very cool. But why would he need to channel mana through it? Why not just cast it yourself? Because then he can more easily use it in conjunction with his swordplay. He can slash and produce a blade of fire at the same time, or maybe even heat up the blade. There are many applications for this enchantment. I see. Dream nodded in half understanding and half scrutiny. He understood the concept, but knew that the wielder lacked proficiency in his skills in order to need something like this. So, there's nothing more I can really teach you until you learn the language. If you really are serious about learning enchanting, I recommend a school. Everything you need would be found there. All right. Thank you for the lesson. It was very valuable information. Dream. Sure. Well then, I need to focus on recovering my mana. Eddie, we'll get out of your way. Thank you again, Eddie. I'll be sure to contact you soon with news on my projects. Graf. Please do. I'll be waiting. With that, Graf and Dream walked out of the shop. Graf turned to Dream after they exited. So, Graf, I'll have to try it myself, but it doesn't look hard at all. All it is giving instructions to a pool of mana inside an object. Only you could say something like that. But it's good you understood it. Now, since we're here, I actually have some things I'd like to get. It'll take a while, so I won't drag you around with me. However, here's some money. You can go around to anywhere that interests you, maybe get some things. Graf handed Dream a sack and a small box. The sack was filled with coins, but he wasn't sure what the box was. That sack has 100 or so gold coins, while that box has some gold plates. Dream sensed everything in the box and bag. He also remembered the fact that each plate was 500 gold each. Wait, isn't this several thousand gold total? As I said before, I got more money than I know what to do with. Don't worry about it. Compared to what you've shared with me, this is nothing. Now go on and get yourself something. Maybe get your girlfriend something as well. Saying that, Graf turned and left, casually having made Dream a rich man. Dream stood there for a second before thinking about what to do. Well, first put the money away. You don't want to get attacked. True. Dream hurriedly put the money in his inventory before checking his surroundings. Seeing nobody there, he sighed. Well, he gave me money, so maybe I should go buy something. I was interested in a pet earlier. Except we have no idea how something like that works. It would just be another thing to take care of and worry about. How about you start with getting the girls something? Well, if it's anything material, I think something from Earth is best. This place probably wouldn't have the best variety. Plus, I could make pretty much whatever. So, what the hell am I going to do with this money? Why did he just give it to me and dip? He was probably just feeling generous. And he likely does have a huge amount of money. Those wires are everywhere. And if it was just him and a few other people who installed those things over the whole kingdom, then he has enough money to live lavishly for the rest of his life and set his kids up for life as well. He's the Rockefeller of this world. So the money he gave you is probably just some change to him. I guess. Well, if I want a pet, then maybe I could bring the old man and the girls to shop for one. He probably knows about them. Or I'll just learn this contract stuff and get myself a pet out in the wild. That sounds like a better idea. Well, the best place to learn contracts is from the tamers themselves. We should find a shop. There's the slave shop back down the street that we saw. I don't know if I want to enter one of those. I'll feel sorry for one of them and end up buying one. Any pet shops? There's one not far from the slave shop. All right. Dream turned on his heel and headed to where Sophia told him. He wasn't exaggerating about feeling sorry for the slaves either. He knew that if he entered one and got shown some, especially any pretty girls, then he might just end up getting one. And that wasn't something he could really do right now. So he decided to just go to a pet shop, which he wanted to do anyway. After a bit of walking, he came up on a building that he could sense monsters inside of. He once again thought of how subtle but effective it was to let people see inside. He walked through the door. Ting! A bell sounded as the door was open and closed. Dream looked around and saw a lobby. Soon, he heard footsteps coming from a back room. Hello, the name's John. I'm the tamer in charge of this establishment. How can I help you? A man about 6 feet 5 inches came walking from a back room. He was a burly man with a shiny bald head and a nice trimmed beard. He seemed cool. Hi, my name's Dream. I was hoping I could get your help with something. A job? What kind of monster are you looking to capture? No, I'm kind of looking to employ your knowledge. I know it's an odd thing to come here for, but I'm new to the mountain and was curious about what taming was. I already know some enchanting and heard that contracts were similar, so I came here to see if I could get a gist. Hold on, you came to my shop to learn from me? Did someone tell you to come here? No. Did someone tell you to come find me? No. Did you hear about my shop from anywhere? No. But so you really just walked in and asked to learn from me? Yes. John put on an ugly face as he stared at Dream. Dream knew exactly what he didn't like. Got a little piece of advice. It's an unspoken rule that you don't ask someone to teach you their craft. We specialists don't take too kindly to that. John, but how am I supposed to learn this stuff if I can't ask anybody? Where I come from, people never hid that stuff. They were perfectly fine teaching people about what they did. It was a way to show off almost, to take pride in your skill that you've spent years mastering. Who came up with that rule? It's rude to ask because it's their personal craft. I don't know where you came from, but it's not something we do here. What? Do you think you're the only one who knows how to tame? It's not like I'm going to steal business from you. I was just looking to learn a bit about how it works. Look, I have a bit of money, so if I need to pay for you to simply tell me a bit about the process of taming, then I can. Duh. John stood there with a thoughtful face. Why don't you just go to a school if you have money? Because I'm not interested in spending a year to slowly learn it. I don't exactly have all the time in the world. If I did, I wouldn't be here. So you're looking to learn it in a week? Not really. As I said, I already know enchanting, and I heard that contracts work similarly. I'm here to learn why. In fact, I also might be able to help you. You helping me? You don't even know taming, and you want to help me with it? So you know what? I'm not doing anything, so why not? I don't need your money either. A few silver won't help me. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Uh-huh. You're lucky that I'm not as mean as some other people. They wouldn't give you the time of day, just kicking you out. Come on. John waved over Dream, who followed into the back room where monster cages were located. Do you know anything about taming? Not really. Well, first, taming isn't really taming. Monsters don't exactly enjoy being chained up, so we employ other ways to control them. There are three ways: training, rearing, and contracts. We can train and discipline them to listen to us, raise them from birth, or use contracts to forcibly control them. The first two take years to achieve. I actually have several monsters that I raise. I'll focus on the contracts, though. John unlocked a cage and walked over to the monster inside. Whoever told you that contracts work similarly to enchantments? They were only right in the sense of the scripting part. Everything else is different, though. Come over and tell me what you see on this monster. Dream walked over and looked at the monster, quickly seeing the outlier. There's a symbol. Indeed. This symbol is the sign of a bound monster, meaning one that is contracted. It can look however the tamer wants it to, but the symbol is still only that, a symbol. The actual contract is underneath. When you enchant an object, you're writing a script inside of the object. Well, contracts write the script inside the monster, specifically in their body. These contracts are very different and harder to write than your enchantments. That's because nobody, human or otherwise, wants to be written on. You understand? I think I do. How do you write the contract to something with its own mana, though? Wouldn't they interfere? That's why it's harder. Because they do. So you either have to weaken them, overpower them with your mana, or get them to submit and let you. Unless you have a skill FR it. The most common way is weakening them. You beat them within an inch of their life, and they have no strength to stop you. Makes sense. Now, doesn't that mean that tamers are much better than enchanters? Why wouldn't you work as both or become a master enchanter if it's that much harder? It's a bit more complicated than that. If you get rid of the fact that tamers write to an animal and just look at the scripts, then you'll find that tamers actually have it easier than enchanters. The script that a tamer writes is more general, giving broad restrictions to animals. The script that an enchanter writes is very specific. It has to account for the type of mana, how to convert it, all that. I see. Mind if I see a script? All right. John turned and led Dream out of the cage. They walked down the hallway and into another room. As soon as they entered, Dream saw a table filled with papers that looked just like enchanter scripts. Take a look at this. This script was used for a Class 2 water element monster. I captured it while in the fields by a lake. John handed Dream a sheet of paper with a long set of interconnected symbols. Sophia instantly scanned it and attempted to make sense of it. There are several symbols that aren't in the book Eddie showed us, but there are also ones that are. I can make sense of about 44% of this script. Well, since one involves weapons and the other monsters, I can imagine that the scripts involved are different. It needs to manage the psyche of the monster as well as its mana to restrict it. Very different than a weapon. Dream turned to John after looking at the paper for a bit. I can only recognize some of these scripts. The majority I can't make sense of. I'm surprised you were able to make sense of any of it. But you're right. I needed to use certain scripts to manage the water element part of the monster, which may also be used when enchanting water-related weapons. And I'm guessing there's a different vocabulary for taming than enchanting? There is. If you had gone to a school, you would have gotten this book. John walked over to a shelf and grabbed a thick book off the wall. It wasn't as thick as the enchanting book, but close. He set the book down on the table, showing it to Dream. You obviously can't take this with you, but take a look. You'll find that the way scripts are used and formed are very different in concept than enchanting, mainly because they need to keep an eye on the hostility of the monster, as well as its intent. Dream began flipping through the book. Sophia did the obvious and scanned it. After a bit of page turning, he looked over to John. Since this can be used on monsters, it can also be used on people? That question gets asked a lot. And the answer is half yes and half no. People are much more complicated than animals that have little ego, which means slavers use a different means than contracts to control people. What means is that, instead of restrictions, they use control. Instead of giving the captive the inability to use mana, they just put the control of that mana in the hands of the master. If the master gives a command, the slave obeys. That's the theory anyway, and obviously there are limits. Complex commands aren't effective, and too simple commands may give the slave too much freedom. This is one of the big problems. So instead of trying to control the slave's every move, they actually give the slave some freedom, while giving the masters a way to effectively get the slave to listen. A popular way is torture. Beat them until they listen. Exactly. It isn't nice, but it's the most effective solution. It also doesn't drive the slaves mad. As quickly anyway. If they had their every move controlled, they would go insane. Anyway, there's not much more for you to know. Everything else is specifics which takes time to develop. Is there anything else you want from me while I'm being generous? Hmm. Dream rubbed his chin in thought. John's eye twitched seeing that. I'm not actually going to give you anything, so you can save it. I wasn't thinking about that. Ever since I began learning about enchanting, like an hour ago, that I had been wondering why you couldn't get a device to do the enchanting. Like if you enchanted an object that would enchant other objects. Or something that would help you. If you had an object that gave you control over a monster just by strapping it to them. Objects don't have intelligence, so they couldn't build the scripts themselves. They don't have to build the scripts. All you need to do is give it a script to write. And when given the command is given, it'll write the script to whatever you tell it to. This could be anything from a monster to a piece of armor. Again, the scripts are unique across items, so they need to be built according to the item. One script couldn't work for multiple things. Who said they couldn't? All you do is make a script that covers everything. Or you can make multiple scripts for certain things and have them cooperate. Then you get a device that has a mana supply and tell it to write the script to an object. You know what? Let's try it. Dream stopped explaining and brought out a chunk of titanium, setting it on the floor. Soon, it began heating up and Dream began to shape it. Duh. John stood there confused as to what was happening. How was he shaping metal like that? He didn't even use a hammer. After a minute, the metal was formed into a collar. Dream then began filling it with mana, while Sophia began writing a test script that she had been formulating. John recognized what he was doing and bent down, sensing the script that Dream was writing in the collar. Except, he couldn't recognize any of it. There wasn't a single symbol or line that he could make sense of. It's just a jumbled mess of mana. Are you sure you're an enchanter? Yup. But you see, I'm a bit different. I don't use your scripting language. What do you mean? How can you write script without using the language? Nothing will work. Not true. Just watch. Duh. They turned back to the collar, watching the mana take form. As he and Sophia discussed earlier, the script language seemed to just be a way for the soul to organize its intent. Humans couldn't speak soul, so they turned the ones and zeros into text that they could handle. But that in turn placed limits on the script's possibilities. If they got too long, there would be bugs, just like in code. And the enchanters in this world couldn't fix that themselves. Luckily, Sophia didn't have that problem. She could speak any language, and she could control intent however she wanted with utmost precision. So much so, that as a result of being so awesome, she leveled up. Notifications popped up in Dream's mind as Sophia worked on the script, which was coming together by the second. Strings of mana were formed into waves and knots and shapes. John was also getting more and more confused. Soon, Sophia finished. Slave collar is complete. Nice name. Thank you. Dream didn't ask how it functioned since he already knew. It was his soul that was being used after all. All right, John. Behold, my reward to you for the knowledge you have given me. What the hell am I going to use this for? You're welcome. And it's a collar. When you put it onto a monster, you can give the command, it'll begin writing the script into them, binding them with a contract. After that, you can take it off and use it on another monster. That sounds impossible. How can a metal collar write a script? Better yet, how would I even put it onto a monster? Like this. Dream pushed a button and pulled the collar open. When it opened all the way, it clicked, locking itself in that form. It'll be open like this, and all you need to do is place it onto a neck or an arm or leg, and then pull this lever. Ching! Dream pulled it, and the collar slammed closed. Then, all you need to do is fill it with your mana. It'll write the script using your mana supply as the power. The contract that it writes will restrict the monster from doing anything of hostile intent. That I have a hard time believing you, but let's say it works. How would I transfer the ownership to another person for them to control the monster? Like you would for your other contracts. Imprint their mana onto the symbol that the collar will write. It'll be the same symbol as yours since it is my gift to you after all. Dream handed John the collar, who inspected it and played with the closing mechanism. Ching. Duh. John pulled the lever and the collar slammed shut. He had many questions, but didn't ask. Would this really work? It's a very simple device. Clamp it on a monster, infuse your mana, and when you give the command, it'll write the script. It'll write the script rather quickly, and you can load it with your mana anytime in preparation. It will not work with anything except monsters. Duh. Anyway, thanks for teaching me a bit. It helped a lot. Oh, sure. What did you say your name was? Dream. Dream. Well, I'll try testing the collar next time I have a monster. Though I still have a hard time believing that this can do anything. The sooner you believe it, the better. This tool will save you immense amounts of time and effort. Again, sounds impossible. Either way, if you have a monster you want to tame, or you just want to look for one here, I'm happy to be of service. Thanks. Though I could always make another one of those for myself, so I probably won't need it. Oh, right. Well, I should get back to work. Sure. I'll show myself out. All right. Good day, kid. Likewise. Dream turned and walked out of the room, passing through the hallway and exiting the shop. John turned back to the collar in his hand, playing with it some more. Wait, didn't he say that he didn't know taming? How did he know about imprinting? Dream walked down the street after exiting the shop. It was only past noon, but he had already done quite a bit today. Quite the productive day, don't you think? It was. We now know how to enchant and tame. Those books saved us massive amounts of time and experimenting. I expected it to take a week or so, but 7 hours later, and we've got one less thing off our list. Now we just need to see about gathering materials and work on that project. How is that coming, by the way? It's basically complete. All we need to do is find the spot to carry it out. Along with the mana of everyone and our new skills, we'll be able to set it all up at once. I've also been running simulations on how things might go different compared to Earth, but there's nothing major so far that will affect our plans. In fact, it could be better here than on Earth. Good. This will open up many possibilities and keep us much safer in the future. So any problems need to be taken care of. On another note, I was thinking about the possibility of enchanting your current items. The biggest being your suit. Want to try? Oh, I didn't even think of that. What were you planning? Well, first, mobility. Second, reinforcement. We'll have to do many small enchantments since the armor is in a million different pieces, but it should be fine. How long will it take? If we do it without draining your mana to 0, then 51 hours. That's a lot longer than expected, but all right. I'll begin now. After she said that, Dream felt his mana streaming outside his body. Though the drain wasn't faster than his regeneration speed, so his mana pool remained topped off. All this while, Dream kept walking down the streets. He eventually made it to the commercial areas and decided to just keep strolling through. Maybe he would see something interesting. He lifted his head, looking off towards the distance where the entrance to the mountain was. Let's send some drones out tonight so they could look for a good spot for our project. No problem. He nodded and kept walking. As he walked, he looked at all the vendor stands, all the shops, the people walking down the streets, everything. Children ran through between the people. Adults had conversations about their day, people trading their goods, carriages rolling down the roads with their rough wood wheels, the boots and shoes of everyone stomping and skidding across the floor, the doors of buildings opening and closing while bells rang to signify the presence of a customer. The feelings of happiness, anger, frustration, joy, excitement, loneliness, boredom, confusion, amazement, optimism. He could feel it flowing among the people. He could sense their heartbeats and breathing, even the blood flow among their veins. And then he stopped walking, standing in the road. People subconsciously walked past him. Whether they knew he was there or not was a mystery. Dream's mana unknowingly affected the surroundings, and with it, his skills came and carried out his will. Tons of information poured into his mind, and he attained unbelievable situational awareness. The immediate space around him was changed to become optimal for his safety and comfort. The temperature, moisture, dust, the mana saturation, anything that may be inconvenient was altered or removed. Why was it happening? Dream felt it was natural, like second nature. Why was he standing in the road? He wasn't sure. Waiting for something maybe? He stayed like that for 30 whole minutes. The entire time, his skills did as they wished, almost as if they had a mind of their own, but never going out of control for even a second. Dream turned his head to a rooftop about 300 meters away, where a lone man was standing. They looked at each other, and stared for who knows how long. Neither visibly acknowledged the other, but both knew what they were seeing. Then, the man turned and disappeared. No warning, no process. 1 second he was there, the next he wasn't, as if he were never there in the first place. Dream also turned away, facing the front. He began walking once more, in the direction of home. The next day, Dream was in his room. Sophia was giving him a rundown on the situation of Earth. People are beginning to make major strides in power, much faster than anticipated. This is because of 3 reasons. 1. Monsters are being created at an insane rate across the globe. This leads to more attacks and people leveling. 2nd, the first set of conflicts between groups have begun. If we count the individuals who have entered combat with each other due to their new powers, it numbers upwards of over 700 million. This number is constantly rising. 3rd, the mana saturation on the planet has sharply risen. This is the biggest cause of the increased power among the populace. And we don't know why the mana is rising so much. How many deaths? 100 million with a margin of error around 8 million. So that's a lot. But not as much as initially thought. The effects you've had are cataclysmic. People aren't focusing on fighting each other, but instead on who you are and how their new powers work. Just like you wanted, their focus is being brought elsewhere. That death count could be many times worse. I know, but still. Speaking of, how's the forum? Everyone's using it. Literally. Although this has caused several companies to shut down. Oh, nice. There have been several people who have risen to fame. Whether it's fighting monsters, doing magic experiments, or giving everyone a look at their skills, they've attracted a huge fan base. Expected. Now how are the governments and corporations? Some like you, a lot hate you. The governments especially hate you. The reason is that we've gained access to extremely sensitive data, and they know it. Basically, we have dirt on every political office holder in the world. At least the ones that have any dirt on them. The ones that don't aren't afraid of you. We also have dirt on all the huge companies. Honestly, the data I've gathered is some deep, dark stuff. Have a look. Images and data began running through Dream's mind. Terrorist incidents, huge political collusions, drug trades, arms trades, human trafficking, backdoor dealings, assassinations, military black operations, money transfers, and lots more. All of it run and carried out by the leaders of the world. For a second, Dream felt a bit threatened to know the information. This was dangerous stuff. Until he remembered he was on another planet. He smiled. That all looks fun. But in the interest of not causing a worldwide upheaval, I'm not planning on releasing that sensitive information. I agree. It's enough to cause rebellion in every major country. But there are some things that I think you should take action on. What might that be? Basically, every government and company that has sizable influence have begun experiments with magic. And you can guess what the subjects are. They're using people? Yup. Several thousands of people have disappeared and were sent to various secret facilities to have live experiments done on them. All the information Sophia had was given to Dream. He saw all the people and what they did to them. Needless to say, it wasn't pretty. It was mainly using the people as guinea pigs to test the effects of magic and skills. The luckier ones only had to endure several hours of pain as they took on various magics. The unluckier ones were kept alive for days while being torn apart and dissected with various tools and magic in an attempt to find out how mana was controlled and where it came from. Dream was a bit pissed, but he understood why they did it. The world was changing, and if they couldn't get ahead of the rest, then they would perish. But that didn't mean it was right. How do you want to handle it? Dream thought for a bit before answering. Warn the highest executives involved in these experiments. We will show the evidence we have and tell them that they must cease all operations within 2 days. Do that now under our name Seeker. If they refuse to acknowledge or respond within 12 hours, then we will take it as a sign of refusal to cooperate. And the consequences will not be light. Sending the message. The second thing we can do is recruit teams of people to destroy these facilities. There will definitely be some who refuse, thinking we have no power. So, we need to contact the right people who are in combat and give them a quest. Let them know exactly what's going on. Get them weapons, gear, transportation, anything they will need. I'll leave the number of people and who you recruit up to you, but at least make sure that there is as little risk to them as possible. And obviously, this needs to stay secret. I understand. I already have several people in mind. I also have the means to attain gear and such. When should we assemble them? Notify them now. Give them time to process what it is and who it's coming from. They'll also need incentives. Will money work? It should. The economy has taken hits, but nobody is willing to abandon monetary systems. We can also give them things other than money. Some of these people need a house or a car or other things, so I can set that up. Sure, I'll leave the rest to you then. Our third and final option is to notify the public, but that's a last resort. It won't come to that, don't worry. Thanks. You know what? Maybe you should throw in a quest system, like an online guild. People can post things on it and ask for help like they do here. I'll get it set up. You really are spoiling them with all these programs. Just trying to make it easier on everyone. Plus, I can. So why not? Dream smiled as he said that. It was hard to believe that he had so much influence over the earth. And he wasn't even there. He lay on his bed, thinking about everything that must be going on. Did he want to be there? Kind of. But at the same time, he had much more room to grow here. He knew that, but couldn't help but feel left out. All the people he knew were over there living a fantasy, and he was stuck in a foreign world in God knows what galaxy. Though he's also living a fantasy, it would be very different on Earth. Over the few weeks that Dream was preparing to fight the Dungeon King, he had kept tabs on everyone close to him. His best friends, his family, and even some others who he was on good terms with. Overall, everyone was doing good. His family kept leveling up. His best friends also began to level as he had Sophia give them some help. He did his best to make sure that they wouldn't be in critical danger, even going so far as to use satellites to image the country for monsters, or even devices like phones and security cameras. Anything he could use to get much-needed intelligence. Another thing he did was have Sophia gain control of weapons systems like robotic soldiers and combat drones, even missiles and aircraft. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had control over some serious firepower. If things really got crazy, he would use those. But things hadn't gotten to that point yet. Although it seemed extreme and excessive, it was because he could never have the assurance of being there to protect them. He wouldn't be able to protect against any robberies, monster attacks, nothing. All he could do is get some contingencies and intelligence and hope for the best. And he didn't like only being able to hope. Dream closed his eyes, calming his mind and focusing on happy thoughts. Hey, Sophia. Yes. Thank you. You're very welcome. 3 days passed, and Sophia had finished enchanting Dream's armor. Turns out, Sophia had much more in mind for the armor than he expected. For one, everything was reinforced, giving the titanium more defensive strength as well as the weaker graphene that hadn't been replaced. The second thing she did was enhance mobility. This was the unexpected part, but it was also the fun part. Currently, Dream was in the living area, showing the girls the new ability of his suit, both of who had surprised looks on their faces. Why are you on the ceiling? Or I should ask, how? Are you on the ceiling? Iris asked, dumbfounded by what she was seeing. Dream had his suit activated and was currently laying on the ceiling, looking down at the girls. It's my new suit ability. Though I could technically do it without the suit, but it would be much more complicated that way. With this, I'm Spider-Man now. Dream stood up as he said that like it was nothing. Seeing that, Iris became even more speechless. Right. Iris. So you learned enchanting? And enchanted your suit? Luna. Yes. Though it took 3 whole days of enchanting. Wasn't enchanting supposed to be hard? Luna. Don't know. Sophia was able to learn it in a day. Oh, nice. Luna just left it at that. Given the things he had done over the past several weeks and the vast knowledge she knew he had access to, she wasn't really shocked. Even she frequently looked through the Wikipedia that held knowledge from his world. Sophia had gotten her hooked on it, and she learned more than she ever had before. But this gave her perspective on how massive Dream's knowledge was as a person who had grown up with it. She no longer thought the things he did were surprising, just chopping it down to, well, it's him so. How did the suit work? Well, Sophia was able to integrate the solid-state magic with his suit. This made it so that any solids within the vicinity of the suit could be easily controlled. One such use was to attach himself to surfaces. He could also actively modify surfaces like floors to accommodate his movement. One of the problems he had begun encountering was that as he ran or fought, the friction of the floor wasn't able to support his sudden and powerful movement. This would cause slipping, and he would have to adjust his weight and direction of applied force. Overall, it severely limited his mobility, and he would never be able to move faster if he couldn't solve that problem. But now it was solved. He could modify the surface of the ground or even his suit to do as he needed. He could add grip, or he could create footholds like sprinter blocks. Gone were the days of slipping and sliding across the ground. The best part about it, though, was that he got more than just the enchantment. When the suit had finally finished enchanting, Dream got 2 skills and Sophia leveled up to level 27. He was pleasantly surprised when he got the unexpected notifications, and then Sophia tried to work her magic. Commencing skill emulation. Duh. Dream patiently waited for more notifications, but even after over 10 minutes of waiting, he never got anything. Emulation failed. He could feel Sophia getting frustrated when she said that. Now that he thought about it, this was basically the first time she had failed at something like this. Hey now, let's not beat ourselves up. Skills aren't supposed to be easy to make, remember? I know, but still. Dream comforted her. Either way, he got 2 skills related to enchanting, which was more than he expected. He also didn't stop at just enchanting the suit and decided to make some other items using his new skills. First, Dream made a weapon for Luna. Though it was a bit special, the weapon was a sword hilt, and it was enchanted with Luna's water manipulation skill. It was designed so that when she infused her mana into it, she could easily and very quickly form an ice sword. It would also increase the strength of the blade by reinforcing the ice when it was made. Overall, it was much better than her regular ice sword. He also got more levels out of it, pushing Imbue to level 91 and Scribe to level 73. He also didn't forget Iris. Though it was a bit more difficult to make a weapon for her, her body was the weapon, and anything he made could get in her way. So for now, unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. On the 5th day, 2 days after the enchanting, Dream had finally decided to carry out his big project that he had been working on for a while. Well, it was more like the 5th night. Dream had gathered Riddick, the girls, and Graf and brought them outside the mountain. He got them in a car and got on the roads, heading several miles away to a spot that was determined to be the best by Sophia. He had found this spot using his drones as they had been searching the surrounding couple dozen miles. After half an hour of driving, they had finally arrived at the spot. Everyone piled out, and Graf was first to speak. It's just a plane? What would you need to come to this place for? Graf. Everyone looked around them and saw nothing but flat grasslands for miles. This area was away from the Rocky Mountains and the mountain, which is exactly what Dream needed. He vaguely explained, "This place will be used for a launch. To set everything up, I'll need your guys' help, mainly in the form of a mana supply." Dream, are you going to be summoning something? Luna, kind of. The reason why I'm only doing this now is because for the past month or so, I've been slowly accumulating the parts for the device I'm going to bring out. The device will be rather massive, and it has hundreds of components, so it wasn't something that could be brought out at once. But now, I've finally gotten everything I need. Everyone come hither. Let's get started. Everyone moved towards Dream. They all put their hands on his back and were prompted by Sophia asking for mana. They all agreed and Dream began his project. After gaining control of everyone's mana, Sophia summoned out the foundation. Soon, a massive metal platform appeared in front of everyone. Not stopping there, she began bringing out everything else for the project. The first of which was the most important piece, the rocket. A skyscraping metal tower appeared and carefully placed itself on the foundation. With loud clunks and bangs, all the connections between the platform and the rocket were quickly made without any hands touching them. Sophia needed to use huge amounts of mana in order to guide the rocket and components with solid-state magic. Everyone could also feel the huge amount of mana being spent. Though compared to the size of the mana pool, which was 95% graph at Riddick, this much didn't scratch the surface, so nobody minded. After the rocket was placed, it began getting filled with all its internals. This included the whole reason for the launch, which was the satellites. Ever since he had begun using devices in this world, Dream had wanted to attempt to carry out a rocket launch. It was one of the many things he worked on while shut inside his shed back in the forest. He wanted to see if he could put some satellites in orbit around the planet and get things like GPS and ground imaging. That way, he could get an overall view of the planet. But the mana required to carry out such a project was unbelievable, more than Riddick could ever supply in a short amount of time. So, he needed to slowly buy the components one by one over a long period of time. And through exploiting his level ups and Sophia constantly using the regeneration technique over a month and a half, he was finally able to gather all the essentials. and today was the best time to do things. For nearly 15 minutes, Sophia filled the rocket with the satellites, the fuel, everything. This rocket was a special one as well. Standing nearly 200 meters tall was a fat rocket with 4 boosters on it. This rocket used the latest graphene structure technology, which made and structural components extremely light and strong. This freed up tons of space, allowing for more to be put inside of it, as well as it to be constructed much bigger than normal rockets. Specifically, it could fit over 300 satellites and much more fuel. For this launch, Sophia had decided on an assortment of satellites. These satellites could be used for many things such as GPS and data transfer. In total, there were 40 GPS/communication satellites, 170 reconnaissance satellites for ground observation and map making, 40 satellites for weather and climate monitoring, and even 40 astronomical satellites for outer space observation. There was also one more secret satellite that took up many times more space than the others, whose function was also much different. But that would be discussed another day. Compared to the number of satellites in Earth's orbit, a few hundred was nothing. But given enough time and the right placement, all the data they need will be gathered, and each one could carry out their purpose, which is all Dream needed. Everyone stood there in awe at the rocket. Its size stunned them. Graph obviously wanted details. What is this, Dream? Graph. It's a rocket. Through the combustion of fuel, it will fly into the sky and out into space. Dream. Something this big can fly? You'll be able to see it in a bit. I'm almost done with the preparations. Soon, it'll launch by itself. Everyone looked on in expectation. Not long after, he got word from Sophia. Preparations are complete. We can launch anytime. Good. All right, everyone. Back in the car. Dream cut off everyone's mana supply and brought them away from the rocket in the car. They didn't drive far. Soon everyone got out and looked at the rocket, which was a couple hundred meters away. Dream also brought out several screens. Each one gave different views of the rocket from the cameras inside and outside. All right, let's get this party started. Confirmed. 30 seconds to launch. Sophia's voice came from the screen as she began the countdown. 30, 29, 28, 15, 14, 13, 12. Everyone watched the screens with fervor. They didn't know what to expect. That massive thing flying into the sky. It seemed impossible. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Rumble. Boom. The boosters ignited and the rocket quickly blasted off. Shockwaves and huge smoke clouds were released from the powerful thrusters. In a matter of seconds, the rocket had already begun gaining altitude. The billowing flames under the metal tube lit up the night and could be seen from far away. Nobody had difficulty following it with their eyes. As the rocket began rising, everyone alternated between looking at the bright flames and looking at the screen. Though when everyone saw the camera whose perspective was looking down from the rocket, they were astonished. They could see the ground getting smaller and smaller by the second. Numbers were also displayed showing the altitude and speed. 2 minutes after launch, they began to see the outline of the planet from the rocket. It was already so high that the blue atmosphere was in full view. The rays of the sun on the other side of the planet could be seen over the horizon. It was a truly beautiful sight. Amazing. So that's our world. Graph. Indeed. It was such an inspiring sight to be able to see the world that they were on and recognize how big it was. It also showed them how amazingly small they were. It seemed unreal, but the super tall rocket was very real, and they had no choice but to believe it. At the 4-minute mark, the main boosters cut off. The secondary boosters then came on and kept pushing the rocket further into orbit. After this, it would be a while before anything else happened. The screens in front of them cut off and went black, snapping everyone back to reality. What happened? Graph. Nothing. The rocket is going to take a bit longer before carrying out what I need it to. Until then, we should get moving. I doubt other people weren't alerted to this launch. Dream. He's right. We don't want to be here when this place gets investigated. Riddick. I didn't think of that. What about the platform over there? Graph. I'll have to go and recollect it. You guys stay here. Dream got in the car and drove to the site. When he got there, he could see the scorched ground and dead grass all around the platform. He drove by and collected the platform, heading back right after. Sophia chimed in during this. The first set of satellite deployments are beginning. Over the next 4 hours, everything will be deployed. though it will take approximately 3 days for them to reach their designated orbits. Nice. We can carry out the second part of this project tomorrow. Then, it's only a matter of time. Dream got back and took everyone back to the mountain. They head straight to the house and went to bed, the amazing launch still on their minds. The next night, Dream head back out by himself. The second part of the project wasn't as grand as the rocket, but it was still kind of important. In front of him, there were 20 launchers. These launchers each had a small plane on them. Dream was about to launch these planes into the sky. The special thing about these planes was that they were electric, and they had solar panels on their roof. This meant that they could fly theoretically forever as long as they didn't spend several days in darkness. The planes were also equipped with the highest grade reconnaissance cameras, the kind you put on spy planes. He wasn't trying to spy on anyone, but instead imaged the planet on a more accurate level. His other goal with this was that if he needed an unknown area imaged ahead of time, he could send a plane already in the sky to recon the area. Although the satellites he launched had an ungodly resolution of about 7 centimeters, they still wouldn't be able to collect as accurate data as a plane circling an area for a long time. Now, was he only going to launch 20 planes? Nope. He was planning on launching thousands and sending them in all directions. He was just going to reload the launchers after every batch. Since it was going to take a while to launch that many planes, Dream didn't waste any time. The first batch was rocketed into the sky by a disposable engine meant to give it speed. After that, 20 more planes appeared and placed themselves onto the launchers, repeating the process. It wasn't until almost 2 hours later that he had launched the 20,000th plane. One thing to note about these planes was that they were all loaded with explosives. If they ever got attacked by a bird, or they ran out of power, or they simply malfunctioned and crashed, he would be able to remotely blow them to smithereens. Obviously, he wouldn't blow up one that landed among people, but if it were over the ocean or in a forest, he could. It was more of a just-in-case type of thing. You never knew when it could come in handy. After he was done, he went home while thinking about his next steps. He was technically done with his list. He had plenty of materials for any future uses. He learned enchanting, and he just finished his project. I guess it won't be much longer before we head to the spire. A week passed. Although Dream didn't have anything he needed to do, he had some things that we wanted to try and accomplish before he left. During this week, he had been doing two things: monitoring Earth and trying to get the solid-state skill equivalents for the other elements. The first was rather easy since Sophia did a lot of it, though they had a bit of trouble with the governments and corporations doing human experimentations. There were several organizations that listened to their warnings, but many more, mostly governments, didn't feel they had the authority to order them around. So having planned for this, Sophia began implementing Phase 2. It didn't take hardly any time to contact the right people and let them know of the situation. And upon knowing that they were being contracted to take down experimentation facilities, many of the former soldiers/security agents had no problems doing the job. Though there were others that didn't want to, the majority were on board. Not just in one country either. Sophia contacted tens of thousands of trained men all across the world. She gave them the details, provided equipment, and ensured their safety after the fact. Many initially doubted the source, but after Sophia clearly demonstrated how she was Seeker, the one who hacked and took control of every device in the world, they understood. She had everything under absolute control, so neither they nor she had anything to worry about. It only took a few days to get everything organized. It was the fourth day, and every single organization that had refused to cooperate simultaneously had their experimentation facilities taken over and destroyed. It was quick, surgically precise, and over in a matter of hours. After this, Sophia went and contacted the executives, making them understand that Seeker wasn't so easily dismissed. Should they attempt to try anything like that again, then not only would they be shut down once more, but they would let the public know what happened, the consequences of which could be much worse than having a couple of buildings destroyed. There were more aspects to the operation, like cleaning, taking care of the test subjects, and making sure very little trace was left of the hired guns. Unfortunately, there were a couple of deaths among the hired guns, but it couldn't be avoided. Luckily, it was only a dozen or so. Other than that, rewards were given out, and everyone went on their merry way. During this, the quest system was also released, allowing people to hire or request help with things like monster subjugations. An extra addition to that was a marketplace. a place where people could reliably and securely buy, sell, and trade. The best part was that there were no taxes since neither Sophia nor Dream had any use for that money, which pleased 100% of users. As an obvious result of everything they've done, the fame of Seeker became explosive. No company, name, or product had ever been so famous in the history of ever. Used by 13 over 15 billion people on Earth, all powered by one person and his skill. And nobody knew who Seeker was exactly. It was the biggest question on the planet right now. This only served to make them more famous. In fact, there were already some people who began seeing Seeker as the second coming. Who else could carry out such feats of influence, capability, and knowledge? All Dream cared about, though, was making sure his family and friends were safer. Although it was a very over-the-top way of doing so. You could say he took control of 15 billion people just to keep the dozen people closest to him safe. If that wasn't over the top, what was? Taking care of things on Earth only took up a small portion of his time. The majority was spent working on his magic. The first thing he did was to try a different tactic. Since water bending didn't work, he would have to practice with other liquids. So he began searching for something else. It didn't take long to find either. He had gone to Graf and asked about any odd liquid materials. Graf didn't really know, so he referenced him to another shop in the underground area where they sold any material you could ask for. It was at this place where he found what he was looking for. Mercury. He didn't actually find pure mercury, but instead where mercury is commonly extracted from, cinnabar. So he bought a box of the cinnabar, which was thought to be worthless, and brought it back. After he brought it back, he attempted to extract the mercury. First, he ground down the brick-like powder, then heated up with his skill. He thought about using the official tools to extract pure mercury, but decided doing it himself was better. He melted the cinnabar into a liquid and brought it to boiling point, which caused the mercury to evaporate from the sulfur. This is where he had some trouble. Mercury gas wasn't exactly safe, and he needed to control it with his magic and prevent it from dispersing. Him and Sophia instantly began to control the air as best they could while saturating the surroundings with mana to give them better senses. When they identified the mercury gas, they reined it in while cooling it, turning it to liquid and collecting it in iron flasks. Soon, they had powdered sulfur and pure liquid mercury, though the only notifications he received were of level ups. His temperature control went up to level 33, while water magic had a big jump and went to level 64 from 41. Sure, it was nice, but not what he was going for. For the next several hours, Dream messed with the mercury, transforming every which way and heating/cooling it. But he still only got water and air magic level ups. Frustrated, he set things down and called it a day, coming back and continuing the next day. He tried to identify the problem. Manipulating fluids isn't enough. We need to change them. I've been getting the most level ups from that. Let's make this room airtight. Dream went to the door and sealed it, preventing air from being able to escape. He then summoned out some helium tanks. If you aren't careful, this could be dangerous. Just heed my warnings. Sure, but it's a necessary risk. Dream put on an oxygen mask as he said that. Then, he unsealed all the helium tanks, filling the room with helium. Certain elements require more than just low temperatures to become liquids and solids. They need low temperatures as well as pressure to sustain the molecular bonds. Helium is one of these. There's also nitrogen and oxygen. Sophia, what's the air composition now? 37% helium, 48% nitrogen, 10% oxygen, and 5% other gases. Good. Let's start with oxygen. We need to isolate it from other gases, then condense it, turning it to liquid. First, isolation. Dream sifted through his senses with Sophia's help and identified the different gases. Once he found the oxygen, he brought it all to his hands while pushing everything else away, his mana being pretty quickly consumed. Dream watched a super long stream of notifications flood his eyes. This was still just him manipulating and separating gases. He quickly moved on to cooling. The oxygen gradually took on form. It took a whole minute of cooling the area around his hands and putting pressure on his soul, but eventually, he produced 2 balls of pale blue liquid oxygen. He smiled in accomplishment and curiosity. This is pretty cool. It's also extremely dangerous. If anything inside this room sparks or garners a bit too much heat, then it'll blow this whole place plus the buildings above. That liquid oxygen is used in rocket fuels, you know. Oh, nice. Well, my levels have been going crazy, so that's a good sign. Dream said that as he watched the notifications appear by the second. One thing we won't be able to do is create a superfluid. I know you wanted to use the helium for that, but I think it'll be too much for us since it takes over 25 bars of pressure to create it. We should be able to freeze nitrogen though. Then let's do that. Dream was a bit disappointed not being able to play with superfluid helium, but was fine with nitrogen. He let the oxygen turn back into a gas and gathered the nitrogen. He began doing the same thing, freezing and pressurizing the nitrogen. First, liquid nitrogen formed at around 77 Kelvin, or minus 320 F. A colorless, clear liquid formed above his palm. Usually in science projects, the nitrogen would produce that white fog. But since the temperature was being maintained and no other gases interacted with it, nothing happened visibly. After doing this, Dream finally saw what he was going for. Yes, light work. Definitely not light work. We still need to make the solid. Sure, let's do it. Dream nodded in excitement. He wasn't about to stop halfway. The liquid slowed its flow and pressurized even further. Instantly, Dream knew it would be many times more difficult turning it into a solid. He could feel lots of pressure on his mana and soul trying to maintain the pressure and temperature. After almost 10 minutes of stress, the liquid began to stabilize and bonds formed between molecules, forming a solid structure like a crystal. Soon, Dream had a chunk of frozen nitrogen in his hands. Drop it. Thunk. Dream dropped the chunk of nitrogen ice on the floor. The chunk instantly began turning back into a gas, giving off that signature white fog. Behind Dream, a chair also appeared which he quickly sat in. Sigh, I'm really tired. I want to go to sleep. Not yet. It's not safe in here. Just put up with it for a bit longer while I make this place habitable. Sophia took over and began containing the gases. She stuffed the helium back into the canisters and returned the air composition to its normal state. Dream took off his oxygen mask and huffed. It hurts, but the pain doesn't come from my body. Overexertion. Applying pressure wasn't too bad, but lowering the temperature so much required a lot of effort. I was about to make a vacuum to compensate since any outside influence like other air or your hand would cause a lot of changes. Yeah, but at least we have the skill now. It should be easier in the future. It will be. A lot of avenues have been opened up for us as well. We can now manipulate solids, liquids, and gases. Our only limiter is mana now. By the way, your attributes have risen a good chunk. You know what? Let me check that. Dream opened up his status. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, mystic. Titles, origin seeker. Level, 93. Stats, strength, D plus agility C. Stamina, C. Magic, C plus. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL, 30. MMA mastery, LVL, 30. Verticular accumulation, LVL, 67. Thermal fluctuation, LVL, 30. Scribe, LVL, 65. Active skills, summons from another world, shooting, LVL, max. Mystify, LVL, 22. Solid state magic, LVL, 44. Gas state magic, LVL, 51. Liquid state magic, LVL, 43. Fire magic, LVL, 20. Regenerate, LVL, 29. Imbue, LVL, 84. My fire magic is still trash. We can work on that later. And technically, we can produce fire all we want, just need a fuel. But I know you have higher ambitions than just fire. Indeed, I'll be shooting for plasma, but it's so different than the other states. Technically, I could produce plasma just by heating a gas, but it's more about controlling the electrons and atomic nuclei among that gas. Sure, I could probably harness lightning to some extent, but true manipulation is still a bit of a way off. Well, at least your attributes have gone up, almost fully into the C range, with your magic almost at AB. Indeed, skills truly are the way to go when trying to raise your attributes. Not to mention how I'll gain attributes as I level. Dream got excited thinking about his future growth. If things progressed as they are, then he could fight way ahead of his level. Even right now, he was confident in taking on strong Class 2s, and he could at least have a chance of survival when facing a Class 3. And he wasn't even second class yet. If he were to fight that Dungeon King again, depending on his tactics, he could wipe the floor with that thing. For now, though, I should sleep. I'm still tired. Dream suddenly felt the fatigue set back in. He dragged himself out of the study, going to his room for a nap. The next day, Sophia came to him with an update on the satellites. Everything is in their positions. All the satellites orbit the planet about once every 2 hours, or 12 times a day. And the positioning gives us a view over every part of the planet. I've already begun imaging and have a general layout of the planet's landmasses and oceans. I've also got weather patterns, which are weird, and the astronomical satellites trying to find where the hell we are in the universe, if we're still in the universe at all. Sweet. So are the maps Riddick showed us accurate? Sort of. There are indeed two massive land masses, with one more landmass about half the size acting as a bridge between the two. There are also many islands, both huge and small, all around these landmasses. I actually theorized that this planet is a very young one. The continental plates aren't as divided, meaning they haven't had much time to move and reform, unlike Earth, which has 7 continental plates and scattered landmasses. Interesting. Compared to Earth, how much land surface area is there? Exact numbers will be inaccurate, but I think this planet actually has more land than Earth. And not by a little, I mean by almost 20%. Really? That's like adding an entire Russia to Earth. Pretty much. And all that land is separated into only 3 continents. Needless to say, the continent we are on is huge. I've begun trying to map things out on a closer level, but it'll take a while. I have our location on GPS and am running those satellites as fast as possible. It shouldn't be long before we have important landmarks mapped out and approximate distances. All right. Unfortunately, we can't go launching more rockets. That last one took over a month to save up and slowly buy. Though since my attributes are going up, my mana supply is much bigger. So who knows? Maybe in the future we could do much more than we think. We're leaving tomorrow. 2 days had passed quietly, and now Riddick stood in front of Dream and the girls, who were sitting on the couch. Tomorrow? Why the rush? Dream asked, confused. He was expecting another week before taking off. He had barely gotten his state magic 2 days ago. The girls also tilted their heads. They could sense his urgency. There's a chance that Raoul's forces are still looking for us. I spotted a fox while I was out one day, and I'm not sure he recognized me. But I definitely recognized that aura. He saw me as well, and in the off chance that he makes the wild assumption, then we need to leave. Would they really still be looking after 20 years? Seems a bit long. Iris, you'd be surprised. You guys are still young, but when you get older, waiting and doing something for a long time gets really easy. Developing patience, and Raoul is definitely patient. He's a fox after all, and underestimating one can be deadly. Riddick, so I guess we're leaving tomorrow. I don't have anything I need to do. I'm more than prepared, actually. Dream, good. Is there anything you need to do, girls? Riddick, not really. I've just been practicing my magic. Iris, same. Luna, all right. Then we leave tomorrow morning. Anything you want to do needs to be done today. The girls nodded to him. Then I'll be in the study. Riddick got up and left. The other 3 looked at each other. Sigh moving again. It's been how long? Luna, almost 2 months. I wish we could settle down for a bit. We've been working nonstop. It feels longer than 2 months. Iris, and we're about to get busier. The amount of magic knowledge at the Spire will be much higher than here. We'll be working out brains more. Dream, ugh, I just want to fight. We can just level up and get better attributes. I don't know why it takes all this practice and thinking. Iris, we'll be able to at the Spire. Old man said that there's places to level just like here, if not more. We'll finally get our 2nd class and move forward. Dream, well, how long is it going to take to get there? If we don't stop and fly straight to the Spire, which is around 11,000 kilometers away, it will take around 36 hours at 300 kilometers an hour. But if we go at the pace as last time, it could take several days. Sophia spoke to everyone, giving them the directions based on her intelligence from the satellites. I think doing a straight shot will be best then. Maybe one stop in the middle, but no more than that. Dream, that's still a long time. That's 18 hours. Twice. It's better than a couple of weeks of walking. You want to walk? Fine. Iris huffed, realizing how convenient a helicopter actually was. Luna spoke up after. So what should we do for our last day here? Luna, that's a good question. You guys want to go on a date? Dream, a date? Luna and Iris looked at him, a bit of surprise and confusion on their faces. Do you guys not know what a date is? No, we know. Sophia told us. It's just you've never wanted to before. Iris. Oh, well, I guess a lot's been going on. I did think about it before, actually, but I've never had any money, so I couldn't take you guys. But I do now, so we could go. If you guys would like. Of course. When do you want to go? Luna. Tonight. Night dates are always the best. Dream. Okay. Luna. What about until then? Iris. I got something to do until then. You guys keep busy, and I'll be back sometime before sunset. We'll have our date then. Saying so, Dream walked out of the room, leaving the girls to discuss things. When Dream left the room, he made his way to the study, finding Riddick at the tables. Where's Graf? Dream walked up to Riddick. He should be in the library. Dream nodded and went to the library, finding Graf reading a book. Graf, I need your help. Dream created a vacuum of air around them, not letting any sound waves travel outwards. Graf noticed and spoke up. Is something wrong? Not really. I need to know some fancy places to go and eat. I'm planning on taking the girls out tonight, and I need some good recommendations. Ho, a date, huh? Don't worry, I know the best places to go. The sun was approaching the horizon, and Dream was in his room. He was getting ready for his date. Graf had given him many different places. Fancy restaurants, nightclubs, high-class bars, the works. The thing he found interesting was that there was a central, high-class area in the mountain where these places were located. Similar to Beverly Hills in California. That also meant it came with a high price tag, but he wasn't lacking money. Since Dream was going with just the girls, he also headed over to that area to check things out. This took him most of the day, but he was glad he did it. Let's just say, apparently everyone travels by carriage in those areas. The buildings were taller, nicer, and the people were much more powerful. He didn't sense a single first class walking those streets, and any he did were accompanied by class twos. Overall, it definitely was a high-class area. Everyone was rich and had the power to back it. But he didn't really care about that. All he cared about were the places, which he found. Dream set his eyes on two things, good food and a better view. And a couple of restaurants had that. Ultimately, he settled for the one that was known for its meats. They apparently sold third-class meats which he definitely wanted to try. After finding what he needed, he headed back to prepare. The most important preparation being his clothes. All right, let me take a wild guess and assume that they're going to wear their signature colors? So how am I supposed to match red and blue? Or are they in black and white? Black and white mane with their signature colors as accents. I actually have a suit picked out. Here, Dream's clothes disappeared and the suit took its place on his body. He took at himself in the mirror. The suit was deep dark black shoes and pants with a white button-down shirt and black vest. His sleeves were rolled up and his collar unbuttoned. It was actually more casual than he thought. It's pretty basic, though the black is somehow really deep. It's like I'm looking into a void. Vanta black. And I thought keeping it basic was good. It's hard to match opposite colors besides white and black without getting crazy. Dream nodded at that. He wasn't about to wear 4 different colors. He began checking himself out in the mirror more. The tight-fitted clothes accentuated his muscles without being uncomfortable. Everything from his shoes to his shirt was very comfortable to the touch. He smiled in satisfaction. Looking classy. I feel classy. I love dressing up. It's like a confidence booster, looking all nice and sharp. Mind if you do my hair for me? Sure. Dream's hair began to shape itself up. It swept over to the side while looking a bit messy and wavy. It went together well with his formal but casual clothes. I also have some accessories. 2 things appeared in Dream's hand. He opened his palm and found 2 bracelets. One of them was an ice bracelet and one a fiery hot, almost molten metal bracelet. The ice is frozen oxygen, which gives it that bluish color. And the red hot metal is platinum. Wow, a little over the top, huh? Well, I thought it would be nice. They're going to be wearing accessories too. Plus, it's like showing people that you're with them by adding their signature colors to yourself. Hee, I know. It's pretty cool too. Dream used his state magic to put the ice bracelet on his left hand and the metal one on his right. Are these enchanted? Dream asked, sensing the engravings. They are. To better sustain themselves in their state without using too much mana. I see. Well then, is there anything else? It's about to be sunset. Dream pat himself down. Clothes, accessories, and anything else he needed were in his inventory like money. It felt weird not having to fill his pockets with a phone, wallet, and keys. You should be good. I suggest you get going before rush hour hits. I'll call the girls up. Dream nodded while his heart rate began climbing. He was nervous. He didn't really know why. Just something about being on a date like this. How long has it been? Knock, knock, knock. Dream. Dream heard the door open to the living area. He quickly walked out of the bedroom. Duh. Dream froze and stared at the girls in front of him. They also stared back, both inspecting the other. Luna was dressed in white. The dress was an off-the-shoulder one-piece, with a toga-like skirt going down to her shins. It had an outer layer of blue lace going over her left shoulder, giving it an accent to blend with her hair and eyes. It was slimming, showing off her curvaceous figure, but at the same time being elegant, pure. She looked like a Greek goddess. Her hair was put back into a messy ponytail, as she always liked it. It also had in it an icy blue rose acting as a hair clip. Dream figured it was made of the same frozen oxygen. Iris, on the other hand, was dressed in black. Her dress was the same void black as Dream's suit. It was a long dress going down to her ankles and had a leg slit in it, showing off her toned but smooth thigh. The top was off the shoulder and had red lace over the base black, which also went over the shoulder, blending with her glowing hair and deep red eyes. This dress, too, was slimming. She looked sexy, bold, aggressive almost. It went perfectly with her attitude. Her hair remained straight with a slight wave to it. It also had an accessory, a blood-red rose as a hair clip, which served to hold her hair back behind the ear. It was natural, as she always wanted it. Both girls looked like goddesses. No makeup either. Something like that would only taint an already perfect face. They were all natural and looked free, even in a nice dress. Why you two looked amazing. Dream cleared his throat as he reined himself in. He was truly in awe at the sight of them. Iris reddened a bit in embarrassment while smiling. Luna also smiled sweetly. You look handsome. Luna. Why? You look good. Iris. Thanks. Should we go see your dad? Dad. Iris. Yeah? I'm sure he would like to see his daughters before sending them off for a night with me. Come on. They should be in the kitchen for dinner. But. No buts. Dream grabbed Iris' hand and walked through the door. Luna giggled and followed. They went down the stairs and sure enough, everyone was at the table. The twins, Graf, and Riddick all stared wide-eyed at the people before them. Iris and Luna stood there, embarrassed and fidgety from being put on display. Well, I'll be damned. You girls look absolutely beautiful. Isn't that right, Prince? Graf. Of course. My daughters have never been anything but beautiful. But, why? Are they dressed up? Riddick. I'm taking them on a date, old man. I just figured you'd want to see them in the prime of their beauty. Nobody would want to miss a sight like this. You're taking them on a date without letting me know first? But I am letting you know. I already have a restaurant picked out. Indeed. A high-class one recommended by yours truly. And don't worry, the kid has plenty of money for anything he might need, and then some. Graf. You even knew? Riddick. Well, I don't know my way around the place. Who better to ask than Graf? I've already been through the area and know my way around now. Not to mention the carriage that should be outside, which I hired for tonight. Dream. That I was wondering why that was there. So you're just planning to bring them to a nice restaurant. Riddick. Yup. I wanted to treat them a bit. We might not get the chance to very often, and since it's our last night, I thought it would be good. Riddick stared at them, thinking. He couldn't exactly turn them down at this point. If Dream had brought it to him earlier, he might not have agreed. His face crumpled as he thought about how dirty he played. Punk. You got me this time. 3 rules. No alcohol, no nightclubs, and no fighting. If you anger someone who's out of your league, whether it's in power or status, then I'll have to save you, sorry ass. And then we could be put in more danger. I'm only letting you do this because I have some trust in your ability and character. Don't let tonight ruin that. Riddick looked straight into Dream's eyes, and when he finished speaking, Dream could feel pressure suddenly fall on him. It was like several hundred pounds were weighing on him inside and out. His breathing was stifled. He began slouching. He felt pain, but not bodily pain. This was exactly like when he first met him, when Riddick tested Dream. Though the pressure was many times greater this time, he was also many times stronger. Dream stood up straight and returned Riddick's gaze after somewhat easily resisting the effects. You don't have anything to worry about. Dream. Humph. Then go on. Don't forget that we're leaving tomorrow, before sunrise. Riddick removed his pressure. Dream smiled, as did the girls. All right. See you later, guys. Bye, Dad. The girls walked over and gave their dad a hug, before walking out the building with Dream. The kitchen was silent as the men, and Elena, who had arrived at some point, sat there. Thud. Riddick stood up. Graf also stood up, knowing what he was going to do. No, Prince. It's his night. Graf. And if they get in trouble? Riddick. I trust that kid. He's not stupid enough to put your family in danger. Not to mention his power. Have you ever seen those mana levels on a class 1? And we've both seen what he's done in the forging room. Believe me, he can handle a simple date. Humph. Riddick sat back down. Graf sighed in relief. He's not a bad kid either. He'll treat your daughters right. Graf. He better. I've seen too many men who seem nice, but are just scum looking to play with a girl. Well, 1, he's not from this world. 2, wouldn't your daughters see that? Nothing can hide from those ethereal eyes. That's what makes those foxes from the animal empire so dangerous. Just relax and hope they have a fun time. No use worrying about it. Dream walked out with Luna and Iris. Outside the building, a carriage was parked. Dream walked over to the driver. Good evening, sir. Sorry for the wait. Dream. Oh, no problem at all, young man. To the place we discussed. Driver. Yes, please. Dream and the driver nodded to each other. He then opened the door to the carriage, making way for the girls. Me ladies. The girls were a bit surprised by his demeanor, but still stepped into the carriage. Dream followed behind them. The carriage was basically a box on wheels. Though the interior was nothing stiff. It was equipped with a comfortable seat on both sides, which could fit 5 people well. There were also windows allowing them to see outside. After they got in, the driver began moving, heading towards the high-class areas. One thing to note was that it wasn't driven by animal, but mana. Each of the wheels, as well as the carriage, was enchanted. So, we're going to a fancy restaurant. Iris. Iris broke the silence as they moved. Dream nodded. We are. The one I picked out supposedly has good meats. And as carnivorous as we are, I thought it would be the better choice. Oh, that sounds good. Is it expensive? You let me worry about that. All you two need to worry about is having a great night. Song. Starboy, the weekend. They continued their idle chat until they began reaching the high-class area. The streets were brighter, the carriages were plentiful, and the people were fancier and powerful. They could hear music coming from nearby buildings, purposefully sounding it for everyone to hear. In general, it was much more lively than where they lived. Luna and Iris stared out the windows of the carriage, looking at all the tall buildings and taking in the festive atmosphere. Their excitement grew as they saw how much fun they could have. We're here. The driver stopped the carriage in front of a building. Dream nodded and paid the fare plus tip. The 3 climbed out, and the driver went on his way. This place is big. Iris. The girls craned their necks to see the top of the building. It was easily a dozen stories tall. Up until now, they had only seen building like their home with 6 floors. Shall we enter? I already have a reservation. Dream. Reservation? Well, if you just show up without prior notice, then you'll have to wait a while to only get a table on the bottom floors. So you make a reservation. Come on. I believe I got us a good table. Dream walked to the doors, opening it for the girls. They walked in and were greeted with the noises of people talking, utensils clanging, and music playing. Dream walked in after them and found the host. Hello, how may I help you? Hi. I have a reservation for 3. The name is Dream. Let me see. The host brought out a list, looking through it for a bit before finding Dream's name. Yes, your table will be on the 10th floor. The host there will seat you. Thank you. Ladies? Question mark. Dream put up his hands, his left towards Luna and his right towards Iris. They stood there for a confused second until Sophia whispered in their heads. They realized and walked over, taking his hands. Once they did that, they instantly garnered the attention of many on the first floor, including the host. They could hear whispers being passed around. Both of them. That kid must be rich. Those girls are stunning. I wonder what family they come from. The boy isn't so bad looking either. We're on a date. Why are you drooling at them? Many girlfriends began smacking their Googling boyfriends, while all the single people were enjoying the view. Dream and the girls chuckled and walked up the stairs. A couple of minutes later, they finally got to the 10th floor. Geez. I hate stairs. It's always a pain in the ass to walk up so damn many. When will this world invent elevators? Dream. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you tired or something? And it's not like you didn't use magic for half of it. Plus there are elevators. Stop complaining, lazy boy. Iris. Guys. Luna. Dream and Iris looked towards Luna after she got their attention. They shortly noticed everyone on the floor looking at them from their tables. Oh, sorry. Can I help you? A host came up to them, having noticed their arrival along with everyone else in the room. Oh, we have a reservation. The name is Dream. The host took out a much shorter list and quickly found Dream's name. Yes, follow me, Dream. Thanks. The three followed the host who led them to a table. It was a cushioned corner seat that faced out the windows of the building. It was easily one of the best seats in the room, giving them a full view of the night city. The three sat down while keeping their eyes on the magnificent sight. Here are your menus. A waiter will be with you shortly. Thank you. The host left. The three tore their eyes away from the view and looked at their menus. They have lots of meat. And sandwiches. Iris. They do. Get whatever you want, though I suggest you get the big meals instead of a bunch of small meals. Like here, there's steaks and slabs of meat. Those are like £1 each. And if they even sell 2-pounders? How gluttonous are the people in this world? Food is one of the only ways for people to get their energy back, other than rest. So it doesn't surprise me. Luna. I guess. But still. Oh, here's the third-class meat section. I'm definitely getting me some of that. Really? Where? The three excitedly looked through the options. Iris especially. She had the highest expectations for the food, whether it was portion sizes or taste. She was the glutton of the group after all. Not that the other two didn't eat a lot, but they couldn't eat whole animals at a time. Soon, a waitress came and took their order. Dream ordered a third-class meat burger, or at least what looked like a burger, and some bread. Luna got herself some third-class meat strips. And Iris, well, she had a list. I'll have the same burger as him. Make it 3 actually. Then I'll have 2 of this 3-pound class 3 steak. Some of those meat strips would be good as well. And these sandwiches, 4 of those. They look smaller. I'll also have 5 or 6 of those bread loaves. And there are fruits? I'll have a plate of those. And I think that's it. Duh. The waitress stared after jotting down everything. How could this girl eat so much? She looked towards Dream for confirmation. But she'll have all of that. Is that fine? Dream. Why, yes. That's no problem. Anything else? Waitress. No, thank you. The waitress nodded and head off with a long list of orders. Iris' face reddened a bit, realizing her lack of shame. Sorry. No, it's fine. I meant it when I said get whatever. It'll be funny when our table is filled with plates, though. Hee hee. Iris is a glutton. Shut up. I like good food. Dream and Luna laughed. You guys want drinks? Dream. Coke, please. Iris. I'll have root beer. Luna. Dream summoned out the sodas and poured them glasses. He got himself a glass of Baja Blast. The three drank and chat while waiting for their food. Surprisingly, though, food service is faster in this world, as it was only 10 to 15 minutes before the first batch of food came. The waitress came with a tray that had 3 plates on it. Here you go. All the other dishes will come out as they're made. Thank you. They received their plates and began eating after the waitress left. Dream picked up his burger and bit into it. Dream closed his eyes and savored the heavenly taste of Class 3 meat. It was so much better than the Class 2 meat Elena cooked. Was it the seasoning? The texture? Or was it really just the manna? It honestly wasn't much different than eating regular meat, other than it being cooked extremely well. The cook probably had a high level, and apparently manna enhanced the taste of things. Or did it just stimulate the taste buds more? The girls reacted almost exactly the same way as Dream. Even Iris slowed down to savor it, which says a lot considering she usually scarfs everything down like a wolf. Wait, are foxes wolves? Foxes are related to wolves. That explains it. He blamed Iris a little less. Here you go. Second batch. Everyone snapped out of their reverie after hearing the waitress come back with 3 more plates. The plates were set down. Seeing that, Iris quickly wolfed down her food and moved on to the next plates. She couldn't wait to taste everything. Dream and Luna just watched her while slowly enjoying their food, though they also had to make sure it didn't get mistakenly caught in the gluttonous maws of Iris. They pulled their plates in closer. Just as Iris finished her last plate out of 4, the next batch came. Then the next batch, then the next. Iris joyfully ate every single one. The waitress was also baffled more and more after each round. Every time she came back, the several pounds of meat were gone. Half an hour later, at the table was a tall stack of plates and a very satisfied fox. Oh, my mana went up. So did my strength. Iris. Gaining attributes by eating dinner. I'm pretty sure that's more of a cheat than me. Dream. Both of you are cheats. Do they have any dessert here? Luna. Not sure. But I know I do. Want some root beer floats? Dream. Yes, please. Iris. Dream whipped up a literal bucket filled with ice cream and root beer. He brought out big spoons and they dug in. Needless to say, this got them many weird looks. Though they weren't paying attention to that. What they were paying attention to was their taste. Is it just me, or does this not taste as good? What did you do, Dream? Iris. I didn't do anything. And yeah, I'm getting that too. It's like it has less taste. Dream. Could it be because of the class 3 meat? Luna. Overstimulation? It's a possibility. Though that really sucks. Anything we eat won't have taste unless it's saturated with class 3 mana? What kind of crap is that? The three had ugly looks as they thought of the consequences brought by this. The waitress, who had been walking over, overheard them and spoke up. There's no need to worry. Waitress. There's not. The effects of eating mana-filled food will fade within an hour or so. It happens to everyone. Though if you eat these foods very frequently, your taste will begin to change and lower-class foods won't taste good anymore. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Where do I pay? Dream. Come with me, please. The waitress led Dream away. A few minutes later, he came right back. All right. You guys ready to go? Sure. Dream got rid of the bucket and walked off with the girls, exiting the shop on the first floor. So what now? Home. Iris. Home? Of course not. The night is just getting started. The city is positively bustling, and we're in the middle of it. Song. Blinding lights. The weekend. The girls looked around them, seeing all the activity. Hundreds of people in nice clothes walking every which way. Carriages driving up and down the roads. Lights hanging from the building lighting up the area, but not so much as to block out the gentle darkness of the night. There were even bands playing on the sides of the streets, getting donations from the passerbys. Excitement, happiness, joy. They felt it all. Though they also noticed something peculiar. The majority of people walking the streets were couples walking up against each other with linked arms. The aura of romance was heavy and contagious, but blissful. Even the girls couldn't keep their hearts from beating in expectation, infected by the wondrous atmosphere. Sensing their change in attitude, Dream smiled. That's the spirit. Now, let's go for a walk. He put up his hands once again to the girls. Though this time, they didn't just grab his hand. Such a thing wouldn't fit the atmosphere. They grabbed his arm, one hand slipping into his grasp and the other around his elbow. Both got in nice and close as if laying claim to each arm. Dream could feel their bodies pressing up against his. The best parts too. Obviously, the people in question knew exactly what they were doing. Luna stroked his arm while looking up at him provocatively. Is there something wrong, Dream? Luna. No. Come on. I'm in the mood for dancing, so why don't we? Dancing? We don't know how to dance. Iris. That's all right. Learn as we go, right? No, not right. I don't want to dance like an idiot in front of people. Iris. Haha, don't worry. I'll be dancing right there with you, so it won't look totally bad. Now follow me. No. Dream began dragging Iris along, all while Luna laughed at her sister's impending doom. It wasn't like she knew how to dance, just that she wasn't as self-conscious as Iris. So she had less to worry about. After catching a lot of attention while walking down the street, Iris finally stopped resisting and they arrived at a tavern. This was one of the places Dream came across while exploring. As they approached the door, they could hear music, cheering, talking, and all-around rowdiness coming from inside. They could already tell that it was a far cry from the civil atmosphere of the restaurant. Dream didn't stand around and walked into the place with the girls in tow. After going through the door, they saw that the tavern looked just like a tavern should. Wooden tables and chairs, a stage with a band playing music, pretty waitresses, and lots of alcohol being passed around. There was also a dance floor where many couples were doing their thing. Apparently, grinding wasn't something exclusive to Earth. The girls were surprised as they looked around. They had never been in such a crazy place. So many different things were going on, and it seemed like chaos. It was a new experience for them. Dream tugged them along after a bit and walked over to a table near the dance floor. One of the perks about it being chaotic was that they attracted less attention. They sat down and watched everyone on the dance floor. Ugh, I can't believe we're doing this. Iris. Better believe it. And it looks like they're finishing soon too. They watched as everyone came to a halt, along with the song. Some people clapped, and others left the floor to rest. The band began playing their next song, And as they started, Dream was intrigued. It wasn't the kind of music he was used to, but still something you could dance to. Lights flashed over the dark dance floor, which seemed to have a veil separating the light from the outside. It was basically this world's version of a rave. And Dream could feel mana being passed around the floor, originating from the stage and trying to affect him along with everyone here. Sophia, correct me if I'm wrong, but is the music infused with mana? It is. It's nothing malicious though. From what I can see, those musicians have skills that let them give an effect to their music. It works similarly to your Mystify, just not as good. Interesting. I've never seen such an application of mana. Well, collect whatever data you can. It's time for me to make my move. Hee have fun. Dream stood up and wiped anything unrelated to having fun from his mind. He walked in front of the unlucky Iris and put out his hand. Would you like to dance? No. That's unfortunate. For you at least. Dream's magic lifted Iris from her seat, bringing her into his arms. He walked onto the floor with her and made his way into the crowd. It reminded him of his high school dances. Luna giggled as she could feel her sister's nervousness. After pushing their way past many people enchanted by the music, they found a gap, and Dream brought Iris up to him. Let's dance. For the next few hours, Dream and the girls danced the night away. The girls especially. They looked stupid, cute, sexy, and inexperienced all at once. With their ability, it didn't take the girls long to learn to dance a bit. And once they got into it, they got into it. It was probably due to the mana-infused music, but Dream had never seen Iris so, well, sexual. That was usually Luna's thing. And since it was nothing malicious, he didn't stop the cause for her change in attitude. Technically, only he really had the immunity. Unless the girls detected the music's influence, they couldn't stop it. Not that he regretted letting the music do its thing. He loved it. Seeing that side of Iris was exhilarating. She even decided to take it upon herself and copy the others around them, grinding up against him, moving her body every which way in that sexy black dress to the point where her scent was almost rubbed into his clothes. Dream was as turned on as he was surprised by her boldness. Though this only went on for a good 20 minutes or so until the music stopped. With it, the enchanted atmosphere died down and everyone came to their senses, along with an embarrassed Iris. Though not as embarrassed as he thought she would be. She came out surprisingly confident, giving him a deep kiss before walking back to the table. Dream smiled and walked back with her, taking Luna to the dance floor next. This was honestly one of the things Dream had been a bit conflicted on. With two girls, how was he supposed to divide his attention best? Especially in these kinds of one-on-one activities. Luckily, they were sisters and both understanding. Otherwise, there would be conflicts. Not that Dream was confident enough to have two girlfriends that weren't sisters, but that's beside the point. After Iris was Luna, and it went as you would expect. Dream got a stand-up lap dance, and he enjoyed every second of it. She too was affected by the music, but it didn't cause a huge change like Iris. It only made her that much more passionate. At first, Dream thought he was doing too little. He was practically just letting the girls dance all over him while maybe getting a little handsy. But at the same time, what was he supposed to do? Give them a lap dance instead? That would be an interesting sight. Either way, the girls enjoyed letting loose and Dream enjoyed the service. After a few hours of switching and even dancing with both, Sophia finally had to step in. You have 2 hours before the sun rises. I suggest you three get back and get ready to leave. Duh. As the music stopped again, the three were suddenly reminded of how they were supposed to be leaving today. Or more precisely, within the next hour. They each pulled themselves together and calmed down while sitting at their table. Sigh, I totally forgot about today. Iris. At least we packed before we left. Luna. The girls closed their eyes and massaged their heads. They actually weren't tired at all, a testament to their powerful physiques. They were just trying to clear their minds. Dream, on the other hand, was getting some news from Sophia. I think I found where we are. On this planet. In the universe. I've been using all satellites to their full capacity to collect information. And I didn't expect to find where we are so soon, but in the last several hours, I've been verifying what I've seen. According to all the data on Earth, and referencing celestial objects around us, I've concluded that we are in the Andromeda Galaxy. Where? Exactly. In the galaxy is still unknown, but regardless, we are at least 2.5 million light-years away from Earth. Duh. Dream sat there in deep contemplation. 2.5 million light-years. It's an impossibly far distance, something that, according to all things logical, couldn't be traveled by anyone. But whoever brought me here was able to drop me on this planet, body and soul, in an instant. Not only that, but I have a connection to Earth in real time. I can even pass signals through the connection. It's an impossible thing considering that I'm literally in a galaxy far, far away. So there's definitely a way to get to Earth. A wormhole? If those even exist. Or the scary alternative, that person who dropped me here was able to travel that distance easily. Nothing short of a god, either way. What's even crazier is that this planet is developing at the same time as Earth. The coincidence is almost too good to be true. Although it seems this planet has a buried history to it. Anyway, there's nothing I can do with that information right now. At least we know we're relatively in the same place and not stranded somewhere billions of light years away. Dream sat back and stopped thinking about it. Pondering on it more would only drive him crazy. After he and the girls collected themselves, they decided to leave the tavern and head back home. A carriage ride later, they were in front of the house. A certain someone was also waiting for them outside. "How's it going, old man?" Duh. Riddick didn't respond and walked over to the girls, touching their shoulders with his hands. After a second, he pulled away. "That we're leaving soon. You guys have everything packed?" "Riddick." Dream smiled. Riddick scanned the girls and found nothing, which also means that he didn't follow them during the night. He felt a bit smug. He doubted that Riddick would be able to find evidence of them doing anything if Dream didn't want him to know. Not that he would ever violate his trust, but still. "Yes, we're all packed." "Luna. Then we'll head out now. You ready, boy?" "Riddick." "I am. In fact, we can take this carriage to the gates." "That's fine." "Riddick." With that, they got back onto the carriage, soon arriving at the gates. As they exited the mountain, the sun was beginning to peek up over the horizon. Dream drove everyone a couple of miles away where they set up the helicopter. The blades began turning and kicking up dust while everyone boarded. "You know where you're going?" Riddick spoke up as they got on. Dream nodded to him. "I do. Remember that rocket? Well, it had devices on it that make maps of the world. Take a look at your tablet." Riddick took a seat and brought out his tablet, finding an image already on it. Dream had uploaded the map data they had. Riddick scrolled around the map and found the enchanted mountain and the spire highlighted, their locations clearly displayed. The location of their helicopter was also being tracked and showed the route they were going to take to get there, which was just a straight line. When Sophia had found the mountain and spire, she used the reconnaissance satellites to very clearly image the entire area. Not only that, but two of those planes Dream launched were currently circling the area at super high altitudes of nearly 70,000 feet. They were constantly monitoring the area, and Sophia was compiling data from what she could see. Riddick scrolled up to the spire and saw clear images of the Empire. He was stunned as he had never seen a view of the place from such a perspective. The girls also went over and looked over his shoulder at the map, having a more curious reaction as they had never been to the spire. The spire itself was a vast empire, though the name sounds very singular and small, which led Dream to believe that the place itself wasn't that big. Maybe the mages who practiced there liked to be secluded in their research and had their own towers and areas, making things spread out. But nope. From the images Sophia took, the main capital was a huge community, and there indeed was a spire. In fact, there were hundreds. In the most prominent city of the empire stood one massive tower. When Dream had first seen it, he was stunned silly. The thing was approximately 1,100 meters tall. This would make it one of the tallest buildings on Earth. And before Earth had developed graphene structural material, the tallest building had been the Burj Khalifa, standing at over 800 meters tall. Either way, the spire was truly a skyscraper. And outside it were other spires, but none as tall as the main one. The next tallest approached 800 meters, then 700, then 500, until they became unnoticeable among the rest of the buildings. The city as a whole was almost 50 miles across and was pretty densely packed with buildings. Even this, however, was only the main capital. The exact size of the empire was unknown. Such a thing was determined by the political situation and whether the major cities around the spire were kingdoms instead of parts of the main empire. But according to trade routes that Sophia picked up on and the general flow of the populace, she estimated out the influence of the empire to be around half the size of America. Another big hint to this was that every major city within that area all had spires in the center of the cities, an obvious tie to the empire. So for now, they would assume that to be its influence. The place they were heading to was the center of it all, the main capital. It would take almost 2 days of straight flying. And after seeing the map which told them this, everyone settled in for a long ride. Luna and Iris both transformed into foxes, which would prove most comfortable. Iris took Dream's lap, while Luna took her dad's, curling into balls. The helicopter began climbing higher and higher, and everyone relaxed, mentally tired from being up all night and morning. Though for a split second as the helicopter climbed, the back of Dream's neck tingled and his hair stood on end. Was it chills? Nervousness? Dream opened his previously closed eyes, looking at Riddick across from him. And when he saw the old man's face, his heart rate began spiking. Dash. Boom. Out of nowhere, the helicopter was enveloped and blown to bits by fire. Sophia reacted quickly and created a vacuum around Dream and Iris, protecting them from the super-hot blue flames that could burn even them. Though this proved unnecessary as they were already being protected by someone else. He saw the transparent mana shield that was enveloping all of them. It came from Riddick. Since the helicopter wasn't a helicopter anymore, the four quickly began falling out of the sky. Dream had nothing to summon and prepared to use his magic, until their descent was stopped by Riddick. Controlling all of them, he quickly began flying towards the trees, reaching the ground in a matter of seconds. When they were all set down, Dream began assessing the situation with Sophia. So what the actual hell just happened? You were attacked. Is that right? Thanks for the enlightenment. I barely recognized that there was an enemy until just before. I sensed mana agitation and a spike in temperature coming from a place below us. Then a fireball came flying towards us at insane speeds. Luckily, Riddick reacted quick, or else you would have come out with some serious burns. So a simple fireball caused all that. What level is this enemy at? Unknown, but at least high second class. There's a high chance that they're third class. Well, that's fantastic. Prepare to fight against one then. Understood. In only a second, they had determined that they were in a bad situation. Dream's armor activated and covered every part of his body. His senses spread out as far as they could. His mana vortex began spinning faster. His high-powered railgun appeared in his hands along with the deadliest titanium bullets he had. He saturated them with mana, then waited. At the same time, Sophia explained to Luna and Iris that they were under attack from a potential third-class enemy. They realized and also prepared, but not for battle. They prepared to stay out of their dad's way. They didn't think they could affect this battle. For a few moments, time stood still. Everyone was on full alert. But even after a whole minute of waiting, nothing happened. Dream understood one thing from this. Psychological warfare. They want to wear us down mentally. Dream. Immediately after he said that, another fireball came. Then another, and another. Over a dozen fireballs came at them from all sides. They were the same blue color as before, proving how hot they were. And right as they were about to arrive, Dream felt the ground all around them begin to move. It was caving in. A trap, huh? I would scoff, but it's actually rather deadly. So counteracted. Dream took her advice and began contesting control over the ground and air. A good chunk of his mana was used up as it saturated his surroundings. Though right as he was about to fight back, a horrendous wave of mana washed over the area, dissipating everything about to attack them. The atmosphere was immediately filled with hatred and malice. Just standing there, Dream felt stifled. The mana he sent out retracted into his body as an almost instinctual reaction of self-defense. Even after 20 years, a voice echoed through the forest, seemingly aimed at nothing. It seems you all need to be reminded of just who you're dealing with. After saying so, that wave of mana began corroding everything around them. In only a few seconds, everything within a 300-meter radius disintegrated. The trees, the grass, bushes, even animals just going about their business. The only thing left was dirt, stone, and ashes covering the floor. Not a sound was made as it happened, nor did the caster even move. One moment, the forest was brimming with life. The next, it was a barren wasteland. Dream stood there baffled. Did I take back anything about being able to contest against that monster? Who the hell could possibly fight that? They're about to appear. Dream's attention turned towards where Riddick was looking. After a moment, 6 figures appeared surrounding them. They were foxes. Riddick Durov. You cannot escape. Word of your appearance has already been sent. Cooperate, and your daughters won't be harmed. And you may be able to live a bit longer. Individual whose name is Dream. The fox who was speaking turned to Dream. What is your affiliation with Riddick Durov? Affiliation? Why? We happen to be friends. Dream's mask uncovered his face as he stared straight at the fox. Riddick Durov has committed heinous crimes against the United Empire's fourth-class counselor, Raoul. Give yourself up and don't interfere in this matter. You will be let go unharmed and deemed unrelated to this criminal. Go free, or become a criminal to the world's largest empire. You know what? Raoul, the fourth-class fox, you can send him a message. Tell him that he can bring his furry ass over here and suck on my magnum dong. Duddy, excuse me? The fox, who had been all high and mighty a second ago, was baffled, not because of what Dream said, but because he didn't understand. Was that supposed to be an insult? It sure sounded like it. But what did magnum dong mean? He had no idea and wasn't sure how to respond to Dream. Riddick and the girls, though, were positively stunned. They knew exactly what that meant. And while the girls knew what Dream just did, Riddick was the only one who truly understood the ramifications of doing such a thing. Telling a class 4 to come and suck it? If those foxes understood, they wouldn't hesitate to decapitate Dream where he stood. But that was only if they understood. And Dream knew that they didn't get a word of that. As for letting them know what it meant, he wouldn't. He wasn't that stupid. It means no. Dream made it simple. The fox also decided to take it simply and recover from his befuddlement. No, you're nothing more than a bystander to this conflict, so don't start believing that you have a choice. He's right, boy. There's nothing you can do here. Riddick, boo-dash, Dream. No buts. Do as they say. I don't need you here nor want you here. Don't be a hero and forget about everything and us. Riddick, duh. Dream shut his mouth and went quiet. He'd never seen Riddick like that. He's almost never raised his voice. The girls were also wide-eyed, stunned by their father's outburst, and more so by his rejection of Dream. At first, they were happy that Dream had decided to stay. As he said, it was becoming a criminal to the world's largest empire, a place that had the power to put their dad on the run. But he decided to stay with them anyway. And then their dad comes in and pushes him away? Why would he do that? Duh. Dream silently walked over and faced Riddick, putting his hand out for a shake. You at least took care of me for a bit. Thanks. Dream. Leave. Boom. Riddick put his hand on Dream's chest and shoved, throwing Dream several meters away to the foxes. He landed flat on his back. Cough, damn. Dream felt the wind in his lungs leave all at once. Quickly, a fox transformed into a human and restrained Dream with a pair of rope. The lead fox nodded. Good. A reckless child who knows nothing. Riddick Durov, you have one more chance to give yourself up. How about you quit flapping your lips like a pest and give me some experience, the only thing you're good for? The fox narrowed his eyes in displeasure and ordered his team, not wishing to speak any longer. After that, all the foxes proceeded to launch fireballs and bend the ground. Riddick also responded in kind by making some fireballs of his own, though these weren't red or blue, but black. Right as they were about to collide, the fox that restrained Dream threw a bag over his head, cutting out all sensory information. He was then lifted up and could feel himself being moved. Damn, those fireballs looked cool. He wouldn't let me see for just a bit longer, huh? Now I'm just a piece of luggage. At least you aren't on the receiving end of those fireballs. Never mind that. The restraints they have you in are no joke. Those ropes especially, they're enchanted with something that acts as a mana inhibitor. Not only does it restrict the flow of mana, but existing mana tied to your body is cut off. Yeah, I can feel myself weakening. Like I'm back on Earth all over again. It's not a fun feeling. Can you get rid of them? It would take too long. From what I can see on the GPS, which still works, he's bringing you back to the mountain. You'll probably be set free in a bit. Sigh, all right. Dream decided to just relax and be as comfortable as possible. Not that being carried like a bag was comfortable in any sense. After almost 20 minutes of sensory deprivation and uncomfortable positioning, Dream was finally set down on the ground. And soon after, the restraints came off. When the bag came off his head, Dream repeatedly blinked his eyes and massaged his face. All the sensory information flooding in wasn't very comfortable for his brain. I suggest you forget everything that happened. And don't bother looking around for us, or that scum. You won't find anything. After saying so, The fox dashed off and disappeared, leaving Dream alone. I give a 3/10 for that treatment. Why 3? I didn't get dropped, and I at least know where I am. Dream looked around and saw the entrance to the mountain a mile or two away. He stood up and stretched out. The mana flowed back into his body, and he recovered to peak performance. So things have taken an interesting turn. I know. I'm surprised that they let me go just like that. It's probably political. If they killed everyone associated with Riddick, then the human empires would step in. And they're probably confident enough in their stealth that they don't need to worry about being found out. It's not like everyone has a GPS after all. Very true. Anyway, I better find a place to live. And preferably not with Graph. Get me somewhere secluded. There's an area about 100 miles from here that would be good. Transportation? Right here. In front of Dream, a helicopter was summoned. This one was much smaller than the other one, though. It only carried 2 people. But in exchange it was fast. He quickly stepped inside and began flying to the location Sophia found. And in a mere 15 minutes, he arrived. The area was next to a lake, and there was nobody around for miles. Dream got out of the helicopter and desummoned it. Nice. Now a house. The next moment, a pre-built house was taken out of his inventory and placed near the lake. It was only single-story and not that big, but for one person it was perfect. He walked inside and found it furnished, having everything he might need. He walked over and flopped down onto a couch. Next, he took out a phone, placing it onto the coffee table in front of him. Hey, old man. How you holding up? Don't patronize me, boy. I've got 2 third classes on my ass. How do you think I'm holding up? Dream grinned, hearing the voice from the other line. Dream wasn't actually planning to forget about them. At first, he really did plan to stay, but after Riddick forcefully rejected him, he realized that if he stayed, he would just be more baggage. So he decided to help them from afar. The only problem was that if he planned on keeping tabs with them, he needed a way to communicate. And that's what the handshake was for. Or more like the shove. Right as Riddick shoved, Dream took out a device from his inventory and handed it off to him. The old man got the hint and took it before the foxes could see. The device was actually handmade. It was basically a smartwatch, but made with this world's materials for the case. The case of the watch was enchanted with the function of taking the signals from the watch and sending them through telepathy, making it so 2 people could communicate over distances using the watch. With his skills, he was able to easily make them. But he had only gotten the state skills a couple days ago and hadn't made them for everyone. Only a prototype, meaning only Riddick had one. And right now, Dream was using it. I'm glad the watch works. Otherwise, I would have to use Luna's phone, which could give me away. I meant it when I said you should forget about us. This isn't your fight, and if they find out that you're helping me, it's over for you. Well, they won't find out. How could they possibly understand my technology? I think you should relax and accept the help that I was going to give anyways. Duh. There was silence over the line for a moment. Fine. Good. So what's your plan? My plan is to run until I either kill them or lose them. I see that. You've already covered a lot of ground, but it's going to be forest for many more miles. So the likelihood of you losing them is slim to none. How confident are you in killing them? It's no problem, though it won't be easy. I'll be tired afterward, so hiding will be necessary. Well, think of it this way. Your goal is to face off against the 4th class Raoul, and if you can't handle some measly 3rd classes, then good luck. I'm one of those measly class 3s as well. I need to reach class 4 before having a chance. You and I both know that's not true. It's all about skills. So take this chance to start leveling them. It's not that easy. Then make it that easy. Look, right now you don't have a choice. The longer you wait, the more reinforcements they're going to get. Do you want to get stuck in the same situation as last time? If I'm not mistaken, they have sleeper agents in all 4 of the empires, which gives you about the time it takes for them to travel there and back before you get screwed. So before then, you better get the power necessary to fight against all of them. There is no fallback plan, and nobody's coming to help. Duh. There are 2 ways that this will end. You either get more powerful or they take Luna and Iris. And then I'll have to be the one who saves them. And I prefer to take my time with leveling up. So here's how we'll do this. I have a drone that's about 70,000 feet above you. So I'll use it to navigate and find hiding places so you can rest after your fights. All you need to do is focus on yourself and working on your skills. And if you ever get into mortal danger, I'll head over there and try to help. Unnecessary. Just wait for the news. Click. Riddick cut off the connection after giving a brief response. Dream sat back. I think that did it for him. Sometimes people fail to look ahead and see how much of a perilous situation they're really in. Either way, there's nothing much I can do. He closed his eyes and his mind began running. His plans were drastically changed in an hour, and he needed to find his next step. They're going to be chased all day, every day, and I can only sit back and watch with that. The only thing I can think to do is start leveling up. My skills have gone stagnant, so I think getting to Class 2 will help that. Sounds like the best plan. We'll need to be prepared to fight strong people if you ever plan to help. Well, I can start after I know they're safe. I have no idea how long it'll take them to fight. It's done. Huh. Dream sat up after he heard a voice. Old man. Yes, it's me. You killed them? Already? It's been like 5 minutes. Well, I killed all the Class 2s and one of the Class 3s. The other one was injured and ran. Either way, they won't be coming back anytime soon. Okay, and what about you? That I'm fine. So, where's this hiding spot? It's several miles from your location. I'll have Sophia guide you. Got it. We'll head there. Unfortunately, this is going to be our life for a while. So sorry, but unless you want to forfeit your life, we may not see each other for a long time. How long are you thinking? Could be years. Depends on how I progress or how fast they try to hunt us. Either way, it won't be a short amount of time. And I won't be letting the girls know about you and me talking. I have to assume that we're always being watched, and if they spill your name or any notion of us communicating, then they'll hunt you for answers. That sounds logical. You know, I could send a helicopter to bring you guys places. It can fly without me. That'll be a no too. They know about it since we were in one when they ambushed us. If they connect it to you, it's the same outcome. Look, talking is the only thing we can do. And I appreciate the help, but you need to move on to something else. I suggest maybe going to the Spire if you want to learn magic, the Sword School for martial arts, or the Mercenary Empire if you want to take jobs and level up quickly. Hell, with your devices, you could even cross the lands and go to the animal empires. Doesn't matter. Just find something to do. You have a lot of potential, and squandering it because of my situation is stupid. You're a free man, so go and live your life. That I appreciate the concern, but you don't need to worry about what I plan to do. As I said, I got drones watching over you guys. I'll help with what I can. You just focus on getting stronger. If I want to go somewhere, then I will. Nothing's going to keep me from living how I want. So don't worry about it. Sophia will guide you to the hiding spot. Get your rest. I know you're injured. Click. Now it was Dream's turn to hang up. He understood and appreciated Riddick's concern, but he didn't want them in more danger just because they didn't want his help. He was perfectly safe. They weren't. Saya will worry about their life and death. And that's okay. You should rest as well. You've been up all night. I'll watch everything. All right. Dream got up and walked over to the bed, crawling under the covers. I guess I better get used to my bed being empty. When Dream woke up, he saw that it was dark outside. Is it night? It's actually morning. You slept through the rest of that day and night. Dream laid there and stared at the ceiling as his brain slowly booted up. How are they? They said one more small skirmish, but otherwise nothing. I've tasked 5 drones in total to monitor them and their surroundings. As he laid there, his mind went through everything that happened yesterday. Like, where did they go wrong? When were they spotted? And how the hell did those foxes lie in wait for 20 years? That's an absurd amount of time. At least, from Dream's perspective it was. But there's no chance for a do-over. Now he's by himself. Other than worry, there's nothing he can do for the family. Anything he did personally would only burden them. So keeping his distance was the best answer. That I need to level up? Huh. I already have targets. Bears, birds, wolves, reptiles, bulls. I'm just not sure what level they are. You should check it out. Duh. Dream silently pulled himself out of bed. Athletic clothes that were optimal for hunting appeared on his body as he walked out of the house. As he walked through the door, he felt a breeze brush past his face. The sun was coming over the horizon. He could hear birds chirping, and the temperature felt the best. It seemed like a perfect day. Instead of walking to the forest, though, Dream walked over to the edge of the lake. Small waves came up and down the rocky shore. The water was almost crystal clear except for the beautiful blue tint. The soothing sounds of flowing water calmed him. After observing and calming his mind, he walked up to the water. As the waves came up to wet his feet, they were pushed aside as if being blocked by an invisible barrier. The water flowed around his legs and back out into the lake. Up and down, up and down. Finally, Dream took another step, not into the water, but on top of it. The water stopped flowing under his foot as if to receive it. He took another step, and another, until he was several meters away from the shore. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just walking on fucking water. His lips rose into a smirk. He was seriously walking on water. Had it always been this easy? For a few minutes he stood there, just feeling the breeze around him. Eventually, Sophia spoke up. Let's go fight monsters. All right. He walked back over to the shore and headed into the forest. DSH. Duh. Dream lowered his gun, watching the second bear that was paired with the dead one. Once it saw its dead partner, it began freaking out. Its level isn't high enough. Maybe you should practice using your magic instead of your gun. We can find higher-leveled monsters later. All right. Dream stood up and walked towards the bear, coming out of stealth in the process. He wanted to get the attention of the second bear. Grr. The bear found him and lowered to a growl. Dream put away his gun and began using his magic. Very suddenly, the dirt and rocks began shifting around the bear, and before it could react, its limbs had sunk into the ground. At the same time, a collar of rock came up and shackled itself around the bear's neck, holding it in place. Although it was only rock, Dream had reinforced it with his mana and a bit of enchanting. The enchantment was very simple since it was on the fly, but it still helped quite a bit. The bear wasn't able to react fast enough to prevent the shackles from binding it. It was silent, out of nowhere, and its opponent didn't do anything to signify the casting. Now all it could do was struggle against its shackles without winning. Roar. Dream watched the bear roar and thrash around. Or at least try. He could feel the bear's panic and fear as it understood the situation it was in. So I can chain up a level 70-something bear like it's nothing. With merely dirt and rocks no less. Imagine if I had used metal. Not to mention, Dream walked up to the bear as it thrashed and grabbed its snout. His hand shut the bear's mouth and held it in place. It can't even resist my strength. I've come a long way. Didn't one of these bears almost kill me? Yup. Humph, all right. Dream snorted and let the bear's snout go. He turned and walked a few feet away. Then, he removed the shackles. The collar on the bear disappeared, and its feet were no longer sunk into the ground. It stood there surprised for a second before looking at Dream. Come on then. Let's fight. The bear, reminded of the situation it was just in, didn't charge at Dream. Instead, it turned and began running. Seriously? Sigh whatever. Dream just looked on with a baffled face. Regular animals really were a far cry from dungeon beasts who only knew how to fight to the death. Are there any other monsters around? I actually have an eye on a community of wolves. There's 100 or so the chances of there being a class 2 is high. All right, lead the way. Dream followed Sophia's direction and began jogging over. After 15 minutes of jogging, Dream had come across the first sign of the wolves. He had actually smelled their scent. My nose really is more sensitive. You've entered their territory, which they mark with their scent. They aren't far from you. Expect to encounter them soon. Okay. He kept walking while unstealthed to attract attention. And soon enough, he encountered a small party of 4 wolves. Growl. The 4 wolves also saw Dream and moved to surround him. Pooey. Before the wolves could fully surround him, though, they saw a spike go through one of their comrades' head, killing him instantly. Well, these are the scouts. So the leader is probably pretty powerful. Wow. After regaining itself, one of the wolves howled into the sky. After that, all 3 turned and ran off into the forest. They're heading straight towards the concentrated areas, likely to warn the other wolves. Good. Now I don't have to do the work of alerting them. We should follow them. Dream walked in the direction of where the wolves ran. And soon enough, he was greeted with a pack. 18 wolves came and surrounded him. These ones were obviously more powerful than those scouts. Dream smiled. Fun. Saves me the time. Pooey. At the sudden sound, all the wolves turned their heads to find one of the pack members with a spike through its head. That's more like it. Dream smiled when he saw the high level. This meant the leader was at least a class 2. Love. With a loud, ear-piercing howl, the other 17 wolves, who were now positively pissed, began forming up and closing in on Dream. All of them snarled, bared their teeth, or growled and narrowed their eyes. Dream could feel the atmosphere turn quietly violent. Silent, but deadly. They're wolves all right. Like my hot farts after fast food. They creep up and strike before disappearing with the wind. I'm detecting more wolves coming from the den. That howl must have been an alarm. There's at least double what we initially saw. Wow. I guess we kicked up a hornet's nest. Let's get started then. After getting information from Sophia, Dream turned to a wolf several meters away in front of him. Seeing this, two wolves behind him lunged at his legs, while the one in front lunged at his neck head-on. Damn, they're fast. Dream quickly activated his mana and formed spikes in front of the three wolves, catching them in their paths. Pooey. Arf. Two wolves were killed instantly, but one was able to move its head out of the way just in time, impaling itself in the shoulder. Love. Another howl was let out. Another alert? Yup. The sound carried mana. I can also see another pack of about 20 coming to us. Fun. And the mana that's flowing among them. It's probably a form of communication. Wolves are pack animals, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's telepathy. Great. Dream put the thought aside and just accepted it. Moments after the howl, more wolves began lunging at him. This time, it was 6. 3 in front, 3 behind. They went for his limbs, neck, and even crotch. That's dirty. I need these balls. 6 spikes came up in the paths of the wolves. Turns out, they learned, and only one wolf was killed. The others dodged and continued their charge. Dream also didn't expect the same thing to keep working, so he brought out some weapons. Or, bullets would be more proper. 10 bullets came out and surrounded their controller. They were small, about the size of a .556. They were pointed with a sharp tip and made entirely out of titanium. Right as the wolves were about to clamp down on their targets, the bullets around Dream whizzed over and planted themselves in their brains. Dream added a little spin to blend up the brain matter before pulling them back out. 5 kills, 5 notifications, and a level up. These worked quite well. Dream smiled as the bullets came back and spun around him. The other 9 wolves who were about to continue their attack stopped in their tracks. For a moment, everything was quiet as the wolves tried to figure out how Dream did it. The person in question didn't feel like waiting though. Zip, 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 zip. 9 bullets whizzed through the air and found their targets. Thud, 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 thud. 9 bodies collapsed to the floor as their brain matter was spun up. The 9 bullets came right back to their owner when the experience was earned. Yeah, I definitely need to fight some class 2s if I'm going to level up. The reinforcements are here. Dream looked up after Sophia alerted him and found another 20 wolves galloping their way towards him. These ones, though, were bigger, faster, and gnarlier. Oh, could these be class 2s? Looks like it. They have higher mana levels and are activating their mana right now. Dream could indeed see the wolves using magic. As they ran towards him, spikes of rock were formed in bulk around their bodies. He could count 50 spikes already formed. Let's see, 200 meters out. Dream took out his EM rifle and took aim. DSH, DSH, DSH. One by one, wolves dropped along with their spikes. 1 wolf, 5 wolves. By the time they were within 50 meters of Dream, he had killed 9 wolves, leaving only 11 left. Ow! A wolf howled and launched its spikes towards its opponent. The rest followed suit and launched their spikes. And although there was much less, the number of spikes that flew towards Dream counted almost 30. Humph. With a flick of his finger, all the spikes that were about to barrage him diverted off their path and flew past his sides. This didn't deter the wolves from continuing, however. Following right behind their spikes, they proceeded to lunge at Dream together. As they came at him from the front and sides, the bullets hovering around Dream moved to their targets. This time's results were different though. Pooey arf. Pooey pooey arf. Pooey. Out of the 11, 4 wolves died instantly from the bullet stirring their brains. The 6 others were only injured as the bullets entered their chest or shoulders, though this only served to delay their death. Thinking that they had successfully evaded death, the other wolves with bullets in them continued to charge, only to drop in agonizing pain moments after. The wolves howled in terror as the bullets that had only entered their bodies began to move again. The bullets spun and darted all around their insides. Their organs were liquefied, their bones shattered, and their flesh shredded. Not wishing to unreasonably torture them, though, Dream quickly shot the bullet up their spinal cord and destroyed their brains. A flurry of notifications appeared, but Dream wasn't done. 10 bullets, 11 wolves. There's one more. Right. There. Shing. Pooey. Dream threw his arm behind him while ejecting a blade. At the business end of that blade was an invisible wolf, who now had its head split in two. Sigh, that wolf almost got me. using the deaths of its pack to get close while I was too concentrated on the others. Not a bad plan, but shouldn't have hesitated. Shing. The blade retracted, and the wolf fell to the floor. Now, what about all the others? From what I can see, all the other wolves at the den have stayed put. Really? They aren't sending more. Well, for one, you just killed 20 of their class 2s. I doubt they can afford such a loss. Second, what I'm seeing is what's showing up in the cameras of the drones. There could be more of those unseen wolves that wouldn't show up. Well, I'd rather not fight an uphill battle since they've probably hunkered down. Let's just come back tomorrow. Although, maybe I could do something with these corpses. Dream looked to the class 2 wolf corpses on the ground and put them into his inventory. He didn't know for what, but they could come in handy. After that, he turned on his heel and started going home. Meanwhile, Riddick, Luna, and Iris were hiding out in a hillside. This was the place Sophia had led them to after the fight. When they got there, Riddick and Luna had dug out a cave and set up shop. Luckily, among the three's inventories were all the items Dream had given them. That, combined with a bit of magic, was more than enough to make the place comfortable. Though the comfortable beds and clothes weren't nearly enough to lighten the moods of the family. The most depressed and angry ones were definitely the girls, and nobody had hardly spoken to each other after they got there. Until now. Hey, Dad. After more than a couple hours of silence, Iris had finally mustered the courage to speak. Yes. W.Y. Riddick, who had been reading his book, closed it and looked at his daughter. The boy. Yes. Why did you push him away? He wanted to stay with us. Because it's not his battle to fight. Who dash. Let me explain before you start. I understand how you guys feel about each other, but you need to remember who he is. 7 months ago, he was dropped into this world. And by some miracle, we found each other. Had it been anyone else, or had he been dropped anywhere else, we would never have met and he would have lived some other life in a city somewhere on the planet. But no, we found him and he stayed with us. And now, my past has caught up to me, placing him in a bad situation. Now, why would I ever have a kid who hasn't been in this world for even a year, and who isn't even 20 years old no less, become an enemy to the world's biggest empire? It's bad enough that I have to put you two in danger like this, my own daughters. So no, I didn't want to put him, a boy who has nothing to do with this, in the same situation. Duh. After listening, Iris' anger dissipated. She wouldn't want to do that either. She just hadn't thought of it that way. All she saw was her dad rejecting Dream. But now it made sense. Although, the reality wasn't any easier. So we're not going to see him again? Teary-eyed, she looked to her dad. She didn't want that. They had been alone for long enough. And right when they get a taste of freedom, right when they taste the sweet bliss of love, it gets ripped from under them. And they have no control over it. It was cruel, messed up. And realizing that, despair began washing over her. Seeing the tears in her eyes well up and realizing what was getting in her head, Riddick quickly answered. That's not necessarily true. Or really? Sai, look, if I can reach the power I need, then this'll all be over and we'll all be able to live normal lives. Otherwise, it'll take a miracle to get us out of this mess. So it's not an impossibility, but don't expect anything to happen for a while. That's all I can tell you. Oh, okay. Hearing that, Iris began feeling much better. She had thought that they would be stuck like this forever, but hearing that there was a chance for them to be normal again, she regained hope. Since Dream had the rest of the day after the wolf hunt, he decided not to waste it. He got back to his small little house and decided that the first thing he needed to do was expand the place. He couldn't work on anything when there was barely enough space for a toilet. What he decided to do was make himself a lake house. Though the house would be a bit unconventional. Since he was by himself, he only needed a place to sleep, a place to bathe, and a place to work. So he made himself those 3 rooms. The first was the bedroom, which stayed simple. A bed and a carpet for his feet. He also created space where he could eat food, which consisted of basically a table and a chair. Second was the bathroom. This also stayed simple. A bathtub and other essentials. Interesting thing was, as he began climbing in strength, he found himself not needing to go to the bathroom. Sophia said that it was his body being more efficient in addition to slight changes in his genetics. A mutation, if you will, as a result of mana. Not to mention, he could take care of that with his magic, so after he thought about it, he decided not to put in a toilet and whatnot, since he didn't need it. Lastly was the place to work. He decided on a simple warehouse next to his bedroom. He brought out some metal from his inventory and formed it into big plates, forming his warehouse and securing it in the dirt. He then put a big table for his place to work inside, thus completing the workplace. When he was finished with everything, which only took a few hours, he took out the wolf corpses from that day's earlier battle and set them on the big table. So, am I able to use these for anything? All I can think of is seeing if there are any differences in biology or function than regular animals. Well, you could probably eat their meat. It is second-class meat. But other than that, I was thinking the same. Their biology will definitely be different and could give us insights for several things. All right, I'm no dismantling expert. So do you want to handle it? We just need all the components of the body and set them up for analysis. Of course. After saying so, Sophia took control and began manipulating the corpse. All of them levitated and moved over the floor. Then, they began separating. Their skin and hides came off their meaty muscles. The muscles then opened up and let the organs come out, and the bones all came out with the muscles. Most important of all, the blood inside the wolf was all collected in flasks designated to each wolf. The brain matter of each one was also collected, at least what was left of it. At the end, there were many coolers around the floor filled with guts and such, several containers for the bones, as well as many flasks for the blood. This all took a good 5 minutes. All right, I think the first thing we should look at is the bones. As he said that, a bone came and flew out of a container, laying itself on the table. Dream brought up his hand and began saturating the bone with his mana, taking a look at the chemical makeup and all the structural details of the bone. It looks rather similar to our bones. Structure-wise, yes. But chemically, it's actually pretty different. Human bones, along with the majority of bone on Earth, is made of collagen and calcium. These aren't though. This bone seems to be made of a compound called goethite. And needless to say, its hardness is many times that of your own bones. How many more times? Theoretically, almost 200 times. Whistles hot damn. That's some strong bone. You don't suppose I could get my bones made of that stuff, huh? It wouldn't be impossible. Say what? Dream's eyes went a bit wide. He thought of it more as a joke than a serious consideration. But apparently, Sophia thought otherwise. There would be 2 ways we can replace your bones. Either surgery or we change your DNA. The first would be a short process, but dangerous. The second would be a long process and less dangerous. So with our magic, it wouldn't be an impossible task. Duh. Dream seriously thought about it. On Earth, technology had gotten to a point where replacing certain parts of the body with mechanical parts wasn't science fiction anymore. So it would be a lie if he said he had never thought about it. Especially now that he had magic. But there was one problem. I don't have the time to wait for new bones, which could take years to slowly build by DNA. So that leaves surgery. And if I'm going to undertake a dangerous operation like that, it's not going to only be for these bones, which I can break with my own strength. It's going to be for something much stronger. Graphene, or another metal. Something that would be even stronger than this wolf bone. Anyway, let's take a look at the blood. Crack. Dream broke open the bone and took a look at the blood as well as the bone marrow. A thing that many people don't know is that blood is made from the bone marrow. So what better place to analyze the blood than at its creation site? Sophia quickly took a look at the blood cells inside. The blood is also different. For one, the cells are bigger. They carry more hemoglobin and therefore more oxygen. Other than that, though, they're about the same. What I'm finding interesting in the bone is actually the stem cells and the DNA structure. What about them? Well, the DNA is actually simpler. Not saying it's more efficient, but that the structure doesn't encode as much, which should be impossible because the wolf wouldn't develop its body properly unless everything is encoded. But it developed fine. So that means that it's not only DNA that develops the bodies of the animals in this world. Would mana be that second ingredient? Or more specifically, the system? Because the system can evolve monsters into something else like it did with the girls. But if the DNA gets in the way of that evolution, then it would cause problems. So the DNA is simpler in exchange for the system doing evolutions. That's what I was thinking. DNA does half the instruction while the system does the rest. It allows room for evolution. But it also means that the system controls your body. Theoretically, it could change you however it wants. That's only for the animals born with the system already in place. They evolved with the system in mind. But everything on Earth didn't. So you're safe. True. Well then, is there a way for me to enhance my blood? Maybe you could edit my DNA and make it develop better cells. As long as I don't get made into a retard. There would be possible. I would need to run tests, but something like that is definitely possible. And more than that, I already have certain mechanical blood cells in mind that would be much more efficient than regular cells. Very cool. Then you just let me know what to do and we can get it done. We should also see about changing the muscles and neurons. I mean, hell, why don't we just change everything? The limits of DNA editing know no bounds. It shall be done. I can work on it while you do other things, but we should first do some tests. And to do those tests, we'll need some samples off of you. Me? You mean like a blood sample? Well, blood, hair, skin, muscle, neural bone. You know, this and that. That doesn't sound fun. It'll be all right. For the most part. Dream began to fear the scientific curiosity of the girl inside his head. Although he was a bit enthusiastic when it came to his experiments, he usually had some kind of line. But Sophia, who existed for the sake of her master, would do anything to further his progress. There was no such line that she abided by. And if there were a line, it was for the sake of her master. Apparently, though, harming her master was for his own sake. Funny how that worked. It was actually for the next 2 days that Dream and Sophia worked on their new project, though a lot of it was for preparation so Sophia could set herself up. There were many samples extracted from the man himself since it was going to be tailored to him. And the extraction process wasn't too bad, just a little bit of pain. And silver lining, he got some skill level ups. 3 whole levels were given as a result of the extraction. And though it would lead someone to think that Dream was mutilated, it wasn't for that reason. It was basically just the skill learning how to regenerate the various tissues like bone and whatnot. Dream doesn't get hurt very often, so the skill doesn't get much time to be used. Either way, Sophia was able to set herself up for work. Apparently, everything would take place in the inventory where things could be manipulated however she wanted. It would also give her the best awareness of everything. So on the 3rd day, Dream decided to go back hunting. He was eager to get to 2nd class. I'm level 97. Those wolves should be able to get me to level 100. They've spread back out from their den, but they're still keeping close together. Depending on how strong the leader is, I advise caution. All right, let's go for a visit. I also have some ideas for combat I want to try. Dream set off into the forest in the direction of the den. And instead of approaching them out in the open, he decided to use Mystify and sneak up. It didn't take long for him to get the den within his sight. As he approached, he could make out big foxholes and caves in the ground. These were obviously for housing or storage as he saw many wolves staying in them and moving items between the caves. Just from everything above ground, he saw at least 150 wolves. Many of them had decent mana levels as well. There should be another 60 underground in their caves. And I don't see a leader, or what looks like one anyway. We'll just point out the class 1s and 2s. I'll start my experiments with them. Saying so, Dream took out his gun and loaded them with his titanium bullets. Then he did something interesting. Moving his mana towards the bullet, he began to use the skill, Imbue. And what he wrote were instructions for the use of magic. Sophia understood what he was doing and applied her precision along with Scribe to the instructions. The instructions he wrote were simple. Upon impact or activation, the bullet will, using its mana supply, pull all liquids towards it. The process will not stop unless deactivated or the mana runs out. Although the instructions were simple, they implied a brutal killing method. If it worked how he designed it too, which he was about to test. The 2 skills he used while writing leveled up as he wrote. Imbue leveled up 5 times to level 89 and Scribe 12 times to level 77. After smiling at the notifications, Dream took aim at a class 1 wolf. And he fired not at the head, but at the soft abdomen. DSH. RRR. Immediately after the bullet planted itself inside the wolf, the animal in question howled in pain. This alerted every wolf in the vicinity, and all of them turned to see what happened. After impact, all liquids did indeed come hurling straight to the bullet. Dream could see all the blood and water drain from the skin and muscles of the wolf, shriveling it up forcefully. At the same time, the abdomen began swelling slightly where the bullet was located. This only took a few seconds. After the wolf collapsed to the ground, the water from the grass and plants around the wolf's body began flowing towards the wolf's gut. The range of influence of the bullet surprised Dream. After about 15 seconds, the bullet began losing its mana supply. And eventually, All the liquids inside the wolf's gut were no longer being clumped together by the bullet and flowed out. The flow of the blood and water created almost a wave that came from the wolf's mouth and stomach. Damn, that worked better than expected. Though it's much more disgusting than I thought it would be. Dream closed his eyes for a bit to not look at the pool of blood and water that also had some chunks mixed in. It was definitely not good for his stomach. In fact, even some of the surrounding wolves started retching in disgust. Imbue got an additional 3 levels after the process ended. Dream wasn't sure why, but he didn't care. Sigh anyway, I guess I should try it with solids. Dream moved on to the next bullet and gave it instructions. Attract all solids upon impact. He could already see how this would end. He took aim at an unlucky wolf and fired at its head. He didn't want it to experience the same misery. DSH. Crunch. Right as the bullet hit the head, the body simply began collapsing in on itself. After the wolf hit the ground, dirt also began getting pulled towards it. This process was much faster though, only lasting 5 or so seconds. When it ended, there was a small crater in the ground with a chunk of meat inside. As a result, Imbue went up to level 94, while Scribe went up to level 82. Dream nodded with his eyes closed. I think we should work on these skills. It could be good to get them to max level before second class. After the bullet finished its work and killed the wolf, Dream nodded. I should see about getting Imbue and Scribe to max level. Seems easy enough, though we should try more dynamic instructions. Here, I got one. Sophia began writing to the next bullet. At the same time, all the bystander wolves who saw their kin die began to properly freak out. Owl! Howls were let out, and they all began running every which way. Many instantly darted for their caves while others began patrolling the area, sniffing for threats. Dream also saw some wolves turn invisible, though he could still sense them. The entire den was on high alert. So what's this bullet? Dream inspected the enchantment Sophia was making. The gas variation. It'll collect gas as it travels, and when it plants itself in the target, explodes. Damn. All right. Dream took aim at one of the wolves that turned invisible, firing at its gut. DSH. Pop. The bullet landed and the gas was released, causing the wolf's body to suddenly swell and release. Though it didn't actually kill the wolf, just made a big gash on its side from where the pressurized air escaped. Blood could be seen pouring out excessively. It'll die in a few seconds. Its internals have been basically scrambled. Ouch. Sure enough, after a few seconds Dream got the notification. Imbue was now level 97, while Scribe was level 85. Dream also leveled up himself. He was level 98 now. Try this bullet. Sophia enchanted another bullet and Dream took aim at another wolf, firing at its body. DSH. Yelp. Art DRRR. After the bullet landed, the wolf yelped in pain. It ran around, fell to the floor, and thrashed violently. And soon, Dream could see smoke coming from its mouth as it died. What bullet was that? It was imbued with your thermal fluctuation skill, programmed to heat up everything in its vicinity. Try the next one. Dream aimed again and fired at another Class 2 wolf. DSH. Duh. After the bullet planted itself inside the wolf, nothing happened. The wolf just stood there for a bit. Though after several seconds passed, the wolf began looking around at its kin. The shot wolf turned to a wolf next to it, also a Class 2. After looking at it, the shot wolf lunged and began attacking the other wolf. It didn't hesitate at all and went straight for the throat, trying to kill its kin as fast as possible. Dream could feel hatred emanating from the wolf. That's so you used Mystify for that one. Indeed. It thinks that the other wolf is its mortal enemy, or something along those lines. I just made it so that the wolf would hate the thing next to it. Since I still don't understand how Mystify works exactly, I couldn't be precise. Interesting, but will I get the experience? Let's see. Dream watched the two wolves fight for a minute or so. Since the shot wolf had the element of surprise, the other wolf was quickly put down, meaning Dream's wolf won. Duh. After waiting a good minute, nothing came up. I guess not. DSH. Huh, nice. Dream smiled at the notification after killing the wolf. It was one less skill to worry about. Dream, look. Sophia suddenly tugged on Dream's mind and pointed him towards a direction. When he turned towards it, he could see a cave. Sophia wasn't alerting him about the cave, though. Is that the leader? Dream watched a wolf come walking out of the cave. This wolf was at least 50% bigger than the others, though. It had brown fur, Its teeth were big and sharp. Its claws were even sharper, and the mana that emanated off of it was much more than the Class 2s that Dream faced. As Dream thought about whether it would be difficult to kill it, Sophia answered his question. Actually, don't tell me. Not long after the brown wolf came out, 3 others followed. One was red, one was white, and another was green. All of them had much higher mana levels and were much bigger than the other Class 2s. Dream began to seriously rethink his safety after seeing them. What's their mana levels compared to mine? Your mana level is C+. Each one of them has C-level mana. Duh. He contemplated the possibility of fighting them. One thing he knew he had over them was sustainability and precision mana usage. He could recover mana fast, and very little, if any mana, was wasted when casting. So as long as they didn't try to fight with everything they had from the get-go, he would be fine. He could outlast them and kill them. Though as Dream kept staring and evaluating the wolves, he suddenly felt a chill. He looked closer at the 4 wolves and realized what it was. Hey Sophia, am I seeing what I think I am? That's right. I have a feeling. That is the actual leader. Dream looked behind the 4 wolves and saw a silhouette. It was faint, but definitely there. This wolf wasn't as big as the other 4, and the mana was only a bit higher. But Dream knew it was much more lethal than them. It was his gut feeling. That one's an assassin. It'll be my biggest threat. Luckily, it can't see me, though that may change if I act. Engaging them is high risk. We don't know their compatibility or their skills. Though from guessing, you've got the elements plus the assassin. And if they can work together well, which is highly likely because they're wolves, then you may not stand a chance. Duh. Disengage. We can prepare for this kind of battle. All right. Dream nodded and began pulling away very carefully. He would be stupid to not trust Sophia. As he walked away, he could see the 5 alpha wolves walk over to the corpses and look at them. Though he didn't stay to watch and use that to further escape. He relaxed when he got to the house, letting out a deep breath as he collapsed onto a couch. Sigh, those wolves are strong. I guess they don't come out often. Explains why we didn't see them. They are likely high-level Class 2s, but definitely not Class 3. Otherwise, that invisible wolf would have seen you, and you would have died. Yeah? Well, you said we can make preparations. Yup. Weapons. And you should max out the scribe skill before getting your 2nd class anyway. 15 levels shouldn't be difficult. All right. If I'm making weapons, I should start with my gun. Any ideas for that? Yup. We can streamline it, make it quieter, more precise, and make it more compatible with your magic. The last being the biggest priority. We can enchant the gun so we don't have to take time to enchant each bullet. Sounds good. We can start now. Dream got up and went to the workshop. He took out his rifle and set it down on a table. Since we don't have the materials, we won't be able to make several components with this world's materials. But everything else we can. It'll be a hybrid like your suit. And actually, I planned on building our own. When she said that, the rifle disappeared from the table. In its place came many different materials and components. You want to build one? Yes. There are too many optimizations that could be made. So instead of modifying one, we'll just make one. Everything will be improved. Literally. Just sit back and watch. Dream watched as Sophia took out more materials and put them on the table. Magnets, motherboards, wires, and titanium from the world. The titanium began heating up in preparation for shaping. After the titanium was heated, it began shaping itself into the skeleton of a gun. Dream could immediately see the difference between this one and the previous gun. It was slimmer, shorter, and looked more functional. And although it was being primarily built for functionality, it still looked like a cool, futuristic railgun. The skeleton outlined a stock and assembly where the ammo was loaded, and the barrel that guided and accelerated the rounds. The barrel was 2 rails on top and bottom that would guide and accelerate the projectile with magnets and electricity. It also had teeth that served to control the arcing caused by plasma. One of the biggest problems with railguns is heat dissipation. It took huge amounts of electricity to accelerate the bullet, which would heat up the gun. But Dream didn't have to worry about that. He had a skill for it. The intake assembly for bullets was also modified for his inventory, allowing easy input and linking between rounds. All this was accommodated for by the skeleton. After the skeleton came the internals. Things like the wiring, supercapacitors, and magnets that would make the gun function were put into the skeleton. There was also a computer that would handle simple things and act as a remote control for Sophia, if ever necessary. Overall, The process to build the gun was half an hour long. Dream just sat there and watched as Sophia worked since it took highly precise handling, though he was still aware of everything she did. It's good. After the metal cooled and everything fell into place, Dream picked up the gun. He instantly fell in love. Oh yeah, it's not totally done yet, but yes, it's awesome. What kind of improvements are we looking at? Well, first, the projectiles are launched about 60% faster than before. Its accuracy is better. It has different modes, meaning you could use it as a sniper or automatic rifle. The durability is much higher. And when I enchant it, it'll have even more features. Okay, go ahead. After he said so, mana flowed out of his body as Sophia began writing enchantments to the whole thing. All the little parts and big parts had their own enchantments, but they were also programmed to work together. The enchantment was also dynamic, allowing change and control if they would ever need it while using it. Since they had the skills for it, the script writing and imbuement didn't take nearly as long as the suit, which took almost 3 days. In fact, it was faster than building the gun, only taking 15 minutes for it to complete. During this time, Dream watched a stream of notifications fill his vision. The scribe skill leveled up continuously until it reached level 94. So the more complicated a script is, the better. Not necessarily. Of course, it depends on the script, but complexity does not mean better. It does in your case. But I get it. Either way, we're leveling the skill. Only 6 more levels. Though I'm wondering what we could do to top it off. Dream picked up the gun and inspected it. But before he could get too engrossed in how awesome it was, Sophia came up with an idea. I actually had something I wanted to try. Have you ever thought about mana batteries? That I have not. You want to make a storage unit for mana? Yup. Though we need materials so we can isolate a space, letting us actually contain the mana. But we got plenty of iron, so I thought we could make some batteries. That's pretty genius. But wouldn't we have to charge them? That would take a while to store up anything useful. Verticular accumulation. Just attach your regeneration technique to the isolated object and let it charge. Well, isn't that handy? Let's try it. Dream took out a bunch of iron chunks and formed them into a giant cube. The cube was 4 feet tall, wide, and long, and really heavy. As Dream was about to saturate it with his mana, though, he thought of something. Wait, does mana have to be isolated in materials? Why can't we just create a chunk of mana in the air? It's a matter of stability and energy consumption. Sure, we could create an isolation barrier on air particles, but they would disperse unless you held them together, which takes constant energy. Or you could use regular solids, which don't require energy to hold together. Okay, now here's another question. Is the max density of mana dependent on the material or space? Because if all we need is space, then we could just make pockets of mana independent of material. But if it's dependent on matter, then more material, more mana, and we could use a gas tank and stuff more gas in a smaller space to store a bunch of mana. Duh. There was silence for several minutes as Sophia worked her brain. Dream didn't interrupt. Let's test it. After she said that, a vacuum space was opened up in front of Dream. No air, no matter whatsoever, could be detected within that space. At the same time, Sophia began moving his mana into that space. She soon came with an answer. Space. Okay. If mana needed matter as a medium to travel or exist like sound, then it wouldn't be able to move through a vacuum. And I was able to move it through a vacuum. So it isn't dependent on matter. The problem is trying to contain and concentrate the mana. Normally, when using a material, the mana is almost bound to the material, which makes it much easier to create isolation barriers. But when you don't have material, it becomes many times harder as you have to bind the mana to itself. So technically, I could create an independent pocket of mana, but it would take a long time and lots of strain on your soul. Oh, well, that means we can just use hollow cubes of metal as an isolation space. No biggie. All right, let's reshape that big cube of iron. Sophia reheat the massive cube that Dream made and began splitting it into 1 foot by 1 foot cubes. Each one of these were hollow and had thin sheets of metal for the walls. After that, she began enchanting the cubes with the vortex skill. This took lots of mana as she had to form an initial vortex, but not so much as to drain him dry. After 10 minutes and 70% of his mana, he had 50 enchanted cubes sucking the mana from the surroundings and stuffing it inside themselves. Forget storage cubes. We should get some little balls with just the vortex enchanted on them and point them to me so I can regenerate faster. We could send them out and have them act as collectors so our intake increases. Why not? Because I'm almost drained of my mana. We can wait on the balls. How much can those cubes store? Each one will have about C levels when full, and they will take about 2 hours to fill up. Why not more? Well, for one, the strength of the vortex and its ability to cram mana into one place is only as strong as our enchantment. The other inhibitor is the material. We don't want the iron to implode under too much stress. So until we find better materials and become stronger, that'll be it. Alright, even as it is, it'll be a massive help. With enough, I won't need to leech off of the old man to get nice things. For the rest of that day, Dream kept on making mana cubes. As each cube was made and began gathering, he would drain their small supplies of mana and assist in making another cube. By the end of the day, he had made 200 cubes that could hold C levels of mana. Not only that, but he did some tests with the mana ball. The basic theory was that the ball would suck in mana and spit it towards Dream, thereby increasing the mana density around him and making it easier for him to regenerate mana. Since the balls could cover more area, all of them together would supply lots of mana. So the first thing he did was enchant 20 balls of iron. They weren't that big. He could fit a few in his palm. Each of them had the vortex and could store a little bit of mana for basic function. When he had them made, he stepped outside and spread them out. They covered him like a dome and spread out evenly about 30 feet from him. When they were activated, they worked as expected and began pushing mana towards him. But at the same time, he came to understand the flaw in them. I would have to remain in one area. They wouldn't be feasible for battle with lots of movement, though they would be perfect for defensive purposes. Like if I were hunkering down, I could also use them to help charge the cubes. Although he couldn't really use them for battle, Dream wasn't too disappointed. They at least still had good use and weren't a waste. After that, Dream decided to call it a day. He had used lots of mana and stressed his soul a bit. The fatigue had built up. The next day, Dream continued making preparations to fight those wolves. If he could, he would rather only fight one or two. It would likely be enough to get him to Class 2. But there was very little chance he could get away with such an assassination. So he needed to be able to fight all of them. He needed 3 things for this battle: power, speed, and awareness. Those wolves would be tough and fast, so he needed to be able to keep up and still actually kill them. But perhaps the biggest factor is the invisible wolf. That would be his biggest threat and could get him in a bad situation. Fortunately, he at least knew what to prepare for, and he was already mostly done with preparations. The biggest being his railgun, which he had completed previously. He ended up getting distracted with the mana cubes and never looked at the enchantments. The enchantments on the railgun enhanced its functionality, and they were as follows: reinforcement, for the materials to make them more durable; heat control, so the gun wouldn't melt while firing; auto-reinforcement, to automatically reinforce the bullets being launched; initial acceleration, using solid magic, the projectile would be accelerated and have its inertia broken to give a higher max velocity; vacuum chamber, by removing air within the barrel and even extending the vacuum outside the end, the bullet can accelerate faster and further increase max velocity; rapid enchantment. This helps to quickly enchant the bullets on the fly with either pre-made enchants or custom enchants. Mystify. This enchants the bullets to make them either totally invisible or confuse the enemy to its location, should they predict the trajectory. Mana vortex/storage. A way to collect and store mana to maintain the effects of the enchantments. It was a lot, but the more the better. Dream was honestly surprised when Sophia put all these in. He hadn't thought of some of them. The biggest perk was definitely the speed enchantment. What he learned from his previous fight was that enchantments could have devastating effects if used right. Firing regular bullets seemed puny in comparison now, and it didn't take a huge toll on his mana. His regeneration made up for most of it. Not to mention how he has the mana cubes. He wasn't lacking mana in any way, so he wanted to be able to throw out as many enchanted rounds as possible. And if that wasn't enough, Dream made other contingencies, mainly in the form of explosives, but also defensive equipment. The explosives he made weren't really explosives as they were mana bombs. He would stuff mana inside a ball and then load it with an enchantment. There were a variety of enchantments he made. He had some confusion bombs enchanted with Mystify. He made some solid and liquid bombs that would attract the elements to them. He also made some heat bombs that would superheat everything within its vicinity. Each of the bombs were a bit bigger than grenades and packed full of mana, and every drop of mana was meant to cause devastating damage. If these didn't work against his enemies, he didn't know what would. After this was some defensive equipment in the form of shields. He made 50 shields that could be used in a variety of ways. He could make a wall with them, use them individually, or whatever he needed them for. After he made the shields, he was finally done with his preparations. Anything else would be covered by his skills. When he was finished, he decided to rest for the remainder of that day and get a good sleep. He didn't want to be tired for an important battle. Dream, wake up. Huh? Dream opened his eyes as he was awakened by Sophia. He lazily sat up and inquired, "What's up?" "The wolves are coming. Like the 5 alphas who you were preparing to fight. They are coming towards you right now. You may have a minute or so until they show up." Shit. Dream instantly popped up out of bed as his body gave him a shot of adrenaline. Right after he did, his armor appeared and wrapped him up entirely. He took out his railgun and then stood still, staring at the floor dumbly. "Give me a plan. I'm still tired." Dream was still waking up and his brain didn't want to figure out what to do next, so he turned to Sophia. "Leave the house and get to the forest." He didn't say anything and did what she said. He busted through the door and turned towards the tree line. Unfortunately, the wolves were one step ahead of him. Before he could even take a step towards the trees, he felt his hair stand on end. Dash. Crunch. Dream barely moved his body away from the wolf that was going for his neck. The wolf clamped down on his left shoulder and dug in with its teeth. So much pressure was applied that the armor actually caved in, crushing some bones. Though the teeth of the wolf didn't actually get through the armor, showing that the armor wasn't totally incompetent. Seeing that it failed to kill its prey on the first try, the wolf snarled and began trying to bring Dream down. This was when the man himself was able to get a look at the wolf. "It's him." Dream turned and saw an all-black wolf. It was the silhouette he saw, the assumed strongest of the 5 alphas. This time, however, the wolf wasn't cloaked. Dream got an up-close, detailed view. The wolf looked like a vicious killing machine. Its fur looked metallic, and its teeth and claws looked like metal razors. And as if that wasn't threatening enough, it also had pale white eyes. They looked almost lifeless, but the murderous intent told him that this wolf was a very real threat to his life. Luckily, the adrenaline that was kicking in his fight or flight response didn't let the fear or pain stifle him. And if there was any quality that Dream knew he had, it was that he improved as the pressure grew. Dream moved his right arm and ejected the blade in it, planting it directly into the wolf's stomach. Slice. Snarl. After getting 10 hard inches of titanium shoved into its ribs, the wolf got the hint and let go of Dream's shoulder. It quickly put distance between them. They stared each other down for a few seconds before the black wolf broke the silence. "You invaded our territory." "What?" Dream's eyes went wide. The wolf talked to him, using telepathy no less. "You can talk. Why did you invade our territory? Why did you kill our kin?" "Because they were unlucky enough to cross my path." "Who do you think you are?" The wolf snarled at that response. Dream kind of wished he chose better wording, but oh well. "I'm a human who seeks strength. And you, along with the other 4, will feed me with experience." Saying that, Dream aimed his gun at the wolf with his right arm and fired a shot. DSH. The wolf, not being able to dodge a bullet, was hit square in the chest. Or so Dream thought until the body of the wolf turned to smoke. The bullet passed through the wolf and planted itself in the ground. Liquids began getting pulled to the bullet, a result of its enchantment. The illusory image of the wolf soon disappeared. Though Dream was able to track the real body, it was retreating. "Oh no you don't." Dream aimed the gun again and fired a dozen lower power shots around the wolf. They all planted themselves in the ground around the body of the wolf. This was intentional. Right as they landed around the wolf, they began doing as their enchantment told them. Pull in all solids. Soon, the wolf along with dirt and rock was pulled towards the bullets. Since the wolf was basically circled by bullets, it was met with forces trying to pull it apart from all sides. And Dream thought that the wolf would be pulled apart just like that. Unfortunately, the wolf's body was strong enough to withstand the forces. Not only that, the bullets must have counteracted each other. Either way, the wolf was merely held in place, not torn apart. But since the wolf was being held in place by his unintentional trap, Dream decided to take advantage of it. He took aim again and fired a high-power bullet straight for center mass. Right as he did, though, a barrier was created around the Black Wolf. Boom. The bullet punched through a wall of rock and wood, but the remaining force wasn't enough to keep it traveling. The bullet became useless and tumbled to the ground. Dream turned his head to the ones that prevented his kill. They're here. He saw 4 wolves by the tree line approaching the Black Wolf. White, red, green, and brown. It was the other 4 alphas. This just became much harder. Dream took aim at the 4 wolves walking towards them. Right as he did, another wall was created around all of them. He continued to fire 5 shots. 4 bullets hit the wall in a square and tore a hole in the wall. The 5th bullet went through the center of the hole and towards the unsuspecting wolves behind it. The bullet ended up hitting the green wolf in the chest. ARR. The green wolf howled as all the fluids in its body rushed out of control. The blood and water was drained from its body and accumulated near its heart, which was also destroyed from the blood being torn out of it. Needless to say, it died a painful death. You killed a level 168 nature dire wolf. Damn, just one more level. Dream cursed as his level stopped at level 99. He had a gut feeling that he could kill a fly and top off his experience. Right as he could use the class advancement the most. After the bullet killed the green wolf, the hole in the wall was quickly sealed back up. At the same time, lances of rock were raised and launched at Dream from behind the wall. They were surprisingly fast, and there were a lot of them. Shit. Dream put away his gun and took out a shield, charging towards the tree line with his limp left arm. He couldn't keep fighting an uphill battle. As he ran, the lances came hurling at his shield, and each of them either shattered upon impact or were deflected. If those rocks could even pierce titanium, I may as well give up now. It only took a few seconds to get to the tree line. When he did, he was able to get a view of the alphas behind the wall. They're healing him. Dream saw the white wolf on top of the black one, healing its wounds with a soft glow. Dream could see the stab wounds sealing by the second. Oh hell no. He put away his shield and brought back out his railgun. DS, 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 DS. He rained bullets down on their position. The brown wolf responded by putting up a few walls. Dream fired holes through all of them, but by the time he punched through, the wolves had already begun running off into the forest. Dream gave chase and kept firing. Walls were constantly put up and broken right back down. This repeated for a while, until the wolves suddenly decided to split up. The white wolf kept running straight. The brown wolf went to the left, and the red wolf went to the right. The black wolf also disappeared in a cloud of smoke, going who knows where. At first, Dream was happy as he finally had an open shot. He turned and took aim at the brown wolf who was speeding along. The brown wolf also began launching its earth spikes. Though right as Dream was about to fire, he saw a light coming from his right. Red wolf. Yes, fireballs. He nodded and fired at the brown wolf. He was putting himself in a bad situation by not moving instead, but that's what shields were for. The bullet left the chamber and went straight for the brown wolf's chest. At the same time, shields appeared on his right and made a wall. ARR. Boom. The brown wolf yelped as it suffered the same fate as the green one. The fireballs also hit the shields, creating a loud shockwave. Nice. After a few seconds of the brown wolf suffering miserably, Dream got the kill notification. Boom. Boom. The shields kept taking hits from the fireballs and actually began breaking down. Dream turned and began running to an open area. Right as he took a few steps, though, he felt his neck tingle. You think I would forget about you? Dream turned towards the black wolf that was now barely a foot away from his neck. Remembering what happened last time, Dream became a bit pissed. He didn't enjoy having his shoulder crushed, so he decided to return the favor tenfold. Clunk. Right as the wolf was going to clamp down on his neck, a ball of metal appeared in its mouth. Moments after, an absolutely searing heat began to overwhelm it. The wolf felt as if its head was on fire after the ball appeared. This was indeed the heat bomb that Dream made. It was designed to heat everything within the vicinity as quickly as possible using every drop of mana it had. The only downside was that it didn't distinguish between friendly and enemy. It was more of a to whom it may concern. And since Dream was also right next to it, he was on the list. The wolf immediately began regretting its decision. It crashed into Dream, and they both went to the floor. The wolf tried to spit out the ball, but its teeth were in the way. Dream had brought out the ball inside its maws and connected the metal to its teeth using some heat. The wolf wouldn't be able to spit out the ball unless it removed a few of its fangs. R. As the ball continued heating the wolf's face, it began to cry out more and more. It didn't even have the mind to remember it was in a battle. Its skin began to melt. Its blood boiled along with all the other fluids in its body. The ball indiscriminately heat up. Everything. This, of course, included the brain. Where was Dream in all this? He was right there, watching everything. It was fortunate that his armor was enchanted for heat control. Not to mention his own skill was used to make the bomb. He didn't really have a problem preventing himself from cooking. Boom, boom. As the black wolf melted, more explosions came from the shields. Several of them were even blown away with the fireballs. Dream stood up to go take care of the red wolf. Though right as he did, a notification popped up as the wolf behind him was killed. He nodded and lifted his railgun. He then aimed at the shield wall that was protecting him from the fireballs. Boom. Right as the red wolf launched another fireball at him, a gap was opened in the shields. Dream fired through the gap straight at the red wolf. DSH. Splat. Dream nodded. The red wolf probably wasn't expecting a shot from that angle. Easy kill. With that, all the wolves that were a threat were dead. Dream doused the flames from the fireballs and put away his shield wall. The forest regained its silence and darkness. Although he killed all the threats, there was still one more wolf. He turned his head to the white wolf who was standing a little ways away. It was also looking back at him. It spoke. Go ahead and kill me, human. The white wolf lowered its head in defeat. Dream tilted his head. You would just lay down your life? I cannot fight against you. You killed all the alphas, and I am a mere healer. What point is there to resist? Go back. Question mark. The white wolf perked up its ears. Say what? Go back to your den. I have no need to kill any more of you, and they need you to survive. Your pity is an insult. It's hypocritical. You killed the protectors of the den, but then worry for its survival. Well, you aren't the only ones who have something to protect. Duh. The wolf went silent at Dream's outburst. Catching himself, Dream calmed down. Leave before I change my mind, wolf. Duh. The white wolf silently turned and began walking towards its den. When it was out of sight, Dream collected the corpses of the alphas and walked home. He fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Dream woke up the next day at noon. Sophia came with a notification when he opened his eyes. The family is in combat again. Sigh. He felt tired again after hearing about that. They had been fighting on and off for the past few days. Though nothing crazy ever happened. Neither Riddick nor the foxes were ever really injured aside from the first battle. It was small skirmishes that always ended with the foxes getting away. They were trying to wear out the family, and given long enough, it would work. Luckily, Riddick had experience with this and could last a long time, so he didn't need to worry right now. Ugh, how's my arm? As Dream moved around under the covers, he felt the pain from his shoulder. He didn't really notice it before with all the adrenaline running through him. Although, when he felt it now, it wasn't as bad as he thought. I've repaired mostly everything. Another few hours and you'll be good. Nice. You should also choose your class. Oh, right. Dream remembered that was a thing and sat up, making himself comfortable. When he did, some notifications popped up. Magic Engineer, Master Artificer, Gunner, Thermal Mage, Blacksmith, Enchanter, Warlock. Dream read the options. There were much less than last time. How many options were there before? 21. And now there's 7. I can already cross out a few. Definitely not Enchanter or Blacksmith. Not Gunner. Thermal Mage sounds cool, but it could be limiting to future growth. And Warlock sounds interesting, but it also sounds like voodoo stuff, so no thanks. That leaves the first 2. What's the difference between them, though? Dream immediately made his deductions about the other classes and came back to the first 2 options. But they seemed like the same thing. If we go purely based on definition, an engineer is someone who builds and designs, and with the word magic in front of it, it likely has to do with building spells or even enchantments. An artificer is a more broad definition, but you could also say it means the same thing. It's someone who's skilled in their craft that has to do with design and building. The only difference is the word master. So one's a magic builder and the other is a master builder? Basically, the old man wasn't kidding when he said wording was important. I can see how this would get very complicated for some people. But honestly, I'm already gravitating towards the master. I doubt that word gets used lightly. I think it's better too. Dream closed his eyes and thought for a second. He brought up his status screen. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, Mystic. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 99. Stats, Strength, D plus Agility C. Stamina, C. Magic, C plus. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL, 30. MMA Mastery, LVL, 30. Verticular Accumulation, LVL, 67. Thermal Fluctuation, LVL, 30. Scribe, LVL, Max. Active Skills, Summons from Another World, Shooting, LVL, Max. Mystify, LVL, 20. Solid State Magic, LVL, 44. Gas State Magic, LVL, 51. Liquid State Magic, LVL, 43. Fire Magic, LVL, 20. Regenerate, LVL, 35. Imbue, LVL, Max. Given his abilities, he truly was more geared towards design and building than combat. But hey, he could design weapons, so he's had no problems so far. In fact, he wasn't much different than a magician, just that he used mana in a different way. Well, no need to overthink it. I choose Master Artificer. Commencing emulation. Huh. Just as the notifications began coming, Sophia eagerly shouted in Dream's mind. He got confused. Wasn't the system supposed to be the one giving him abilities right now? Sophia soon came with her own flurry of notifications. Breaking down Imbue and Scribe. Emulating state skills. Breaking down Fire Magic. Breaking down Regenerate. Emulating Mystify. Breaking down Shooting. Damn, Shooting too? Yup. Incorporating system enhancements and bestowals. You're really playing the system right now. It touched me, so yes. You mean the enhancement? Of course. Anyway, give me a few seconds with these. After she said that, Dream, who was looking at his status screen, saw nearly all of his skills disappear. You know what? Let's break down MMA Mastery as well. That's like my only skill left. If we got in a fight right now, I would be pummeled. What if those wolves wanted revenge and showed up right now? Dream shouted in nervousness. He felt really defenseless. Of course, he still totally trusted Sophia, but the fear of something happening right as he was at his weakest was still there. I think you forget, but these skills are still under our control. Even if those wolves came, we could wipe them out. And actually, what? Actually what? Breaking down Thermal Flux to dash. I've lost everything. But there's still the vortex. Oh, I guess your dash. Breaking down Verticular dash. Why must you toy with me, woman? Dream shouted in unfairness. He was defenseless in almost every way now. He went searching through his inventory for something that reminded him of his weakness. The very first revolver I summoned. At least I still have you, you little pea shooter. You literally still have the railgun. And your armor. Sophia retorted as Dream hugged the revolver like a baby, exasperated by his drama. Give me like 5 more minutes. I'm sure you can survive for that long. Fine. Dream gave up and laid back into his bed, getting comfy under the sheets. He closed his eyes, and 5 minutes later, Sophia notified him. I have done it. Holy crap. Dream, who had just begun relaxing in his comfy bed, was spurred awake by an influx of mana. His body began to feel tingly, and he became much more sensitive. Not only that, but his mind felt aware. I can see. I think you're kind of high due to the changes from the skills. Give it a few minutes. Like, I'm hyperconscious. And, oh my god, why can I see cells? And the fibers. The blanket. And why is the floor so dirty? There's bacteria everywhere. Yeah, you're going to need a minute. I'm going to need a fat minute so I can genocide these ugly bacteria. These have been on me the whole time. How have I lived so long? One bacterial crusade later, Dream passed out on his bed and fell asleep. And several hours after that, he woke up. Interesting thing was, he wasn't tired one bit as he opened his eyes. In fact, he felt incredibly refreshed. What's the damage? Well, a minimum of several billion bacteria lost their lives to your brutish genocide. Very funny. Take a look at your status screen. A screen popped up in front of Dream. He took a look at it. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, Master Artificer. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 102. Stats, Strength, C. Agility, C. Stamina, C. Magic, B. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL, 52. Magic, LVL, 4. Active skills, summons from another world. Material magic, LVL, 24. Wow, that's a significant change. Why did I get a skill called magic? Seems rather redundant. Dream looked at his status page that was basically blank compared to before. Not only that, but all his stats had gone up, especially his mana, which jumped a whole 2 levels. It could be otherwise known as mana manipulation. Alright, where did the other skills go like mystify? They were either put into those 2 new skills, or I brought them under me as sub-skills. You know, I haven't actually seen your sub-skills. What are they? Check this out. Sophia brought up her own status-like screen. Dream read through it. Sophia, mind space, a space created from the cognitive ability of the soul, similar to a virtual space. Informations can be stored and processed here. Parallel processing allows user to separate their thought process and analysis of phenomena. Exclusive to Sophia. Thought acceleration multiplies thought speed according to level and agility. Emulator, the ability to analyze, copy, and modify skills. Requires understanding of the involved skill signatures. Mana matter perception, the ability to comprehend phenomena in the world through mana. Cognitive manipulation, the ability to twist perception. I've had mind space, haven't I? Dream saw that the sub-skills were similar to the ones he started with way back when. He knew emulator, and the mana perception was his awareness. Cognitive manipulation was a fancy name for his mystify skill as well. Yes, it evolved from visualization. What about thought acceleration? Is that the ability that lets you and I have fast conversations? Yup, the rate of acceleration is about 20,000 times. Though it could be dangerous for you to use it to that extent since your brain may not be able to handle it. But for me, it's perfect. And parallel processing lets one part of me think about analysis while accelerated, and the other remains unaccelerated to talk to you. Wow. Wait, how old would you be then? I mean, I don't know how often your thought is accelerated, but considering the work we do, it's been a lot. It's not nice to ask about a lady's age. Well, even at half that rate, let's say 10,000 times. If you were accelerated for 1 day, that's 10,000 days, which is a little under 30 years, but let's round up. 30 years multiplied by, let's say, 10 days, that's 300 years. Duh. Dream went quiet after he processed that number. 300 years in 10 days' time? And that's just 10 days. He knows that Sophia has been thinking much longer than that. So in 100 days, that's 3,000 years. Dream, you have to understand the difference between us. But that's way too long to even be alive for that long, not to mention alone. That's who I am, Dream. I'm designed for processing. But with parallel processing, I can at least separate my conscious thought from my computer thought. I haven't really lived for 3,000 years. I've only lived since we first met. So don't worry. I've had you to keep me company this whole time. Dream sat there for a bit as Sophia explained. He didn't know how it would work, something like parallel processing, so he could only take her word for it. Though it did make him feel a bit better. That makes me feel a little less guilty, but still. Dream decided to just accept it. He understood that she was indeed a skill, though that didn't make her any less important to him, as a person or a part of his life. But hey, good news. I was able to finish up on the DNA modifications. I've also compiled the necessary items for your body enhancement. Everything except for the bones at least. We can begin whenever you want. Oh, alright. Won't I be really vulnerable for the procedure though? Dream focused his mind on this project. If they needed to go through a procedure to break his body open, he assumed that he wouldn't be able to fight anything. So he wanted to be safe. For the most part, yes. Though that'll only be during the surgery. The surgery will change everything except for your neurons and brain, which will change over time as your body slowly handles them itself. Okay. So what are the materials going to be? For your muscles, it'll be an inorganic substitute. Twisted carbon nanotubes that react thermally and electrically. Their power is easily 230 times that of human muscle by size and weight. They can also react faster than normal muscles. Unfortunately, unless you want your muscles to break your own bones, I'm going to have to replace them during this surgery. We have 2 options that we can talk about later. Alright, that's fine. As for blood, it'll also be inorganic. Each blood cell will be replaced with carbon-based microbubbles. They can carry 150 times more oxygen than normal blood cells at the same size and still have room for all their other functions. Although, the color of the blood will be white, So get ready for that. Oh, okay. That'll be interesting. And then, there's your organs. Oh boy. Since you never really need to go to the bathroom anymore and food intake will be handled very differently than before, I've been thinking about scrapping the organs responsible for waste processing and disposal like your intestines and such. Your DNA will be programmed to handle the little waste that does need to be taken care of. But all right. As for your lungs, they will be made much more effective. In fact, I'm going to try and make them capable of synthesis so oxygen isn't as essential. Honestly, I tried getting rid of the need for air altogether, but that's realistically impossible for now. Anyway, your heart will change, kidneys, liver, stomach, ears, eyes, and whatnot. Even your skin will change, but don't worry, you'll still look human. Thanks for that. Lastly are blood vessels and other small things. They'll be designed according to everything else. From start to finish, how long should this take? Hard to tell, but at minimum, I say 3 weeks, with the surgery only taking about 4 days. That's if nothing unexpected happens. I guess we'll have to build a safe house before that. Don't want to get caught with my chest open. That shouldn't be a problem. Well then, I guess we have our next objective. Let's start preparing. So if we're going to do this, we need a super safe house. I'm immediately thinking of just digging like 300 feet underground and sealing myself in a steel box. Thoughts? Dream, who was very paranoid about being vulnerable, went to Sophia for her input. Well, I guess I agree with going underground. Sure, why not? All right. Dream got out of bed and went to his workshop. When he entered, Sophia began digging a hole in the floor. The hole went straight down and was a very deep hole, and it only took moments to form. Huge amounts of dirt and rock were pulled out and thrown aside. Eventually, Dream had a hole about 100 meters deep. Great. That was very easy. A result of the class advancement. Now jump inside. Huh. Just go. All right. Dream didn't fight her and jumped down the hole. Though as he began falling with nothing to help him land, he immediately regretted it. I'm gonna die? Grab wall. Thunk. Dream panicked and threw his arm into the wall, burying it to the elbow. He immediately stopped. You were going to be fine. You understand that you can basically fly now, right? No, I did not understand that. That was never established. We'll get used to it. Take your arm out. Duh. Dream hesitated again before removing his arm. He let go of the ledge, expecting to keep falling, but didn't. Whoa. See. Dream felt his heart rate rise as he looked beneath him. He was standing on air. It was a scary and surreal feeling. He took a step and planted it in front of him like he was on some invisible platform. So you make air platforms? No. Remember how your body is solid? Well, you can move it using material magic. Quite simple, really. Interesting. So just manipulate my body like everything else, huh? Dream used his material magic and moved himself downward. Slowly, he floated down until he hit the bottom of the hole. Fun, right? Now let's get this room made. Rumble. Sounds were made as Sophia dug out a square room. In a few seconds, the walls were compacted and pushed outward. Done. Now, for the surfacing. Chunks of iron were brought out of his inventory and formed to make plates. They were then placed on the walls and enchanted for reinforcement and isolation so nobody would see them down there. And now the table. A bit more metal was brought out and formed to make a simple table the size of Dream's body. This was where the surgery would take place. And we're done. That's it. Yup. Any materials we need will be in the inventory. The extra space is for the mana cubes in case we need more mana. But otherwise, that's about it. Oh, all right. Now, you said something earlier about the bones. What are our options? Yes, we have 2 options. We can summon materials or use this world's materials. I'm thinking the materials here will be better, so I was going to suggest you look into getting mithril. Mithril? Isn't that silver? It is. I don't expect to be able to get top quality mithril, but using the money you still have, we should be able to get good quality stuff. Depending on the strength, it may be better than steel or titanium. We'll also be able to enchant it. I read in that book that it facilitates the use of mana much better than other materials. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt to look. That store that Graf told me about for materials should have some, or at least know where to find it. That works. Maybe we could stock up some more materials as well. The inventory expanded a good chunk after the class advancement. Nice. Then we have no time to lose. Dream stepped to the hole and began flying up. Depending on how fast he could go, He wouldn't mind flying to the mountain. After he rose to the top, he walked out of the workshop. And after stepping outside, he began raising himself into the air. Ha ha, I'm flying. Dream shouted in excitement after he had risen to nearly 100 meters high. He could see above the trees, and there was nothing under him. Remember, flying only takes your will. You think it'll happen. All right, let's see. Dream began experimenting. The first thing he did was turn himself upside down. It was very disorienting, to say the least, but he noticed something peculiar. It feels like there's no gravity. Help support creative writers by finding and reading their stories on the original site. The magic lets you resist the force of gravity. Doesn't mean it's getting rid of it, just that you won't feel it. Very cool. It's kind of scary though when I have my feet towards the sky. It's like if I stop flying, I'll fall into it. Swallowed by the vast darkness. Well, lucky for you. If you stop flying, you'll just land on your head. Now start heading to the mountain. Dream turned himself downside up and began moving forward towards the mountain. First, he went rather slow, not more than running speed. But he kept speeding up to 50 miles per hour, then 75 miles per hour. Eventually, he hit 100 miles per hour. And because of the fact that he could control air, he could move air out from in front of him, so there was no wind resistance, which was a huge plus. Dream smiled widely as he soared through the sky. It wasn't in a Superman pose either. He was standing normally, as if he were going on a stroll. It was like if clipped as a character in a game and went flying around. It looked funny and cool at the same time. Hey Sophia, how fast can I go? Depends on how much mana you want to consume. Right now, you consume nothing. A realistic speed with sustainable mana regeneration would be around 230 miles per hour. As fast as a helicopter? Damn. Well, for one, no wind resistance. 2. You've moved objects pretty fast already. Remember those bullets you used as weapons? Those easily approached 600 miles per hour. Though it was only extremely short bursts and a small amount of mass, but still. Don't I guess? Well, if I get out of control, take over. Sure. Saying that, Dream began accelerating even further. 150, 190, 230. He stopped where Sophia told him was the best speed and just glided. His smile widened as he flew. That I still can't believe I'm doing this. It feels so easy. That's because you're controlling it with your will. You can't confuse yourself. Dream nodded. It was exactly like that. If he wanted to slow down, he did. If he wanted to go up, he did. He could also imagine himself doing something like turning upside down, and he would do it. It was a great system. As he glided, he watched the sea of green trees fly past him. He could see all the little details even from 100 meters in the air. It almost felt foreign, the way he was experiencing these things. But it still felt good. Going over 200 miles per hour, it took less than half an hour to approach the mountain. And since it wasn't like he was coming by helicopter, there was no need to stop a distance away. Dream flew straight up to one of the gates. This caught much attention as this wasn't the Class 3 only gate that Riddick used, so there were many people trying to get in and out that saw him. Who's that? He looks so young, and he's flying? Must be from one of the families. Maybe he's a mage from the Spire. Dream heard many people talking about him as he flew up to the guard at the gate. Title plate, please. Sure. Dream walked over and handed the guard his title plate, who put a device over the plate. Information began lighting up. Let's see. Dream. This is good, go ahead. Thanks. The guard gave him back the plate, and Dream walked in. Nice. Didn't have to worry about explaining my class. They probably only do that at the other gates. Probably. All right, now for that show, wait. Dream suddenly turned back around and approached the guard at the gate. Excuse me, sir. Is flying inside okay? Flying? No, you cannot fly inside the mountain. It's only allowed when scaling up certain buildings and in certain areas. So don't just go flying around everywhere. Oh, gotcha. No problem. Dream nodded to the guard and walked back off. That's such a stupid rule. But I guess it explains nobody else flying. It might be a superiority thing. But we don't need to be put in jail, so don't go breaking any laws. Fine. Right when I get the ability, too. Dream huffed as he walked down the street among all the other mortals. As he walked, though, he played with his ability and kept his feet an inch above the ground, just barely hovering over the ground. It definitely wasn't him being petty. He walked down many streets like this before he reached where the guild was. He stopped and looked at the building. Maybe they know where some Class 2 monsters are out in the fields. Or I could just head to a high-level dungeon. They have those, right? Probably. I believe we saw some quests for high-level dungeons last time we were here with that group. Oh, speak of the devil. Speak of what devil? Dream. Huh. Dream turned his head toward the person calling his name. Oh, that one. It is you. Hi, Lori. Long time no see. The person who called Dream was indeed the blonde girl from the twins party, Lori. She was the healer with the cool staff that had a hidden blade. Lori ran up to Dream, who sheepishly scratched his head. This would probably be a bit awkward. Hey, how are you? How have things been? Lori. Lori smiled brightly as she brought herself in front of Dream. Oh, it's been all right. Nothing crazy. What about you? How have things been with the party? Dream. Oh, I actually got switched to a different party. Something happened? Dream tilted his head. Did the party have a conflict or something? Yeah, I got my second class. In an inventory. Look, Lori excitedly announced her news as she brought out something from her inventory. It was another staff, but this one looked different than her old one. Is it new? It looks nice. Yeah, my temple gives us one for each class advancement. Oh, that's pretty nice. But temple? Yeah, the Christian temple. I'm part of the religion. Christian temple? They have that here. Of course. They're in every empire and lots of the kingdoms. Very interesting. Dream went a bit quiet as he thought about what that fact represented. It was either a huge coincidence or everything Dream knew about his religion would be overturned. He had been raised Catholic, after all. The fact that it could be on other worlds implied that the religion's origins were much bigger than he thought. Dream. Oh, sorry. So they had you move parties after you got your second class? Yeah, I got moved to a stronger one. Healers aren't common, after all. Nice. I'm sure you're making more money. I am. But I'm also leveling up faster. And I hate to bring it up, but what happened to you? You came for one raid, and I never saw you again. Oh, sorry about that. It might sound insulting, but I guess the party moved too slow for us. We actually went back to the same dungeon and cleared it. You cleared the rat dungeon? That's impressive. I can see why you left. What about those girls? Oh, they had to leave. Something came up. I see. So what are you doing now? I guess I've just been doing my own thing. Your own thing, huh? I can see that. See what? Your mana. It's higher than before. Let me guess, you got your second class as well. Dream remembered that he had set his mana to leak out. The mana levels he let out were C-, about an average level for a class 2. Guess that gave him away. Yeah, I also advanced. Dream. That's cool. So hey, since you're by yourself and all, why don't you come raid with my party? We can definitely fit another person. How do you know my skills are up to par? I only just advanced, you know. Please, you already told me that you were holding back with the other group, and you cleared the rat dungeon as a first class since you only just recently advanced. How could your skills not be good? Duh. Dream realized how much information he gave away and cursed himself. It would be more difficult to get out of this situation without being an asshole. Dream. Look, if you're uncomfortable with it, I won't force you. Trust can be a hard thing to develop. There's only one thing I'm going to insist you on, though. What's that? Well, you still owe me a fun night out after ditching me last time. I wasn't happy, you know, when you never showed back up. Duh. Dream went silent as Lori put on a pouty face. It was super cute, but he really couldn't get himself into this. It might just be his gut feeling and the fact that there was still Luna and Iris, but she was a bomb just waiting to go off. Not to mention the reason he was here, his new body. So look, Lori, I appreciate it, but I've got something going on right now that requires my full attention. So I'm sorry, but I can't. Oh, that's all right. I get it. Well, hey, if you ever need help, you can come find me. Thanks. Sure. I'll see you later. See ya. Waving each other goodbye, they both went their separate ways. Dream continued heading to the shop. She was so horny for you. What the hell? I was just about to say how heartbreaking it was to make her sad like that, and here you come with that curveball. Well, she was. Her hormones spiked, and it was like a slipping slide for a solid minute. Not much room for guessing there. Thank you for those details. Really makes you rethink what she meant by a fun night out. I wonder how many dudes she slept with. Hard to tell. She's far from a virgin, though. Well, isn't that fantastic? Anyway, let's just get to the shop. I want to be done here. Dream sarcastically responded and kept walking as he played with his ability more. He figured his gut feeling was getting more perceptive since he was pretty on the mark about her. Soon, he reached the area where the shop was. It was actually close to the enchanter and monster tamer, so he at least knew the area. Maybe I could visit the tamer once I'm done. John, was it? Dream thought as he approached the material shop. It was time to get some mithril. Dream approached the material shop and went through the door. Ding! A bell sounded as he pushed open the door. Right after entering, Dream could immediately hear chatter. This shop wasn't an unknown one. Even when he came last time, there were at least a dozen people in the shop doing business. The shop was actually rather big as it had to fit all the materials and have places for people to buy and sell. There were more than a few employees, and Dream had no doubt that this place raked in money. Everyone needed materials, and this place really did have it all. How can I help you, sir? A lady walked up to Dream shortly after he arrived. Hi, I could actually use your help. I'm looking for mithril. Mithril? Any particular grade? That depends on what you have. I see. Come with me. The lady turned and began walking to the side of the shop. Dream followed. After going through a door that led into a hallway, Dream was led to a private room. You can wait here. Someone will come to help you shortly. Thank you. Dream sat inside the room. It wasn't that big. It had 2 couches and a table between them for doing business, while the rest of the room had a bit of decoration, so it wasn't bland. It's nice that they give you a bit of privacy. Now, what were the grades of mithril? Low, medium, high, and pure. I'm not sure what they represent, but obviously the higher the better. Well, getting pure silver shouldn't be hard from mining, so it can't be the purity of the silver itself. It's definitely something to do with mana. But yeah, I wonder what. Dream pondered as he waited. After a few minutes, someone entered the room. Knock, knock. Pardon me. As the door opened, Dream could see a man come in. He wore a nice suit and had the air of an accountant. At least, what passed for an accountant in this world? The name's Ray. Dream. Dream stood up and shook the man's hand before they both took a seat opposite to each other. So I hear you're looking for mithril, Dream. I am. I was wondering the cost per grade. And what grades you sold. Well, first thing you should know is that we don't sell anything above high grade. And even high grade we only carry in small amounts. We've also further divided the grades into different levels. Ray began placing down small chunks of metal on the table. After placing 8 identical chunks down in a line, he explained, these are our levels. From lowest to highest is simply 1 through 8. 1 is low and 8 is our highest level. I see. And cost? Take a look first. Dream nodded and took the lowest grade chunk in his hand. He began saturating it with his mana. Yup, this is definitely silver. Though there's something different. Different? Well, it's hard to say exactly. Honestly, the atoms are fine, but I can already tell that it has a much higher tensile strength than normal silver. And this is only low grade. Compared to titanium? If titanium equals 1 strength, then this low-grade mithril equals 0.5. Check out the others. Dream put down the first chunk and picked up the 4th chunk in the middle. This one is about equal to titanium. Already. Not only that, but as you inject more mana, it's almost like it gets stronger. It can already hold much more mana than titanium as well. Huh, what about the highest one? Dream set the 4th chunk down and picked up the 8th chunk. This was the highest grade that they sold at least. This one equals 7.8. Seriously, that's quite the jump. I'm still not sure why it's so strong. But either way, if your skeleton were made out of this stuff, then you'd never have to replace it. That would be nice. But let's see how much it is first. I highly doubt it's cheap. Dream set down the chunk and looked at the man across from him. How much for level 4? A few gold will get you a few pounds of this. A bit more expensive than titanium at the same strength, but its mana compatibility is higher. And the highest, level 8. That goes for about 140 gold per ounce. Sophia, your skeleton is about 420 ounces. That makes it 60,000 gold worth of that mithril to get a whole skeleton. And we have how much? Graph gave us 20 plates and a couple hundred gold equaling about 11,000 gold. So not nearly enough. So I can't be too greedy, I guess. Dream closed his eyes for a moment before looking back to Ray. What about level 7? 60 gold per ounce. 25,000 gold. And grade 6. 20 gold per ounce. 8,400 gold. And how much level 6 and 7 can you produce? Level 7 is rare, but we can produce up to 600 ounces. Level 6 is much more plentiful. I see. Dream nodded and found his range between level 6 and 7. Sophia, if you want to mix them, 10,000 gold will get us 50 ounces of grade 7 and the rest grade 6. We'll do that then. Dream turned his attention to Ray. I want 50 ounces of grade 7 and 370 ounces of grade 6. That'll be. Ray went quiet as he tried to process the price. Dream did it for him. 10,400 gold. According to your prices. Right? Anything else? I'll take some titanium as well. However much 600 gold will get me. I understand. Mind if I see the money you wish to pay with? Sure. Clunk. Dream brought out the box of plates that Graf gave him, which held 20 gold plates. He also brought out a bag with the excess gold coins. Duh. Ray was a bit surprised seeing the box. He brought the box over and opened it, seeing the 20 gold plates lined up neatly. He took out a plate and brought out a tool, similar to the scanners used by the guards for title plates. He put the plate inside the tool, and the plate glowed, showing some engravings. He took it back out and put it into the box. I see. Give me a moment while I have your materials prepared. Sure. Ray got up and walked out of the room, leaving Dream by himself. This'll go smoother than expected. No tedious haggling crap. Dream thought about how nice it was to just be able to come in and buy what he wanted without having to act like he was on Shark Tank negotiating a business deal. He was just buying some metal, after all. Ray soon came back in. Okay, Dream. Here are the mithril ingots. Ray walked over to the table and brought out several square boxes. Inside the boxes were neat stacks of mithril plates. We divide our mithril by 10-ounce pieces. These on the right are the grade 6 pieces, and the left are grade 7. Have a look while I verify your gold plates. Sure. Ray brought back over the gold plates T0 himself, while Dream spread his mana through the boxes. Check. 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 It looks like everything's good. Good. At least this place has the dignity to not try and scam me. Not many people can just spend 10,000 gold all at once. The ones who can are probably powerful, whether influence-wise or personally. It would be stupid to risk losing that kind of customer. Or pissing one off in general. True. Dream nodded in his mind. Being completely honest, Ray couldn't stop him from stealing everything here. Though the risk would be high, there's a chance he could get away with everything in this shop and leave the city. At the cost of being branded a criminal, of course. Either way, he wasn't a bad person and the business wasn't bad either. If the other party didn't play any games, they could both just have a proper exchange and be on their way. All right, these plates are all genuine. Ray spoke up after scanning the last plate. And I see nothing wrong with these mithril plates. Of course, I also have the titanium you requested. It's outside. All right, then has our business concluded? For the most part, yes. Since you're buying in bulk, I've decided to give you everything for 10,000 gold. You can keep the coins in your bag, as a thank you for your patronage. Oh, sure. Thank you. Dream took back his bag and put the boxes of mithril in his inventory. Ray also took the box full of gold plates. No, thank you. I'll show you to your titanium. Ray turned and led Dream outside to the plaza. Sure enough, there were several big boxes filled to the brim with titanium ingots. Dream walked up to them and put them in his inventory. Thanks again. You guys made this really easy. Of course, if you don't mind me asking, what were your plans for the material? I'm planning to make myself some gear. I happen to be needing an upgrade. I see. Well, good luck with your forgery. Thanks. Ray put out his hand for a shake, and Dream took it. They then parted ways, and Dream left the shop. Sweet. In and out in less than an hour. That's some efficient business. And I got a discount. Didn't have to drain my pockets dry in one go. We can allot the stronger mithril to more important places in your body like your skull. Other than that, everything else is ready to go. Sweet. Though I still can't believe I'm doing this. Dream had a hard time wrapping his head around the concept of building a new body. He wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not. Is there something wrong with it? I mean, not really. It just feels weird. Plus, the fact that we even have the ability to pull it off is crazy. I mean, DNA editing, replacing my entire body. The precision behind the operation to even edit a single DNA strand. And we're going to carry out body-wide edits all at once. Well, not all at once. But I get it. But think of it this way. To edit something small, you need to know it's there and have the tools to precisely manipulate it. Well, our abilities meet those two requirements, especially after the class advancement. It was going to take upwards of a month to figure everything out with your samples, but after the upgrade, I was able to do it in the several hours you were asleep. The reason why other, more powerful people couldn't do this is because they don't have the knowledge we do. We have the knowledge, the ability, and now the materials to carry this out. So as far as we're concerned, there's no reason why we shouldn't. Unless you really want unnecessary ethics to stand in the way of your strength. No, the ethics won't stop me. I'm myself, no matter what body I'm in. Not that that sounds any less weird, but you get my point. Dream understood that since they could, there was no reason why not. They had the ability to manipulate materials on a semi-atomic level. Cells in the body were giant in comparison. Not to mention how Sophia probably knew everything there was to know about biology. Taking all that into account, this operation would likely be rather easy for her to do. So, do we have anything else before we start? Well, you should know that the surgery will take longer than previously expected. To be safe, I want to keep you under for around 10 days. 10 days? All right. I'm going to be asleep that whole time. Well, kind of. Anyway, this couldn't be a better time to do this. No threats, no distractions. You'll be able to just hide out for a while and get an important upgrade done. True. Is there anything I should do beforehand? Will I be missing anything after we're done, like my sense of taste or smell? Not really. If anything, it's going to feel the opposite, like you should have had it all along. I don't know. It's sounding like I'm going to have to enjoy all the mortal pleasures before I ascend. You're not ascending. You're just traveling a little further down the evolutionary chain. I think, therefore I am. You're not becoming a machine. Well, fine. That's not a totally accurate statement. Heh. Oh well. I wonder if the tamer is in. I think I'll pay him a visit. Dream changed directions and headed towards the tamer who taught him about contracts. Though he has yet to really use it, it was still valuable information. He could also check on the collar. He walked down a few streets before coming up on the tamer shop. He walked in. Ding. Coming. Dream heard a heavy voice come from the back room. Soon, the same 6 feet 5 inches, burly man with a beard came walking out. Hell, Dream. What's up, John? How's the business coming? John the tamer froze for a second when he saw Dream before breaking into a wide smile. Ha ha. It's going good. How are you, my little friend? John came up and put out his hand for a shake. Dream grabbed it with a smack. Haha, I'm doing good. That's good. So what brings you to my shop? Well, I was kind of just stopping by. Maybe check on things. Business is good. It is. I must say, your tool made all the difference. It actually works. My capturing speed is leagues ahead of everyone else. I've been bringing in more money than I ever have with all the new customers. John had a wide smile as he talked about his prosperity. Dream also smiled. That's great. I told you the collar would work. But apparently that's not all that's happened with you. Dream scratched his chin as he felt the aura coming off of John. It was much stronger compared to last time. Oh, sharp eye. Indeed. I have reached class 3. After my many years of taming, I've finally crossed the threshold. Wow. Congratulations. You're now among the top in the world. Haha, indeed. Which also means I can go after stronger monsters. Going after stronger monsters would require a better collar. Speaking of, you mind if I take a look at it? Of course. John brought out the collar from his inventory and handed it to Dream. Sophia immediately made a comment. Our enchantment on this is trash compared to our level now. Why don't we help out our friend here and get him a better capturing tool? All right. We can just make another one instead of modifying this one. After she said that, Dream put the collar down on the counter next to him. He then took out a piece of titanium and began shaping it. The raw chunk of titanium morphed into a hexagon plate about the size of his hand. It then sprouted legs and clamps off each side, almost looking like a crab. When that formed, then came the enchantment. Sophia enchanted it with better code than the collar, as well as a downgraded accumulation technique. It acted very similarly to the collar, just that now it could handle much more mana and operate it with higher efficiency and effectiveness. Soon, Dream finished and handed it to John. Here you go. What's this? John took the metal device and inspected it. It looked nothing like the collar, so he thought it did something other than taming. It does exactly the same thing as the collar, except now you don't need to wrap it around the neck. You can place it anywhere on the body, preferably the head, and it'll go to work. Let's try it. I happen to have a monster that isn't contracted. Follow me. John led Dream into the back and walked over to a cage. Inside was a reptile. An alligator-looking reptile, to be specific. It was very weak and had a small aura coming off of it. Dream could also see wounds on its body. John opened up the cage and walked inside. Hiss. The alligator opened its mouth and let out a threatening hiss. John paid no heed and walked up to it. He pinned down its head and placed the crab device on its neck. Hi. Hiss. The alligator sensed the intrusion and began violently thrashing. Though it was still very weak and the remaining strength it could muster would never be able to shake a Class 3. He kept the alligator pinned down as the device did its work. Soon, the alligator stopped resisting. Dream could see the contract seal imprinted on the alligator's head soon after. John got up when it was done. This is amazing. I can see you've improved on your techniques. Whatever those techniques are. And I'm a bit late to notice, but I see that you have Class 2 mana levels. Yeah? I advanced not too long ago. Congratulations to you then. Now, about this dot thing. It's yours. I can always make another one. No, I haven't given you a copper for even the collar, not to mention this. What that simple collar has done for me is more than I can pay in gold to compensate for. You know what? I have something, and I want you to accept it. No, I don't dash. I'm not asking. Wait here. Duh. John left right after he said that. Dream sighed. I really was just being nice. That metal crab cost me like nothing. It's not like it's the one used by Bang. Dream stood there next to the cage with the alligator. He awkwardly looked at the reptile. If it knew what I did, it would tear me apart. Or try to at least. Would have gotten contracted either way. True. I wonder what he's getting for me. I don't think he has anything that I need. Nor want. Well, he's a tamer. Maybe he wants you to accept an animal. This is not the best time for me to be getting a pet. I'm literally about to hibernate. Should I just run? Let's give it a chance. He's trying to give back, so let him. Sigh fine. Dream gave up and accepted his fate. It wasn't so bad though. Sure, he wasn't expecting anything in return, but getting or giving gifts shouldn't feel like a burden. He wouldn't stress John out by not accepting anything. It could look bad if he did that instead. Dream, come back here. John yelled from the back room. Dream closed the cage and walked over. Yes. Come here. Dream peered into the room and found John at the table. In front of him was a metal box about 1 foot long and wide. He looked at Dream. I found this while exploring the mountains. That a metal box? No. Come look at what's inside. John waved him over and Dream went behind him to look at the inside. The thing inside the box was Dayan Orb? What's that? Honestly, I'm not sure myself. I'm loving it already. Let me finish. I brought it to an appraiser, and when he took a look at it, he said it was some kind of spirit based on the mana and aura coming from inside. But he had never seen a spirit like this before and couldn't tell me for certain. I never wanted to break it open for fear of breaking something. A spirit? I've never seen them before. They're rare, and you'll find most of them on the animal continent, not here. What they are is still mostly a mystery, but they can do amazing things. Don't ask me what, that's all I've heard. Anyway, this is yours now. John pushed the box towards Dream. He picked it up and looked at the shiny, swirly orb inside. It was about the size of a tennis ball, and other than looking like a cool rock, there was nothing special about it. Thank you so much. I'll cherish it for as long as I live. Just accept my gift. I've had it for nearly a year, and nothing has happened yet, but who knows? Maybe you'll be able to do something with it. All right, I'll accept it. Thanks. Sure. Well, I need to get going. I had only expected to stop by. No problem. Come by anytime. Maybe I'll have another interesting item. Sure. I'll show myself out. Waving goodbye, Dream turned and left the shop. When he got outside, he saw that it was sunset. Let's get home. We have much to do. Dream went to go put the box in his inventory. Until it didn't go in. Why isn't it working? Not sure. Maybe it's the orb. Guess I'll carry it then. Since it didn't want to go into his inventory, he put the box under his arm and began walking once more. Not like he had his hands full anyway. Soon, he was home. So, we're really going to start this. Yup. I'm excited. I can tell. So what did you find with the orb? Dream put the box down on a table and opened it, looking at the orb inside. It's an interesting thing. First, the shell is actually made of diamond. And inside is some kind of energy. So that black swirly stuff inside is an energy? Do you know what kind of energy? Nope. I've never seen anything like it. It's not matter. It's not photons. And it barely resembles mana. But it's something different. A spirit. There is actually something resembling a soul. It's contained within the orb among the rest of the energy. Though it's very different from other animal or human souls, so I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. Huh. So it might be an egg of some kind. Should I break it? Dream picked up the ball. It was incredibly smooth, and its hardness was also insane. He would have to put in quite a bit of effort to break it, but it wouldn't be impossible. I recommend holding off on breaking it. We have no idea what it is, and we can always do it after our current objective when you'll be safer. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. True. Then let's head down to our safe house. Oh, and let the old man know that I'll be unavailable for at least 2 weeks. No problem. Dream nodded and put the orb back into the box. He then went to the workshop. After jumping into the hole, he began sealing it behind himself with the excess dirt, making it look like nobody had dug a hole. He got to the bottom and turned on a light as it was dark. Tick. The light came on and Dream saw the metal room. The titanium table was there as well, just waiting to be used. Bottom, bottom, bottom. Dream felt his heart begin to race. He was seriously going through with this. It'll be all right. I'm going to take care of you. That I know. Dream turned to the empty space in the room and began bringing out the cubes and mana balls. Once he brought out 100 cubes and the 20 balls, he turned to the table. No time to waste. After he said so, the clothes on Dream's body disappeared, leaving him completely nude. Using his flying magic, he lifted himself up and placed himself on the table laying face up. The metal was cold against his skin. You ready? As ready as I'll ever be. Okay. Commencing operation. Shutting down bodily systems. See you in a bit. Duh. As Sophia began, Dream's consciousness faded as he went into an induced coma. It was finally time to start. After being unconscious for a while, Dream's mind began to start moving again. He wasn't sure how long it had been since he had had a thought. Could be hours, or even days. The only thing he knew was that he still wasn't awake yet, even though he began thinking again. Dream looked around him. It was dark, and that was about it. There was nothing around him, like he was in an endless void. He couldn't even see himself. Until finally, his surroundings began to change. Out of bed. Out of nowhere, Dream found himself on a bed. He was laying down looking at the ceiling. Dream reached out his hand and felt the soft, furry blankets around him. He began looking around. He was in a room. It was a bedroom. There was a dresser, a ceiling fan, a small carpet, and a nightstand. The floor and walls were wood, giving it a homely, cabin feel. Dream stood up and walked out of the room. He didn't know where he was, but he at least knew it was nowhere dangerous. After walking out of the room, he came into a hallway. The hallway was empty, with no doors. It led down to a turn, where he assumed the living area was. He walked down the hallway, step by step. As he got further towards the corner, his heart beat faster and faster. He felt intrigue, wariness, but also expectation. He didn't know what was around that corner, just that it was something important. It gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. 10 feet, 5 feet, 1 foot. Dream slowly made his way around the corner, and his heart rate slowed. It was a living area, with couches and everything. Dream took a couple more steps out, throwing away his wariness. Dream. Duh. When he heard that voice, his heart skipped a beat. He slowly turned to his left, and he laid eyes on the one who called him. Duh. Duh. Dream looked at the girl in front of him. She was beautiful. Simple brown hair, green eyes, the best figure God could ever hope to create, and the most perfect skin he had ever seen. Her lips were full, her eyes captivating. She wore a white sundress, giving her a summery and free look. She was alluring, graceful, like an angel, but not out of reach. Dream stared at her for longer than he would like to admit, and she stared right back at him. They looked into each other's eyes. It felt outright, like it was okay. Like when it came to her, there was no need to have his guard up. Sophia? Dream finally spit out the name. He knew it. Not only could there be no one else, but he felt it in his soul. It was her. Hi, Dream. It's nice to finally meet you. Duh. It really was her. That voice. That sweet voice that had become irreplaceable to him in a matter of months. Step. Dream took a step towards her. She also took a step towards him. Step by step, they got closer, until they were right in front of each other. Finally, she brought up her arms and wrapped them around his waist, burying her face in his chest. Dream, who was still slightly stunned, stood there dumbly for a bit before wrapping her up as well. In the warmest way he could. A bear hug. Duh. Duh. For a long while, they stayed like that. Neither speaking, just keeping each other warm. Eventually, Dream took a deep breath and they separated. Hi. So, did I ask this just a really fantastic dream? Yes and no. Depends on how you define a dream. We're in your mind space right now. Your body is still currently being worked on. Right? Is this like where you live or something? Dream looked around at the cabin home. It was a nice place. No, I made it for us. You like it? Of course. And I made this body as well. What do you think? Sophia spun on her heel in front of Dream. The sundress fluttered and her hair waved. Needless to say, he was enchanted. You look very nice. Thanks. Sophia smiled brightly. She didn't need to ask. They basically knew each other's every thought. But it was nice hearing it. Anyway, the surgery is in progress? How long was I in limbo? About a day? Everything is moving along fine. Just needed to protect that mind of yours while things were broken apart. Sophia pat Dream on the head as she said that. His heart melted at how adorable she was being. And now that he looked, she was about 5 feet 9 inches. A good height. Is that right? Yeah? Would you like to watch? Watch? I goose, whoa? No thank you. I'm very much okay. Sophia brought out a screen with a view of the surgery. And as expected of a full-body surgery, it was fantastically anatomic. Dream immediately regretted having eyes for a second. It's not that bad. Look, there's your liver, and there's your femoral artery. There's part of your brain stem. Uh-huh. I'm sure everything is there. In fact, I'd be concerned if everything wasn't there. But I think I'll leave all that to you. Okay. Sophia smiled and put the screen away. Dream reopened his closed eyes. The lady has a stronger stomach than me. Ah, that's okay. It is still your body after all. It would be especially traumatic if you were to wake up with your body being dissected. The pain? No, just the experience. Fun. Dream didn't ask anymore. He didn't want to know the details. He looked around the room again. So what do? We hang out. We've got at least another week. Although, if you really want to skip ahead, I could just put you back to sleep. No, that's okay. I would much rather spend some time with you. So would I. Hey, I want to cuddle. Come here. Sophia grabbed Dream by the arm and brought him over to the couch. After he laid down, Sophia bundled up and laid against him. It's weird having a body for myself. Instead of having to feel things through you, we can feel them together. Hey, I had thought about it. But why don't we make a body for you? We can get the materials easily. No thanks. I'm yours and only yours. Especially this body. Nobody gets to look. Duh. Dream went quiet as Sophia turned to face him. After straddling his lap, she put her hands on his face and pulled him in. MMPH dash. Duh. Sophia locked their lips and gave Dream some tongue. After a second of getting used to her, Dream came to realize that Sophia was perhaps the best kisser in the world. They made out, then made out some more. They made out for a whole 5 minutes, and then 15 more. Eventually, they pulled away from each other. That's so we just gonna do this for a week? If you want. But I can tell you want to do a little bit more than that. Sophia sat back down onto his lap and pushed herself against him, locking their lips back together. Dream got a bit embarrassed. He was poking her. Something's rising, and it ain't the shield hero. It's the spear hero instead. He only wishes he could rise like this. Come here. Who? Sophia exclaimed as Dream picked her up. The next instant, they teleported in front of the bed. Dream dropped her on it. So, does this count as a wet dream? Dream spoke as his shirt disappeared. Sophia smiled. Do dreams last a whole week? This one does. You ready for that? I should be asking you that. Snap. Sophia flicked her fingers and the sundress disappeared. Under it, sexy white lingerie covered her up. Those are CS. I know. Sophia responded to Dream's inner observation. Those were his favorite. She knew this, of course. Are you ready? Am I a man? Let's find out. Right after, Dream tackled Sophia, who cheerfully let her bra be ripped off. And thus began their week-long vacation. Over the next 13 days, Dream and Sophia lived with each other in the cabin. And one could imagine what it was filled with. Dream was no stranger to sex. Back on Earth, he had been with his late girlfriend. So he was definitely experienced. Though when doing the deed with Sophia, he had been surprised about a couple of things, the biggest being the cleanliness. It was his world after all, no different to paradise. They didn't have to deal with earthly concerns. Another surprise was the stamina. The best part was that there was no stopping, or at least no need to. Again, this was his world, and if they wanted to do something, then they could do it. And they did it a lot. Sophia making breakfast in only an apron? Bang. Taking a shower that there's no need for? Bang. When Sophia got turned on. Bang. Watching a movie in underwear? Bang. Just because? Bang. They were like animals in heat. And they loved every hour of it. And yes, it went on in hour increments. But believe it or not, it gets old after a while. Taking breaks is necessary for their mental state, or at least dreams. So when they weren't plowing around, there were very wholesome moments between them. Dream couldn't have fallen more in love with Sophia. They knew everything about each other, to the point where neither of them could hide anything from the other. But that was okay. It just made it that much better. They could just be with each other. There was lots of cuddling, for hours on end. Sophia gave Dream massages, they made delicious food, fell asleep in each other's arms, and woke up to see each other's faces. It was pure bliss. But what really hit the nail on the head for Dream was the back scratching. Dream has never loved anything more than a good scratch on the back. Honestly, it was almost one of the things he looked for in a woman. It was a very intimate thing for him. So when Sophia had first scratched his back during a very loving cuddle session, he actually almost broke down crying. It was partly due to the memories of his late girlfriend, and partly because he had never been able to feel so vulnerable and safe at the same time. If there was one thing Dream avoided the most, it was vulnerability. At first, it was because he hated it. Then, it eventually became a part of his subconscious, like something he avoided naturally. His very being rejected vulnerability. But with Sophia, that no longer became the case. He had thought about it when he was in Sophia's arms. His real body was currently in a metal box being broken into pieces and rebuilt. If anything went wrong, it could be his end. But he still decided to do it. He wasn't even in control, it was somebody else. And still, he felt safe enough to go through with it. That's what Sophia did for him. She was that safety, that person he could trust unconditionally. She was part of his soul, after all. And those back scratches, that's almost what they represented. It sounded stupid almost, but it was important to him. Anyway, for those 13 days, Dream and Sophia were living in a pink-colored paradise full of love and passion. The surgery was actually only supposed to be 7 to 10 days. But after Sophia had begun testing his bodily systems near the end, there were some that didn't work as expected. But with a little extra time and tweaking, everything returned to normal. So on the 13th day, Dream got ready to go back to his body. It was a fun 2 weeks. Dream loudly yawned as he held Sophia on the couch. It's not like we can't do this again. I know, but I still have to go back down and spread my influence among the mortal world. I can't be up here all the time. Sure thing. I'll be waiting for you. No, you'll be there with me. This cabin will disappear until I make it again for us. If I find that you've been here by yourself, I'll be mad. Dream spoke seriously to her. He couldn't stand the thought of her just sitting around alone. He's already had to deal with the fact that she's thousands of years old. He wouldn't put up with her being isolated. Sophia knew this and turned to him. She hugged his head and kissed him on the forehead, running her fingers through his hair. I go where you go. We're 2 in 1. We'll never be alone with each other. Duh. Dream closed his eyes and let himself be coddled. But so am I technically doing all this with myself? Not unless you want to be weird about it. Right. Dream cut off that train of thought and sunk his face into Sophia's plump chest. Your body is ready now. You ready to go back? Inhale, Yoa. Okay, come here. Sophia pulled Dream's face up to hers and gave him one last deep kiss. When they pulled away, Dream suddenly got very sleepy, eventually falling asleep in Sophia's arms. Duh. As Dream regained consciousness, his eyes opened. He moved them around and saw the metal box that he was in when he laid down 2 weeks ago. Inhale, exhale. He took a deep breath, feeling the air fill his lungs. Immediately, he could feel the difference. It felt full. Next, he twitched his fingers. They worked. Then his toes, all good. He felt around with his hand, feeling the metal table underneath him. He grabbed the edge, then squeezed. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. Creak. Whoa. Dream couldn't help but exclaim. Did he seriously just bend metal with his hand? Not only that, but his voice sounded different. Your voice was changed a bit. It'll sound more crisp and a bit deeper. How do you feel? All right so far. Hang on. After adjusting to his new voice, Dream finally sat up. Whip. Whoa. Dream stopped himself after he popped up super fast. He wasn't ready for that. Your muscles are on another realm now compared to previously. It'll take some getting used to your strength and reactions. Range of motion as well. Range of motion? Let's just say that if someone were to get you into a joint lock, it would have no effect on you. Even if you bent an elbow or knee the opposite way, it wouldn't do anything harmful. Interesting. Though let's see about walking first before we get into testing that stuff. Dream set that aside for now. He moved his legs so they hung off the table and looked down. His eyes opened a little further. Oh? Am I a shower now? Don't worry, it can still grow. Neat. I'm liking the muscles as well. Nice and defined. Dream checked out his arms, chest, abs, and legs. The muscles were ripped, defined, and had some size. He was still very lean like before though, so it wouldn't be obvious if he were wearing a sweater or something. He would never choose to be a bodybuilder with bulging muscles. Thank you. Of course. Now let's try walking. Dream carefully moved himself off the table and onto the floor. When his feet touched the ground, he shifted and took a step away from the table. This isn't so bad. I'm going to have to get used to my body feeling like it's 1 pound though. When he walked, it felt more like he had too much power and he had a hard time being loose. He stiffly walked around while trying to make it seem like his original body. That body is actually really heavy, about 280 pounds, mainly from the bones and fluids. But because of its strength and the fact that it's much more rigid than before, it'll feel like you're super light. That'll go away soon though. All right, I think I'm getting the hang of this. Dream just kept walking in simple circles around the table, bumping into it occasionally. Eventually, he felt he got that down and tried jogging. He did a couple of laps around the room and felt good. Nice. I'm liking it already. Let's head up. Dream looked up and began activating his magic. Soon, a hole was made in the ceiling that led all the way to ground level. He squatted down and prepared to test his legs. Boom. Fwoosh. Holy crap. Dream was stunned as he not only jumped out of the hole, but through his workshop and into the sky. He didn't go too high though, just to the top of the trees. When he found himself in the sky, he used his magic to fly, keeping himself from falling. He took a deep breath as he looked towards the sky. This was when he noticed his heightened senses. What the hell happened to my eyes? Dream looked around and could see super small details, like how there was a water droplet on a dead leaf on the floor about 372 meters away. It was pretty cool. Your eyes aren't simple eyes anymore, obviously. Are they cameras? Yes and no. They're an inorganic variance of photoreceptors. I've also made it so that the entire eyeball absorbs light, not just what enters the pupil. But don't worry, your eyes still look normal. Okay, what about the other senses? Your hearing has also been substituted, so you can hear much higher and lower frequencies. Same with your taste and smell, which have been made much more sensitive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can taste the air. And you know what I'm just realizing? I'm still totally nude. Talk about public indecency. Dream decided to set himself down out of sight. Not that anybody would judge his body as anything but a work of art, but he didn't like being nude in the open like that. He placed himself in front of the house, slowly letting the grass caress his feet. It was a nice feeling. His touch was made more sensitive as well. You know what? I really think I should take a bath. Like in the lake. I bet that water feels like heaven. By the way, you can breathe water. Say what? Dream stopped right as he was about to throw himself in the lake. I can breathe underwater. Your lungs are now capable of electrolysis. So if you're underwater, your lungs can still get oxygen. Well, that's a nice piece of information. Anyway, time for some skinny dipping. Splash. Dream ran over and dove straight into the water. Though he almost tripped on the way, it was nothing a little magic couldn't fix. As Dream glided through the water, he could feel the cool liquid sliding past his skin. It felt similar to when you dove into a pool on a hot summer day. It really did feel like heaven. Instead of immediately coming up for air, he decided to stay under. He wanted to see how long he could hold his breath. He slowly sank as he let his body go limp. It wasn't exactly buoyant after putting a bunch of metal in, but the weightlessness still felt great. He could also keep his eyes open without being uncomfortable, allowing him to see through the clear water. It was blue. Lots of blue. He could see the ground and all the rocks scattered about. He dove down to the ground and picked one up, moving it through his hands. He felt the slippery moss and smooth surface. And then he crushed it. The rock crumbled to pieces in his grasp. He opened his hand and let the pieces float to the ground. He nodded in approval. He didn't even have to try. After about 10 minutes of staying underwater, he headed back up to the surface. Drip, drip. Water fell off of him as he walked up the shore. He felt like a sexy guy in a cologne commercial. I could have held my breath much longer, but I'm too lazy to wait that long. How do you like it? There couldn't possibly be anything I don't like. It's amazing. I feel powerful. My mind feels super sharp. And better than that, I don't feel like there's constantly something wrong with my body like my bad back. It's perfect. That's good. You're going to be feeling sharper over time as well. The neurons still need time to convert, but once they do, you'll have godly reflexes. I'm liking the sound of that. And wait, where's my hair? As Dream went to scratch his head by reflex, he noticed that nothing was there. He placed his hand on his head. You're going to be bald until your new hair grows back. Oh, and you won't grow hair anywhere except your face and head. And even that can be controlled. I see. I can deal with that. What's my new hair going to be like? And how fast will it grow? Your new hair will be the smoothest, silkiest hair ever. It isn't synthetic, so it's not like you'll have silk growing from your body. It'll only take a week or so to grow your head of hair back. Nice. Though I'll be wearing a hat until then. Dream ran his hand over his head. He could already feel the super short hair on his scalp coming in. Anyway, there's one more thing I want to test. From his inventory, he brought out titanium and formed it into a dull sword. He let go of it, and it floated in the air in front of him. Then, he put his arm out in front of him. All right, slash at it. After he said that, the sword brought itself back, then very suddenly, flung itself forward as if trying to cut his arm off. Ding. Huh. Dream looked at the sword, whose blade was now curved halfway around his arm. It didn't hurt. At all. Was he really that tough now? He grabbed the sword and took a look at the impact area on his arm, noticing that he didn't come out unscathed. Why is it black? Dream traced the area with his finger. Sharp, crystal-like black liquid exploded from the wound. Like his tin skin shattered and bled some ink. The black is a reaction from the skin. The muscles underneath are perfectly fine. When the skin takes impact over a certain threshold, that black material floods to the impact site, helping to scatter the pressure. It's called liquid crystal, and its super high viscosity makes it a super good shock absorber. Don't worry, it'll heal. Dream watched as the black crystal material slowly retracted on its own. His skin eventually turned back to its smooth, tense state. Good. I was afraid we damaged your masterpiece. If all it took was that to damage it, then we've got bigger problems. It can recover from that easily. I like the confidence. Well, that answers all my questions for now. Was there anything that happened while I was out? Actually, there are a few things that you need to know. About the body? No, current events. Putting it simply, a lot happened while you were out. The biggest being on Earth. What happened? Take a look. Sophia brought up several pictures from Earth. They all showed the same thing. It was a very large figure, and it was up in the sky, lording over everyone below it. It was dressed in white garments and held a sword in its right hand. It had no face, simply a white, foggy veil. And to top it all off, it had 2 pairs of wings on its back. The wings were white. Is that an angel? Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Dream asked Sophia for clarification. What the hell was an angel doing on Earth? This picture was 2 days ago, and this isn't the only instance. I'll give you a rundown. All right, 2 days ago, angels appeared all over the world. In total, there were 7 that were just as massive as the one in the picture that appeared in various places on the globe. But there were also regular, human-sized angels that came to certain people on Earth. Primarily, the powerful ability users. And there was one reason they were there: demons. They came for demons? Correct. 2 days before the angels appeared, I had actually found traces of an unknown entity in certain rural areas of Russia. I had chopped it down to a new species of animal and not investigated it, merely posting a notification for those near the area on the Seeker program. But after the angels came, they made it clear. Demons were invading the world. Now what are demons? Apparently, they're hell spawns. Creatures created by hell for the purpose of invading worlds. That's at least what I've heard from everyone that came in contact with these angels. Hold on. So you're saying that demons are now invading the world, and that angels have come to help? Here's a question. Who the hell are these angels? They're what you think. They're God's envoys from heaven. Seriously? Seriously. Duh. Dream went quiet. So heaven is real, huh? And they came to help. Yes. Those giant angels only appeared for a day and disappeared. After that, the only people that came in contact with angels are the powerful hunters, and they're still in contact with them even now. I haven't gotten much information about what's going on between them, though, because these angels have the power to keep me from getting information. But what I do know is that the demon threat is now very real. Several cities in Russia have been utterly obliterated and occupied, and the people who have investigated or fought against them were accompanied by angels. I was also able to investigate and have found that demons are basically mindless killing machines. They're just like the monsters in dungeons, except they look like they were built for the purpose of killing. Other than that, though, I don't have much else information. But so demons are invading Earth. How fast are they spreading? Right now, extremely quick. But Russia is spread out and lightly occupied, so it's easy for them right now. We'll have to wait until they hit densely populated areas to track how dangerous they are. All right, have there been notifications sent? I have notified everyone and given them what information I have. This demon threat has the potential to be world-ending. Everyone is only just getting used to the concept of mana, and now they have to fight them too. But humans are adaptive creatures. If anything, the pressure will bring people together. Not to mention us. We have the greatest intelligence-gathering network since ever, which will be crucial if we are to combat this. Another thing, after the appearance, the mana density on Earth has skyrocketed. It's about 70% the density of this world now. Great. Anyway, how's the family? They're fine. Your mom is finally starting to level up and the rest of the family is close to level 40. I've been making sure they keep fighting. And they're making good advancements in magic. Melody has gotten sword fighting skills. Walter has gotten basic magic for earth and water, and Austin is actually heading toward the illusion branch of magic. He's able to confuse his enemies a bit. Interesting. Well, thanks for taking care of them and keeping them safe. So other than the angels and demons, what about the general state of the world? There have been several people reaching first class. The majority of ability users, which is a surprisingly big percent of the world, are around level 20. Several small governments have collapsed, and the Seeker program has even further solidified its foothold in the world. The first set of businesses have been created for mana weapons development, and guilds are also popping up. How are those doing? Surprisingly well. There haven't been many conflicts with governments. I've also taken the liberty to allow these guilds to associate with our program, to keep things organized. Nice, that's very nice. Dream closed his eyes as he took in all the information. After a bit, he came around to the biggest question. Why now? It has to be a coincidence. I know we just got to class 2, but there's no way we could have alerted. Heaven. To Earth. We didn't even know that there was a heaven. These coincidences really need to stop then. First, we bring mana to Earth, and now we're seeing the second coming. I have a hard time believing that it's because of the insignificant me too, but it's these things that make it difficult to keep believing that. Anyway, is there anything else? You said there were multiple things. Yes. Yes. Well, I think demons have come to this world as well. That you've got to be fucking me. I kind of wish I was. Where? First Earth, now here. I don't see any angels. Or did I miss that too? Am I just some kind of walking, extinction-causing button? Dream began freaking out now. What the hell was this situation? First, he gets separated from the family. Then demons invade Earth. And now demons are invading this place. It sounded like an apocalypse. Aren't I in another fucking galaxy? Or am I just being toyed with by some transcendent, godly being? Oh wait, maybe this really all is just a joke. Maybe I was just having a really good fucking dream. And now everything's turned into a nightmare. Otherwise, could the god that's toying with my life please stop? Hey, Sophia shouted, and Dream's vision went black. Soon, he reopened his eyes inside the cabin. You need to calm down. Sophia, who was standing in front of him, came over and grabbed his head with her hands. I know it's a lot, but we can handle it. One thing at a time. But how am I supposed to handle 2 extinction-level threats at once? Don't forget that this world is already established in magic. You won't have to handle it here. Leave it to the empires around the world. Then what about Earth? Can they handle it? Didn't you already answer that? Look, this is just the beginning. Nobody knows what could happen. So we're going to take it one day at a time. Okay. Dream nodded as Sophia hugged him. He stayed like that for a while. So what do we do now? What do you want to do? Well, I'd like to be on Earth, but that's not possible. Not until you have the power. This is actually why I think it's good that demons have come. It'll be an easy way to level up. Where are they anyway? The third continent. They've actually already taken over a kingdom. How big was that kingdom? Not too big, but I suspect that they at least have the power to kill high-level class 2s. They're also spreading quickly. It won't be too long before they enter the two main continents. I suggest maybe going there to get a feel for fighting them. That I don't mind that. But I don't want to leave the family here. You want to get them back? Yeah? Is it possible? It honestly depends on how good this fox tracking ability is. But if all we need to do is find a good hiding place, then it'll be more than possible. Though it'll take a lot of preparation. That's fine. If it's possible, we'll make it happen. Then there's no time to waste. After she said that, Dream's vision went black. He was soon back in his body. I already have in mind several places for a base. One of them is actually where you first started, the forest. More specifically, that tree dome. It's untouched by humans, and it's located in a really good place. Not to mention it's an illusion barrier. I think it would be good too. But it's got those clans that Luna talked about. Free experience. Very well. What will we need to set up shop? Lots of materials. And there are two ways to get them. We can either get money and buy materials, or we can find our own. How do you suppose we do that? Simple. It's called electromagnetic field scanning. We plant nodes around possible digging sites, and they send electrical impulses into the ground. If certain parts of the ground are conductive, then they're likely metal. This world hasn't gutted its planet, so there's likely plenty of untouched deposits. Oh, huh. Volcanoes. Those hold plenty of metal, and I know where some are. There's actually one by the mountain. That's really smart, actually. All right, we can just get our own materials. And we can also check out that dome. You know what? Let's do that first. The dome is about 2,500 miles away. So maybe not right now. Damn, even being able to fly 200 miles an hour isn't enough. It's actually almost 400 now. Even then it would take 5 hours to get there. Not necessarily. Bring out the mana balls and equip your suit. I have an idea for enchanting. Okay. Dream took out the 20 mana balls and let his suit wrap him up. Sophia began enchanting. Your flight is your magic, basically moving your material body through space. So if we enchant the suit to intake mana and help speed up the movement of your body through space, then we'll be able to get faster. And although it'll take more mana, that's what the balls are for. They can hover around and supply the suit with mana. And done. Interesting. I guess we're going to the dome then. Let's desummon the house and stuff. Dream hovered over to the house and workshop, putting everything in his inventory. Then, he turned around. All right, let's test this new Iron Man suit. Dream flew up almost 200 meters into the sky. Sophia put a blip in his vision indicating where the dome was. Here goes nothing. Whoosh. In a massive burst of speed, Dream sped off into the air. In less than a second, he had achieved speeds of 150 miles per hour, but this was only the beginning. Dream didn't waste time and speed up to 400 miles per hour in a few seconds. He then looked around and saw the mana balls that were surrounding his body from several feet away. They created a sphere around him and had no problem keeping up. So, there's no mana consumption. Speed up. All right. Dream put more mana into the flight and climbed in speed. 450, 500, 600, 675. Soon, he had reached 700 miles per hour. At this point, the forest under him was just flashing past him, and he didn't see any patch of land for more than a second or so. Almost near consumption levels. You have more room, though. Seriously? I'm already almost near the speed of sound, aren't I? What is it? 750 miles per hour. 767, but yes. Though you wouldn't be able to achieve this speed if we didn't cancel air resistance. And since we're splitting the air, you won't get the sonic boom. Kind of anticlimactic, but all right. Let's speed up. Dream further increased his speed. He hit 750 miles per hour, and then when he got to 770 miles per hour, Sophia spoke. Mana consumption at 772 miles per hour. That's pretty good. Nice. How fast am I compared to a jet? Jets can easily reach double your speed, so there's still a bit of a ways to go. Oh well. How long until I reach the dome? Around 3 hours. I guess I'll buckle down until the wait. Dream suddenly halted in midair. What? The box. With the orb in it. We left it behind. Crap. No, we didn't. Look to your left. Dream turned his head to where Sophia told him. Among the mana balls floating around Dream was the orb outside of its box. Oh, thank God. All right then. Let's keep going. Dream took back off, heading for the dome. 3 hours later, Dream was back to where everything started. Huh, never thought we'd be back here. Especially so soon. Dream went over and first landed not near the dome, but the cottage that the family lived in. He was currently standing in front of it. Last time we were here, I wasn't even class 1. And a few months later, I'm class 2. Time flies. Dream walked over and entered the cottage. And sure enough, everything was as they left it. The empty kitchen, the workshop next to the house, and even the garbage he set aside in bags. Nothing seems to have been touched. Do me a favor, reinforce and elusify this place. Make sure nobody can find it or break it. All right. Dream's mana spread out and covered the entire house in moments. Soon, everything was enchanted. All right. Now let's head to the dome. You're so sentimental. Yeah, not sure why though. Dream took to the skies. And not more than a minute later, he was in front of the fog that led to the dome. He would have just headed straight in, but he noticed something with the fog. This fog, it's enchanted. I think it is. It's illusion-based. The manuscripts are very complicated as well. It was written by someone. No, at least nobody that uses the script in those official books. It's actually not that different than the script we use. What script do we use? Basically, soul language. This stuff is very similar, but with a couple differences. Honestly, if I had to guess, I would say that this fog is totally natural. In fact, considering the irregularity of the entire dome, I would say that this is all one huge natural oddity. While the fog and dome are definitely connected. So if this fog is meant as an illusion enchantment, then why was I able to walk through it before class 1? Because of your title. This fog works by affecting the mind of the user and turning him around. He would never be able to walk through the fog and would come back to the same place every time. But your mind can't be influenced, remember? Oh, right. Then the family. Riddick is powerful enough to block the effect. And the girls could have been supported by him or used some innate ability, whatever it is. Interesting. Well, this would honestly only help us with hiding, so I see no reason to get rid of it. Let's just enter. I want to see that amazing sight again. Saying so, Dream began walking into the fog, full of expectation. Dream walked through the fog and came up on the same root wall as they always did. He wanted to go and climb it. When he got to the top, he was greeted with the same amazing sight. This really never gets old. Dream looked on at the green valley in front of his eyes. The tall green grass, the trees scattered about the expanse, the big lake providing all the fresh water for the habitat, and all the animals roaming about. He looked across the valley and could see the opposing side of the dome. The opposite side was at least 2.5 miles away and gave a full view of its 670-meter-tall super trees. He looked up and saw the branches of the super trees converging, making the roof of the dome. The pillars of light coming through the roof made for an even more spectacular view, as well as making it so that plants could still grow and it wasn't eternally dark. So this place truly is a natural oddity. And is it me, or is the mana density higher in here than outside? It is, though not by too much. So, is this going to be our base? I think so. There's plenty of space, and it's almost paradise here. Not to mention the seclusion. You know, I actually haven't checked out the roof of this place. What does it look like from above? Dream began flying up towards the top of the dome. And when he approached the branches and leaves that made up the roof, he exclaimed, "These leaves are huge. They're as big or bigger than me. These trees are seriously ridiculous. How do they even maintain themselves?" Dream maneuvered his way through the leaves and branches as he spoke. Eventually, he made it out. Huh, that's interesting. As Dream floated higher above the roof of the tree dome, he came across an invisible barrier. He almost didn't notice it, but the mana it gave off alerted him. "Sophia, what is this?" It looks like a simple barrier. It doesn't resemble an enchantment like the fog, and the mana it gives off is subtle, but actually rather dense. The density of the radiating mana is 80% more than the ambient density. Damn, almost double. This actually reminds me of the barrier Riddick created when he protected everyone in the helicopter. Though it doesn't have the same function as blocking things since we can go through it. Maybe it's another illusion barrier. That's all I can think of. Let's head up more, get a bird's eye view. He began flying even higher up. He wanted to be able to see the entire dome. Though when he reached a certain height and looked down at the dome, he was surprised. That where's the dome? As Dream looked down from above, all he saw was regular forest. There were absolutely no trees that were anywhere near the height of the super trees. It was like it didn't exist. Amazing. So it is an illusion barrier. But does that mean it works on me now? Why can't I see the dome? Just because you can't see it doesn't mean you're being confused. I think the light that's being released and entering your eyes is showing you a regular forest. There's nothing attempting to influence your mind right now, not that your title would allow it anyway. So I'm being shown a different image? I guess that's impressive, but how would that barrier prevent anyone from just flying into it? That I'm not sure about. Maybe it works the same as the fog, just invisible. I wouldn't be surprised with that kind of mana density in it. Either way, if someone were trying to scout you out, they wouldn't find the dome. I'm positive of that. All right, it's already more than good enough. So it's settled. This is my new base. Our next step, then, is to find those animal clans that the girls talked about. I don't want them interfering with anything. Preferably, I won't have to exterminate them. Though from what I was told, they're a bunch of arrogant assholes, so it may be inevitable. Dream began heading back down to the dome. He passed through the shield and could see the trees again. After maneuvering through the branches and leaves, he was back inside at the top of the roof. Even from all the way up here, I can see things on the ground perfectly. So where are we going to find these clans? Well, the first thing we look for are intelligent settlements of animals. Like the den we encountered, Luna said there were some birds, wolves, bears, and even deer that were in the clans. So we can look for those. Oh, I see a few birds there. Maybe you should ask them to bring you to the clans. Only if those aren't just some random birds. I mean, I guess I could try. Dream decided that it couldn't hurt and flew down to those birds. When he got close, he used his magic and restricted the flight of the birds. He then brought them down to the floor and placed them in front of him. Screech, screech. The three birds, upon being captured, began sounding off like banshees. Dream decided to send them a telepathy message. Do you guys speak? Screech. After only getting more screeches as a response, he decided it was mission failed and let the birds go. They quickly flew back into the sky and away from him. Well, they obviously weren't it. Any other candidates? Well, there's plenty of animals around, but none of them display intelligent behavior. I have an idea. Why don't you build a super big structure? That'll definitely catch their attention. Even the family was bullied because of a small house. They'll definitely want to know who built the structure. My guess. Just let them come to me. Then we'll do that. Get some drones to search the surroundings, though. Maybe we'll find them that way. Already done. Then let's get this building erected. 3 hours later, Dream was hanging out on top of his structure. The sun was high, being well into the afternoon. It was a pleasantly sunny day. The birds were flying around, the animals grazing, and the flowers were blooming. Everything was almost perfect, except for one thing. The peace of the valley was very rudely disturbed by some atrociously loud music. This, however, was totally the point of the music. Dream decided that if he was trying to be noticeable, he was going to be as noticeable as possible. And he didn't want to get bored while waiting, so what better way to pass time than listen to music? The structure that Dream built was easily 400 meters tall, but it was nothing elaborate, just a tall, hollow metal monolith. And on this monolith were speakers hanging on all the walls. They were big speakers, very big speakers, and there were a lot of them. Sophia also added her own little modifications and tripled the speaker output capabilities. Needless to say, they could get loud. And it was this that was disturbing the valley, at least within a couple miles. Dream played song after song as he lounged around, floating above the monolith. Not a care in the world, until he was interrupted. Hey Dream. You have company. Oh, could it be the clans? I think it is. They're checking out your monolith about 400 meters away. Fun. Cut the music. When he said that, the blaring music that could blow out anyone's eardrums ceased. Dream sat up from his floating chair and looked towards the animals who were checking him out. It was a wolf, deer, and bear. A rather odd combination. But it works. Dream began flying down the monolith and landed on the floor. The animals saw this and began heading towards him. Soon, they made contact. Identify yourself. One of the wolves spoke to him using telepathy when they approached. He was being awfully aggressive. That's not a very good way to make a first impression. Dream. You are disturbing the sanctuary and do not belong here. So you are not warranted pleasant treatment. This time, one of the deer spoke. He sounded much more tolerable, but gave off this sense of superiority that Dream wasn't too fond of. Tell me, dear, why am I not allowed here? Dream. Because this is a sanctuary. Humans are forbidden from accessing the sanctuary. Dear, and yet here I stand. I have not seen any rules given by this so-called sanctuary of yours. And the illusion barrier around the sanctuary is useless against me. So wait, how are you guys able to get into this place? Wouldn't the fog confuse you? Dream suddenly thought of something. Why did the fog confuse people, but not those animals? The ones in front of him weren't that powerful and couldn't bypass the fog with just their capabilities. We are not affected by the fog. It is our sanctuary, so why would it fight against us? It is you humans that this sanctuary does not permit to be here. Right. Dream went quiet after hearing that. He turned his attention inward. Sophia, are we able to change the enchantment on the fog? Well, if we take into account the fact that the fog spans the entire dome, it would take massive amounts of mana and time. We would also have to study it a bit. But I don't suppose it would be impossible. Well, if we can change the fog to confuse these animals as well, then I won't have to go and massacre an entire community. It'll take care of the problem by itself. So let's try that first. I can always find these clans later if that doesn't work. That's fine. Oh, before you let them go, use this. Sophia built a device and put it in Dream's hand. It was a GPS locator shaped as a small bead. Send it into one of their bodies, and they'll show us the location. All right. Dream turned his attention back outside. Okay, animals. I've decided to abide. Abide. The deer got confused by Dream's sudden statement. He thought the human would resist. So you won't come back to the sanctuary? Deer? Nope. In fact, I'll leave right now. But before that, this is for the snarky wolf. Fwoosh. ARR. Dream took out the bead and flung it over at the wolf, burying it into his body. You attacked him. All right, see you guys later. Saying that, Dream put the giant monolith into his inventory and flew off towards the edge of the dome. The animals couldn't react fast enough to stop him. Damn that human. I'll tear out his throat if I see him again. After he left, the wolf who was injured by Dream cursed it out. At least it was only a light injury. You can heal back at the clan. Come, let's go. Deer. The deer turned and began walking the opposite direction of Dream. The other animals followed. After Dream flew away, he went straight for the fog outside the dome. He needed to check it out. Soon, he was inside the fog. Dream then saturated his surroundings with mana. This doesn't look like regular fog. Well, you could say that it's a different type of fog than usual. The particles are small ice crystals. Extremely small. That's why we haven't noticed it until now. Either way, the mana is flowing among these ice crystals and creating the enchantment. Okay, so are we able to identify the activation conditions for this illusion fog? I think so. Give me a bit. Duh. Dream went quiet and let Sophia work. After a couple of minutes, she spoke up. Walk forward, keeping inside the fog. Okay. Dream did as she said and began walking forward, keeping inside the fog. Nearly 15 minutes of walking later, Sophia spoke again. It's not complete. What isn't? The enchantment on the fog. All the little pieces connect to make one massive web. And when you walk into the web, it affects you. But the pieces aren't enough to make this fog do what it does. There's stuff missing. So did it's like the DNA of the wolves? The DNA only accounted for half of what was necessary while there was a part that was missing. Yes, the pieces of the fog are making a mana web among themselves that confuses people who enter. But the enchantment doesn't program for all those functions. So there's something we're missy dash. Wait. Duh. Dream recoiled at her shout. The grass. Or the ground. Under you. There's something below that's connecting to the fog. Under us. Should we dig? No, hang on. Just as Dream was about to punch a hole into the ground, he felt his mana spread out. Not only did his mana spread out, but his mana pool began emptying to extend the range of his senses. You can do that. Of course. Usually we don't consume mana just for looking around, but by sending some out you can greatly increase the range of your senses. I can see that. Dream could sense his mana extend out nearly 400 meters. The amount of information that came to him was massive, but Sophia was handling it all. Eventually, she came back with a verdict. The roots. The mana from the fog extends down into the ground and connects to the roots of the trees. The roots then lead elsewhere. Go back inside the dome. All right. Dream turned around and flew through the fog and the trees. Once he was inside the dome, he began flying more towards the center. Sophia kept his senses spread out. The roots lead over to the lake. I guess that makes sense. Needs water and all. Go check it out. Dream flew over to the lake that was over to the left of the dome. It wasn't too big, but it covered at least a quarter of the area inside the dome. It was probably the source of water for everything here. Dream wondered how it was able to maintain itself in an isolated environment. They arrived at the center of the lake, and Dream set himself down on top of the water. Sophia sent more mana into the lake. This time, however, she extended out much farther. Instead of 400 meters, she went down nearly 800 meters, almost a whole kilometer. Oh my, what is it? Find something. I think I did. A huge energy source. Like, a seriously massive amount of energy and mana is coming from something below the lake. It's also sending its energy up the roots. Dream, I think this dome might have a core. I think this dome might have a core. A core? Are those a thing? Well, it's not like it wouldn't be. It'd be almost like a battery of mana. We've already created our own in the form of those mana cubes. Though we just kept them as storages. But if you were to use it for something, then it would become a core. True. So this core must be powering the dome. That would honestly make sense considering the atrocious size of those trees. We should check it out. That's probably what's creating those illusion barriers as well. And if it's enchanted, we can take control and update the fog to confuse the animals. Sweet. So it's straight down. Yup. Then let's go. Dream activated his magic and dove straight into the water, and like a fish through a stream, glided through the water without resistance. But it's a bit deeper than I thought. As Dream traveled down, he found that the lake wasn't shallow at all. He traveled down a few hundred meters before seeing the roots of all the trees. The roots travel from the outside of the dome into the center, and they are huge, to say the least. I wonder what the core is like. I'm starting to feel it too. It truly is a powerful core. As Dream dove further down, he could feel mana emanating off something below him. It was getting close. Soon, Dream came upon a huge wooden capsule. Though this wood was many times stronger than normal wood, being on the level of a metal. What is this? It's the roots. They all conglomerate in the center and wrap around the core. They're protecting it. So do we break through? I think we'll have to. But we'll close it behind us. Here, go inside. Dream saw a section in the roots split open in front of him. When they did, he was hit with a huge wave of mana. Hurry. Okay. Sophia pushed him along after he recoiled from the mana. Dream quickly moved forward and into the root capsule. Immediately after, the roots closed behind him. He was now sealed inside. Whoa! Dream couldn't help but exclaim after seeing what was in front of him. The space sealed by the roots was a big spherical room. Everything was made from wood. And in the center of this wood room stood a crystal ball held up on a wooden altar. This was where the mana was coming from. And since it was an enclosed room, Dream could feel the super high density of the ambient mana. It felt weird. Dream hovered over to the altar. When he was next to it, he began inspecting the crystal ball. The crystal was a deep green-colored ball about a foot in diameter. It glowed with light, almost like glow-in-the-dark paint. The crystal was connected to the altar by many small roots that cradled the ball, like veins to their heart. These vein roots also glowed the same green color, seemingly sucking power from the core and sending it down the altar and out into the massive roots. The altar and its crystal almost looked holy, like this crystal was some kind of sacred artifact. But it also brought about Indiana Jones vibes within Dream, where if he removed the crystal something bad would happen. But so what's this crystal? Now that we have a better look. Dream walked over to the crystal and began saturating it with mana. This crystal is actually diamond, not emerald as you might be thinking. Diamond? Then why is it green? I'm thinking that's due to the mana. In fact, this crystal closely resembles the orb that John gave you. As she said that, the orb that had been hanging somewhere on Dream's body floated up. He grabbed it. The energy is similar to what's inside this orb. It's like mana, but it also has some differences that make it something else. So these two things are basically the same thing. Correct, at least from what I'm seeing. Okay, what about the enchantment in this crystal? I'm breaking it apart, but it's super complicated. It'll take time. All right. Dream relaxed and waited for her to finish, but she emphasized, no, I mean a long time. From what I'm seeing, this enchantment is not only connected to an unknown energy, but it's made of a vast array of sequences. This thing probably encodes for every function inside the dome. But isn't this thing just the power source for the trees? It's more than that. I'm picking up more tidbits, and they have to do with the animals, the lake, the plants, the fog, the shield, everything. In fact, if this dome had a portal to enter it instead of fog, I would think that this place is a dungeon. I mean, this thing is supposedly creating the animals inside. A regular battery wouldn't do that. Wait, didn't the rat dungeon have a fog that lead us into it? Could the fog outside the dome be the same thing? Then I think it might be. But I thought dungeons were supposed to be separate spaces. Since when are they a part of the land? And why aren't the animals trying to kill us? I'm not sure. We know hardly anything about dungeons, so I couldn't make any guesses. Either way, it could take days to decipher this enchantment. It's extremely dense and elaborate. I'm also finding several difficulties with even interacting with it. It's like it's written in stone. Days, huh? I mean, if we can't help it, then we'll just take it as it goes. Not like I have anything else to do. In the meantime, you and I can relax in our cabin. Sounds like fun. Beam me up. After he said that, Dream's vision went black. Soon, he appeared in the cabin. Hi. Dream turned his head and was surprise-kissed by Sophia. Moi. Sup. Sup. Dream smiled at her and went over to the couch, flopping down. Sophia followed and did the same on top of him. Oof. So we got lots of time to kill. Anything you want to do? Sophia asked as she got comfortable. Dream laid back and thought about it. Anything I need to work on? Well, magic is a no right now. There's not much we can build. Oh, we can get you used to your body. You still haven't totally gotten used to it. So maybe I can let you experience its full capabilities and limitations. We can do that. Of course, simulating your real body is light work. Okay then. But first, give me some of that. Cake. Eep. Dream tackled Sophia and sealed her lips. He needed a bit of a warm-up first. A few hours later, Dream was standing outside the cabin. So where do we plan to do this? Right here. Flick. Sophia snapped her fingers, and the area they were in changed. Suddenly, Dream was inside a building. This building looked like a massive recreational center, with all-metal ground, walls, and ceiling. You need to know the limits of your body so you don't overestimate or underestimate attacks or injuries. I can talk to you all day about the materials and science of your body, but that doesn't help you when fighting. All right, are you going to fight me? Not me. Him. Him. Sophia pointed behind Dream. He got confused and turned his head. Standing behind him was a copy of himself, though the face of his copy was weird. The mouth wasn't there, and the eyes were all white, like they were atrophied. It was a pretty threatening sight. This copy had a black suit on, looking like an assassin. The first thing we're going to do is have you take a series of attacks from your copy. You won't be allowed to dodge, and you have to take them. Am I going to be weakened or something? No. You can still use all your magic. And only for now can you not dodge. The first weapon we're going to use is a handgun. 9mm. When she said that, a pistol appeared in the hands of his copy. It took aim at Dream. You ready? That I need to let myself be shot? I can tie you up if you want. No thanks. This'll do. Dream immediately turned down the idea and faced the copy. Even after getting this new body, he still didn't feel good letting someone aim at him with a gun. It was like an instinct. You never wanted to be at the end of a gun. It would only get you killed. But Dream steeled his nerves and stood his ground. He activated his muscles and stared straight at the gun several meters away. Just don't go for the face. Bang. Right when the gun was fired, Dream actually saw the slide of the gun recoil back and the bullet come out of the chamber. Then for what seemed like a few seconds, he watched the bullet travel all the way to his chest. Ding! Dream looked down and saw the bullet crumpled on his chest. There wasn't even any black that would signify trauma, not to mention piercing his skin. I didn't really feel the force. Your body is heavier and the density of your muscles and skin is higher. Plus, the skin is specially designed to spread out the force and then deliver it to the muscles if there's excess. Not to mention the bones, which are enchanted with a wide variety of things. But anyway, that's a 9mm. Can't even scratch you. Now we move up a bit. Dream looked at the copy and saw the pistol disappear. In its place came a rifle. Next is 5.56. Bullet travels at 960 meters per second and delivers 1,800 joules of force. Much greater piercing power than the 9mm. The copy raised the rifle and aimed at Dream, not giving him any time to think. Bang, bang, bang. Ding, ding, ding. The 3 bullets landed on his chest, forearm, and leg. And all of them were stopped by the skin. But this time, There was a good amount of black trauma coloring around the impact areas. Still won't pierce the skin, but obviously more effect. I could feel much more force against my body, but I can easily take it. I know. Next gun. Dream saw the rifle in the hands of the copy disappear, and what replaced it was a sniper. That's moving kind of fast, isn't it? You don't need to know every caliber, and its effect on you would take too long. This bullet is the .338 Lapua Magnum, 7,000 joules, about 3.5 times the force of the 5.56 that I'm being shot at by a sniper for training. It'll be fine. You can't actually die here. Dream just gave up and awaited his fate. He stood facing the copy while it aimed at him. Bang! Grunt. A grunt came from his mouth as the bullet landed on his chest. He looked down with a bad feeling. Whoa! Everything around the impact area was totally black. Although the skin still hadn't been pierced, it was a bit concave with the bullet crumpled in the center. How is this skin so strong? Well, it's not designed to take the full force of whatever is hitting you. Past a certain threshold, the crystal skin passes the force over to the muscles. This is signified by the black trauma crystallization. This makes it so that the skin doesn't break. Because once the skin breaks, then the muscles have to take direct force. But if the skin is still intact, then it can continue to be spread and dissipated, like a net. So what happens when something breaks the skin? Well, that's what we're here to find out. I don't like that. Don't worry. There's a reason that the previous shot didn't hurt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask about that. Did you get rid of the pain receptors? I did. Pain receptors are designed as a biological survival instinct. But that's only necessary for regular people. When you have the power you do, it's a debilitating thing instead of a motivator. But isn't the whole point of pain to let you know you've been hurt? You still do know? With the awareness you have, how could you not understand every aspect of your body at every point in time? As for motivators, it's not driven chemically, instead being driven by your cognition skill, previously known as mystify. So instead of getting hyped on adrenaline, we just simulate adrenaline by using my own skill on me? Pretty much. But you also have to remember that your emotions still stem primarily from your soul. Things like fear and happiness come from there. So you can still get scared of something or angry at someone. It's not because they're simulated. Don't worry, you aren't an emotionless machine. Dream nodded in comfort. That was the thing he was really worried about. He didn't want his emotions to just be a product of his skill. And Sophia knew this, so she reassured him. Now, we're moving up one more caliber before you enter combat with yourself. Dream turned back to the copy and saw a different gun. It was a .50 cal sniper. Ah, damn dash. Boom. Arg. Damn. Dream grunted at the pressure he felt in his chest where the copy shot him. He looked down. The bullet this time had finally broken through the skin. The next stop was the muscle where the bullet was halted. Interesting thing was, after the skin was broken, he could see a black liquid flow out and cover the wound, removing the bullet. Ting. The bullet dropped to the floor and the wound began to seal. The black liquid flowed around the damaged muscle and filled the hole in the skin. After that, the liquid hardened. Is this the new healing process? Yup. The black liquid is the trauma crystal that you see around the impact site. After it seals the wound, your blood will come in and patch things up until your skin is back to normal. How fast is that? That kind of wound would heal in a matter of minutes. That fast? Well, 1, you have the regeneration skill. 2, I built that body. Not to mention your material skills. We could actually patch that wound up in a second if we actively helped it. Huh, neat. So is that it? For the guns, yes. Feeling a little more confident about your body. Dream did indeed feel much more confident in his body. Without magic or any of that, he could take 50 calories bullets. They barely got through the skin too. Sure, being shot like that wasn't the feeling in the world, but after a couple of times, he realized there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if he got shot in the face, he would be fine. That's because of the new skeletal structure Sophia had designed when she made the body, especially on the head. There were weak points like the eyes, nose, and ears that could be easily broken through. There was also the chest. The only thing protecting his vitals was a small breastplate and ribs. So when Sophia had built the skeleton, she had gotten rid of all those weaknesses. The skull no longer had weak points. They were all redesigned and closed off, making them structurally stronger. The only place that would be considered a weak point was the spinal cord, and even that was heavily fortified and designed without any openings. As for in the chest, the ribcage was remade as an armor plate that fully covered his vitals like lungs and heart. This armor plate was probably the sturdiest part of the skeleton now, but it still allowed for maximum range of motion and flexibility. Needless to say, the design flaws of the skeleton were reduced to almost zero. That plus the materials it was made out of made for the optimal combat form. Measly guns posed no threat to him now.